Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, anyways, let's get the ball rolling, you know. What in the potatoes is this? Is this like Arabian music? Can you forward through this? What, you don't like the Arabian music? Or like the Middle Eastern music? So this is a banger right here. Oh wait, this is not even Arabian music, it's like... This is like the Pokemon Unite version of like Sea Shanty. Can you do stream on? Yeah, it is on. Perfect. But yes, I can fast forward through it. I'm not gonna actually watch the full 27. Spanish music? This ain't no Spanish music.
The strongest region in AIC.
Get to, and they keep telling me no, you have
Opening
to do this
ceremony
job right now. But I am excited about this.
Okay, be honest. If you watch this, like before I even watched this, if you guys watched EUIC and saw the opening ceremony, like what would you rate it on a scale of like 1 to 10? I wanna, like, are my socks gonna get blown off? Like, am I gonna have to just like...
It's a great time to talk about our games,
take off my socks,
what people we're gonna see this weekend, what teams we're gonna be watching. So why don't we start with VGC and talk a little bit about that?
I would love to. We've got 3 incredible players that we want to highlight here. As we jump back into Regulation F, we really are looking for those players that are going to be great at being able to use those legendary Pokemon and also some of those balance teams. So as we take a look at our players to watch, I think these are going to be names that you are very familiar with. One, Wolf Glick, world champion from 2016, as well as multi-international champion from NAIC, as well as EUIC. So he's definitely somebody that we've been keeping our eyes on. Yumi Kinagawa also joins the...
Bro, as someone that like doesn't watch any of this shit, why do I care about these randoms? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I know they're all respected Pokemon people in the community in their respective category, but like, as a Unite player, why do I give a shit about any of these guys?
Most memorable moments was Wolfie's speech last year. I always get it wrong, but it's like, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the fact that he's the EUIC reigning champion, I think that's also a reason why there are so many eyes on him right now. But you know, that's not the only games that we're featuring here.
Also, please, we have international champions. Let's
Who?
start with Beelzeboy on the left, our
this is Pokemon
2025
Go.
world champion from India. We don't see these players
Beelzeboy,
as much from that
Patomon,
region, but he's here to
Nighttime
show us all.
Clasher.
Reminder
That
that the
Luminosity was
last
dead.
2 world champions have been from the APAC region, so I have high expectations here. And then second, we have Patomon. Top 3 at 3 international championships. In our actually have special.
Also,
let me
when
fast
you're
forward
back
just
against
a
the
little,
wall
guys.
in
Don't
unfamiliar
get me wrong,
territory,
why?
right? But what do they like feed you guys on the Go side? I feel like all of you, are, especially yourself.
Oh, there we go. Look at this. Opening ceremony time with Chan. Can we talk about the fashion? Yeah, don't worry. We'll see them again. We can talk about the fashion afterwards. Yo, this is my game. Are they gonna play OG Pokemon Red music? This is not the OG version. What is this? This 2026 remake. Get this shit out of here. Oh my god, it's a Pikachu! Catch it! Catch it! Why are you beating up the Pikachu? Oh my god, that's crazy. Yo, that's sicko right there. I saw him beating up the Pikachu. It's not Team Rocket, this is the encounter thing. Like when you like find a wild Pokemon. Yeah, they caught the Pikachu! Oh my god, what a chat right there. Yo, they know what's up. You don't beat up the Pikachu, you catch it. Oh my god, is that Bug Catcher Ricky? Oh my god, yo, throwback. Yeah, look at like I'm gonna pause it right here for a second. Yo, tell me that Charmeleon in the like if you see Charmeleon right there in like the old school versions of like these are the OG games, like Pokemon Blue, Red, Yellow, whatever. Tell me Charmeleon doesn't look like Elliot Moose, bro. Like that doesn't even look like Charmeleon. It looks like a moose with a horn. Like oh my god, it's evolving! OG sprites have a charm to them. Who's Elliot Moose? It's a cartoon. Ready! Even after learning about green? Wait, what do you mean about green? I know who green is, but like, what are we talking about? Oh shit! Yo, look at that Pikachu right there. They got the moves, man. Yo, that's the real person. That person makes more money than all the competitive teams. What is happening? Is that me? No, it's not movement. It's not. Oh my god, it's another Pikachu! There's two Pikachus! Okay, I want to pause it right here just for a second. You know that this is... Okay, so you know the game that's playing in the background? You know for a fact it has to be Pokemon Yellow, because there's no one crazy enough to face the Elite Four, or the Pokemon League to be specific. Nobody's crazy enough to level Pikachu to level 76 and use it in the Pokemon League. The thing is, in Pokemon Yellow, Pikachu was mandatory. You couldn't store it in the Pokebox. This is the only... This is like, literally, it has to be Pokemon Yellow. There's no one crazy enough to level up a Pikachu like that and face the Pokemon League. Like, name one person that you know that actually had Pikachu on their team for the entirety of the game, and then... Pikachu!
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships!
We hope you enjoyed that quick journey back to the games where it all started.
We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the games that introduced Pokemon battles to the world and led us all to this moment.
So let's hear it one more time for Look Mum No Computer and the Manchester Video Game Orchestra!
Oh my god, bro. What the shit? How is a third of the venue empty? Where is everyone? Oh my god, Euic is a flop. GG no read. That's fucking crazy, bro. Bro, the cameraman panned out real quick. They showed everyone, and it's like, nah, you know what?
And now here we are, almost 30 years later, and still going as strong as ever with over 7,000 competitors here in London.
We've got 3 days of intense battles lined up as our trainers compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizing.
as well as their invitations to the World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco this August.
And of course, the coveted title of EUIC Champion. A title that very few people get to earn. But we've got more than a few trainers here that will be battling it out over the next couple of days as we look to find our finalists.
Where they'll take to the stage on Championship Sunday in order to face their final opponent as we crown our champions.
So let's hear it for the Pokemon Trading Card Game.
Pokemon Video Game.
Pokemon Go!
And finally, Pokemon Unite! Well, it sounds to me like everybody's fired up.
And ready to go.
So there's one final thing left to say, and that is good luck, trainers!
And let the games begin!
Oh my god, even the right side's empty. Holy shiz, bro.
Trainers,
and let the games begin!
Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. You guys ain't selling shit, man. No wonder you guys are raising the prices in Pokemon Unite. You guys can't people to get... Oh, they can't get people to show up, man. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, bro. Well, GG, it's over.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers...
Well, let's
There's
fast
dollars on the
forward
line,
to...
without a doubt. But if you were to ask any one of these teams what the biggest prize to earn this weekend is, they'd say that trip to California.
It's
That's
Sporgle.
right.
All right, guys. Before we even get into the games and all the serious stuff, did I take my socks off for that? No, my socks are still. All right. We got the Sporgle suit and we got the dude. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I feel like Spraggles and Doob Snacks in the past had better suits. I think out of all the suits that I've seen them wear, I think these are probably my two favorite. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think out of all the suits that I've seen them wear over the course of Pokemon Unite, these are probably my two favorite suits. Kind of like they're kind of bland and boring. Like, yeah, you know, you got the flower pattern on Spraggles' suit, but like Doob Snacks, like, what's with the boring brown?
Winner of this, I mean, for
know,
seasons now, has been our first team that solidifies that spot to the World Championships. You get a couple early. You get the AOS Cup, then we get 8.
Guys, I'm going to say this once, and I'll say it again later on. You want to know why Bulbasaur was never picked as a starter? It is the lowest picked starter out of all the original 3. It's because it sucks. Nobody likes grass types, alright? It was either Squirtle or Charmander, and then you had the weirdos that picked Bulbasaur out of pity.
ACL, and we know a few of the big dogs that are going to be heading to Worlds, and wow, there are so many amazing teams here. We have so much competition. We have a great match to start with. I cannot wait to start to get into everything.
Yo, what is up with that mic, bro? Oh, is that?
Wow, there are so many amazing teams here. We have so much competition. We have a great match to start with. I cannot wait to start to get into everything. We've had this regional league that we have started this season, and a lot of those teams that you have been watching week after week are here to compete. So I cannot wait to see them live in person. This is where you really get to see if a team is a championship team or not. I think on the big stage with all of that pressure, you see teams rise to the occasion, like we just saw the video talking about Luminosity and their incredible run, and then you see some teams that are really amazing in their regional leagues, but unfortunately get a bit deflated up under the big lights.
Yeah, without a doubt. So you just mentioned Luminosity Gaming, of course, and carrying that mantle through our tournament is going to be, and kicking off our tournament, Root Dignitas, which has some of those Luminosity Gaming players on it to help that win streak continue. And I'm speaking specifically about who? Otter, who is on an absolute IC heater and really feels to be the end boss here, not only in Europe, but just an NA end boss as well.
Yeah, I mean, Otter's such an incredible player, and we have so much to get into. I'm glad we're starting here, though. Oh, let's take a look at our participating.
Oh, these all the teams? Guys, just a reminder, I've not seen any of this. This is all new to me, all right? So, like, I don't know who won. I don't know who did well, who did poorly. I didn't even know who was playing this. So this is, like, I may pause it a couple times just to catch up to speed. But, like, who's playing this? So, Aftermath Esports, oh my god, isn't that the shitty NA team that's been, like, choking the entire regional league? Citadel Gaming, that's Team YouTube. EG, that's obviously, Extinction, Root Dig. Wow, these guys are all playing? God damn. Peru Unite, former current world champions. CSCM Esports, Tuzzy, that's Mazo's new team. BH3, Engage, Komai, Los Caducados, Team Peps, and Volt. I've never even
teams, because these are teams that you are seeing in our regional league, teams that you know. We were just talking about Root Dignitas, of course.
Honestly, there's a lot more NA teams than I thought were going to participate.
Other undefeated giant out of North America.
I was kind of expecting EG and Root Dig, but I wasn't expecting majority of them.
Evil Geniuses here, also from North America. Aftermath, Citadel, Extinction, and of course, we're going to continue going through this, but we have to take a stop here in LATAM for Peru, your world champions.
Yeah, Peru. Okay. 3 of those regions are scrapping within one league, making it, well,
which is very just a little. Not too much,
last night, LATAM of itself.
Okay, show me all the teams in the group.
Teams to watch heading to Worlds. Now, taking a look at NA, so much good talent from North America coming to this event. We have to talk about Root Dignitas. They won LAIC. Now they're walking into EUIC. We saw this last season with you had mentioned just a moment. It's here against some that you might not be familiar.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 6 is 14, and then so 14 plus 8, that's what, 22 plus 3, 25 teams? Really? That's not a lot. Okay, let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's 8 in one column. That's 8 is a full column. 8 plus 6, that's 14. 14 plus 8, that's 22. Yeah, 25 teams. That's not a lot. It makes sense that majority of them. It makes sense that majority of them are EU because it is EUIC. Like, damn, bro, I was actually expecting a lot more. So who else is playing? Rush Hour? Who the hell's Rush Hour? Nova Legion, and the rest are all EU teams. Okay, let's see. Los Duros, MTZ4, Pasta Baguette, Planet JJ's. Rework Esport Core, Rework Esport Gear. Are these like brother and sister teams or like sister? Tiki Taka, Ursaf. I just informed when you type licensed journey in official live stream that word removed by mods. This is censoring.
Familiar with yet? Of course, if you've been watching a lot of the grassroots scene, you could see. No, I needed to see the ring.
Show me the groups.
And selfishly for me, I mean, there are a few storylines I would love to see. One of them, if Peru were to secure their spot right now, or Tuesday CACM, it opens up more teams from LATAM.
There were no Asian teams,
and Peru, by the way, are demons here at EUI.
Not only is it worth going as a competitor, it's just worth going. If you like Pokemon, that is where you need to be.
I can tell you right now, just for a little bit of perspective, hypothetically speaking, if I was traveling to go participate in this event, I can tell you right now, between the plane ticket and accommodations, as in like getting a hotel, even if I got first, that wouldn't be enough. Just FYI. Like, hypothetically speaking, if I was on a pro team, if I was competing, if I got first, that wouldn't be enough to cover the plane ticket plus the accommodations plus, you know, getting food and whatever. Right? I just want to point that out. The only thing good about this is like if you come in first, you qualify for Worlds. That's what you like. Obviously, that's the ideal, goal. But
yeah, and all of these live events, these international competitions that we get to go to are so unbelievably exciting.
Like, I'm a very practical, like, speaking solely on behalf of myself, I'm a very practical person, and also I like to be financially responsible to a certain extent. If I'm a pro player, it has to make sense to me. Personally. Like, I'm speaking solely on behalf of myself. If I'm playing competitively, the prize money that I'm playing for, it needs to make sense. Like, at the very least, I need to break even if I'm traveling abroad. That's for me on a personal level. I can tell you right now, first place I would lose money. But obviously, if you're coming in first, you qualify for Worlds. So that's the thing. So anything less than first for me is like straight up not even worth my time. But that's just a me thing.
You know, they start with this incredible music.
The exception would be if I'm local.
Right into, these two chuckleheads talking
like
for a
if
little
I'm
while.
local and I
but
can,
there's a lot of cool
drive
stuff
there
going
or whatever,
on.
then
it's
that's
ebbs
different.
and flows.
It's ebbs and flows. It can't be all highs, guys. At some point, they have to bring us in like, all right, enough of this.
And
we go back to something else.
Sorry, just give me literally less than... Done.
It's a little more exciting. Well, what is the most exciting, of course, is our match that we have coming up.
Correct.
Great one to start with.
Gravel is probably cheap for EU players.
Well, they are facing off in their group.
EU,
I don't know if
so
we have
I
our
would hope
graphics
so.
for our groups, but those would be interesting
Nintendo
to
and
talk about
Pokemon
as
are
well,
so
because we
tight
have
with their
some
money,
pretty exciting
fucking
groups
screw
here.
each other.
Hey!
Oh, here's the groups. This is all Group A, B, C, and D. Okay, so Group A, Root Dignitas, KCM Esports, Citadel Gaming, Planet JJ's, Nova Legion. Who the fuck made these groups? This doesn't even make sense to me. Okay, right off the bat, why do we have a full EU group? Why wasn't like a BR? So you have like two Latin American teams, two NA teams, and then two NA teams, and then a BR team. Why didn't you throw a North American team and a Latin American team into Group C? To have some like diversity in that group, and even in Group D as well. Are there more groups?
Come on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we already established there were 25 teams. So there's more groups as well. There has to be.
Now.
Production team is on the button.
Wow, they are good today. That means we're going to be the bad ones finally. Group A. Finally. Group A, we just talked about it. Root Dig, CACM, they're going to be going at it. But take a look at this group. Scary one. I mean, I think in a lot of these groups, the next game between Nova
There's another
Legion,
group. There has to be.
Root,
To first two alive. All
EA, because it, players that are looked at as kind of a land demon, someone who's incredible when we're here under, all of this pressure with very low ping. For a looks NA team.
kind of.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Again, what the fuck is this, bro? Who made these groups? If I was watching this live, I would have been triggered. I'm already triggered. Why do we have two groups of full EU squads? This doesn't even make any sense. Like, God, bro, like I'm already triggered. Like, this from a competitive standpoint, this makes absolutely no fucking sense. No, you are 100% correct. Like, basically that means you're guaranteed to have guaranteed to have 4 EU teams going to day 2, bare minimum. Bare minimum. From groups, like that's talking from Group C and Group F. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses. You get 4 EU teams going to day 2. What the shit is this? And then keep in mind, okay, let me just double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let me also put things into perspective. There are 25 teams competing in this event, all right? 10 of those 25 teams are teams that are not EU. So 10 teams, collective total being NA, EU, BR, Latin America, whatever, are not EU teams, and they compose of what? Just slightly over 1/3 of the teams that are competing. But that also means that a good majority of those 10 teams are going to get eliminated on day one.
Squaring off right here live, which would be incredible.
Let's flip the page here and look at the rest of our groups. Bang! Team Peps and Extinction. Extinction, kind of NA nemesis in the days of yore. This is kind of a contested stage too. You said you've been hearing a lot of good stuff from Rework Esport Core, and Rush Hour is a team, you know, formerly Brave Birders.
Brave Birders sweep!
Where you just have like Colin Tang just coming in and has monster games. So this is a pretty volatile group in my opinion, and it may be a little bit more difficult to pin down than some of our other ones.
I totally agree with you. I think Group E is a wild, scary group. Like, just incredible squads here. Peps, Extinction. Extinction's a weird squad because on paper this thing is so good, but in our regional league they have been struggling more than you would expect. And then I've just heard such good things about Rework Esport. Rush Hour is a team that has been here for so long, and they have many times been in a situation like this and performed extremely well. Super scary Group E. And then, of course, Group F, all EU all day. We've got Los Caducados, Engage, another of the Rework Esport teams. This is Rework Esport Gear, and MTZ Esports. So I think with a lot of these squads, there are the assumed teams walking out in first and second, but man, so expected to win. But wow, if they have some tough games against CACM, now all of a sudden they need to run into Citadel, and Citadel's ready to play. Like, some crazy stuff can happen in our groups. Day one,
all right,
for themselves right now.
Damn, Root Dignitas versus the Latin American team.
As we head over to CACM, we're going to see what they want to steal away from the side of Root Dig, or what they just want to secure for themselves. Right now, hovering a Snorlax and a Mew. We'll see if they do decide to lock these in. Got the Mew right there for Don Lux, and yeah, there we go. There's the Snorlax.
Yeah, cutting off two great picks from Zug and Otter with that selection there, but that leaves Mimikyu and that Mega Gyarados. Zealot's Mega Gyarados is awesome, and Toon is pretty much solid on anything, and I think Root Dig really likes the position we're in right now as Texas is hovering that LD. And to finish my point, Cotton Spore is just so egregious because it's so tough to time around. That was the point I was trying to get to. They're going with Clefable in this instant, and a Buzzwole is something that's impressed.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about having this Clefable here, I mean, Root...
So this is the... So two things. Number one, EUIC is, I believe, the first international event for Pokemon Unite of 2026. So obviously this is like the first time that you're really... Actually, wait. Wasn't there LA? I think LAIC would happen already. Okay, let me correct that. I think it's the second international event of 2026. So it's like, it's that rare opportunity of the year when you can see teams from all across the world playing against each other in the same meta, which is obviously something that you kind of use as like a sample size, or like, you know, that indication of like how the regions respectfully like stack up against each other. Number two, the thing about the LAN event, it's like it's the one environment when it comes to Pokemon Unite specifically when you can play against each other and you don't have to worry about lag. Like, okay, like you don't have to worry about the connection in the sense that everyone is playing on the same internet. Like, you're playing on LAN. Like, when it comes to ping diff, it's as close as it's ever gonna get. So realistically, when it comes to this, it's just like, you can't use ping diff as an, or like, you know, server as an excuse. It's just more so now, better team wins.
Dig is going to need a lot of burst damage if they're going to be able to take them down before Clefable can heal it up. And when you've got something like a Snorlax and Block, that thing is going to be around for a very long time. Final pick over to Dig. We've got the Darkrai Mamoswine. Otter's Darkrai is disgusting. I've never seen, look, Otter's so good on just about everything. I ran into him on ladder playing this. It was a sad state for everyone on the other side. Unbelievable.
We got a Howl, Reggie getting the Gengar. Now, if you're watching
that was Zoinks, by the way, with the Howl.
If you're watching the LATAM regional leagues, a lot of teams are banning Gengar against CACM as a target to Reggie's Gengar specifically. So a gutter Gengar for CACM at least puts them in a position of comfortability.
Because obviously nothing's going on right now. Last year, I've seen Reggie play Gengar from like a UCS perspective. Like honestly, I don't even think his Gengar's that good. It just more so like it's only annoying in the sense because like even if they're doing badly as a collective entity, they just end up flipping objectives with that Hex Gengar spam. That's literally all it is. But honestly, I've seen him play the Gengar, and quite frankly, it's nothing to write home about.
You will happily snatch them up, like you said. You will happily.
I think when it comes, like, I don't think Gengar, like Gengar in general, let alone Reggie's Gengar, is worth a ban. I just feel like if people are
Team CACM
not playing the objectives properly,
your orange
that's
team.
when
This is game number 1 here at EUIC.
Ender escorting Zealot up to that top path. Again, that Mega Gyarados going to need to evolve and get online as the Magikarp works on its effort gauge. Ender is just going to try and harass and magician their way through with that Hoopa. Zealot stepping up. Texas peeling back quickly. And of course, Zugrug on the Mamoswine putting decent pressure on Bernie.
I always like to see which Pokemon they do decide to put that EXP share on and what they're going to try to do here. They're going to allow a lot of the experience to head over to Otter, and you're going to actually have Zugrug peel away from it, so Otter can get as much as possible. That EXP share online. Look at that play by Ender. Very nice Astonish right there, as we could be pushing up. Toon making it to the tall grass, but so is Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie sees exactly where Ender is and kind of does a pseudo engage there to see if they can bait in too. But both of these teams playing very cautious.
Yeah, and here they're going to peel back. Obviously, we've got the bird spawning here in just 5 seconds. Oh, in some trouble right now. They're going to chase Otter away from this here and see how much of this they can secure. Whereas in the top path, we have a big fight breaking out between these two squads. Don Lux right now able to clear some of this up, and no, they end up peeling back from this fight.
Yeah, Snorlax going to babysit that soon-to-be Reggie Drago here, getting an inventory of who on Route Dig is going to be on that mission. As Otter, still level 4, would love to get up to level 5, but Donlux really shutting down the experience that Route's trying to get down here.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to be fighting over this Altaria. In the top path, we do have Mega Gary online. They're going to be pushing them back. Of course, you know, you can brawl a lot with a Gyarados when you have a Clefable behind you, but Zealot is going to be looking for some of this experience, possibly this KO, diving in with the waterfall, but no, not able to make it happen. Reggie now making their way top.
Missing that last little swim, another solid Astonish to cut off Reggie, just letting him know, I know where you're at, there's going to be no tricks here, as we do
have
pretty
early Gyarados,
Drago on the map. Zealot's
considering they didn't get any kills in the top lane.
Here as Toon is working on Reggie Drago, and Reggie stepping up. Quick secure, Darkrai taken. Darkrai taken by Darkrai.
Beautiful play right there, right? I mean, you just had the Darkrai move up, hide in the tall grass that whole time, right into the Shadow Claw for the secure. Great rip there and secure by Root Dig. Reggie now at level 7 here. Same thing for the Mimikyu on the other side. We've got some spooky Pokemon looking to make a big play here. Here come the birds, and Zugrug could be in some trouble right now, but no. Brilliantly zoned out.
Wow,
meanwhile, I mean, you had CACM put all the pressure downstairs. Root Dig has a rotating Darkrai. They're able to get a KO streak of 2 or help Zealot facilitate for that KO streak of 2. As now Otter's going to get a ton of stacks, and you can kind of see them snatching 1 AOS energy at a time and getting those dunks.
And this is a massive, massive moment for Root Dig. Great plays right here. However, CACM is going to try to take a little bit of their own, just ripping through this Regice. There's that Hex Gengar, able to get it very quickly. Nice secure there for CACM. So yes, they lost quite a bit top, but they were able to get that bottom objective.
Light screen is down. Donluck's going to retreat. It looks like CACM has no interest.
I didn't get to see what happened top lane because the camera was panning bottom.
HP.
But allowing Darkrai to get 6 stacks for their special attack like their special attack lasts for free is just
Really odd play by Ender right there, I would have to say. I'm not sure
kind of
why
abysmal.
Bush wanted to jump in. I guess you got some information, you can bubble them out a little bit, but they quickly caught them with that Buzzwole. Big KO, and now here we go. CACM looking for this secure right here. I mean, it's getting pretty low. We're going to see if Root can steal it. No, they can't even contest.
Yeah, they elect to just fade back. I mean, it's a tall order with 3 players there. I mean, the way Otter would have to go in is not indicative of securing anyways. So just burn this thing down and try and find value somewhere else as Reggie gets back to the central area to keep leveling up.
Here we go, just ripping through this here. This Gyarados right
Who you
now,
pick?
ready to pop off at any moment and become Mega. Of course,
for this game,
they want to find that perfect situation where they get the most value possible out of their Unite move. Leaving that goal zone at 4,
I'll go with Root
pretty
Dig.
nice for Root Dig. By the way, up 76.
I'm honestly just not a fan of Reggie's
right now. Not a single point
Gengar,
for
if I'm being honest.
Reggie,
I don't really think it does all that much for them. Especially against this team comp as well.
They're gonna grab some berries and
Like who's Gengar gonna focus? Like, you got Mimikyu, Darkrai with Dark Pulse,
Reggie's gonna cut that off, go straight for the engagement.
a Gyarados.
Forces out the Gyarados Unite move. They're gonna catch
Mega
Frank.
Gyarados
Not a
is
ton of
stupid.
damage, and really Zealot was just using that to survive, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Gengar and the Mega Gyarados both just kind of using their Unite for some self-preservation right there, which is not really where you want to be with some of your powerful carry Pokemon, but you're not too stressed if you're Dig right now, right? I mean, you're up by quite a bit on the scoreboard, and it looks like the fights are mostly going your way, but every time CACM is alone with an objective for even a moment, Gengar is able to rip through it. Meanwhile, on the top path, looks like we're fighting on that goal zone. However, Zealot able to push
Gengar just
back,
died in a 2
take
versus
the
1.
KO.
Yeah,
They were
Zerg
part of the
actually
2.
bases right there and runs back into path as Texas is going to get 24 points and finally get them on the board. Donlux from a long range. We have the block down as well. Toon is seeing an opportunity. Rings unbound, which means Hoop is pulling everybody through. Otter stays up top to put the pressure there, and they're going to start working on this Regis steal. Bernie can't even move in. Neither can Donlux. They have to fade back as Regis steal goes to Root Dig, and now the pressure is on CACM to play some defense.
Yeah, CACM's going to need to try to stop them right here, but I mean, look at Root Dignitas just moving forward. We've got Unite moves on a few members here. Here comes Reggie, possibly trying to stop this, looking for their moment, hitting the Sludge Bomb, but jumping forward, and Gyarados actually peels away from that. They don't get to catch it with the Hex.
Now, I mean, we just have the stampede there out of the Mamoswine, and they're going to get that shield and run away. Zugrug is going to preserve their life for now. Reggie is moving in. Bernie heavy slams. The engagement is there. Forces out the Gyarados Unite again. They're going to right on top of Reggie. Solar Beam coverage. Reggie's at half HP. Big boosted auto. Heavy slam by Bernie to get out of dodge. Zealot can't find anybody.
Like, it's so hard for Gengar to consistently land their Hex because
misses with the Phantom Force. We're back into the action
of the team
here.
comp on the enemy
That's a
side.
big Buzzwole Unite Swole slam. Mamoswine goes down. Donlux takes Zealot, and now CACM is all over this pad after a monster team fight.
What a fight from CACM, and you saw, I mean, just moving in and out of the fight, constantly moving back to Texas on that Clefable, making sure that every time they engaged, they had so much HP that they just could not get bursted down by Root Dig, and then finally wearing them down on that goal zone. Beautiful stuff. CACM right back in this game in a massive way. 163-97. 3 minutes on the clock, which means a minute until Kyogre hits the map. And right now, things are looking great for CACM.
Oh, Frank knew exactly where Otter was. Otter gets into the Dark Pulse here. Ton of damage onto Don and Reggie. Solar Beam again. Pot shot fire coverage. Asleep is Texas. Down with the gravity. And they're going to get knocked out. That's
that was
easy
a pretty late Darkrai Unite move.
Darkrai
I'm
using
honest
a
with you.
very early Unite move right there. They're going to need to farm that up if they want to have another one, but they are able to secure this objective and then possibly the bottom objective as well. It may not be that relevant for Dignitas to have the Darkrai Unite. They may want these objectives much more. Going for the Regice right now. Easy rip for Zealot and Toon, and this should head over to Root unless someone from should head over unless CACM
That's
decides
close game
to
either
dive
way.
in right there, but that would be
Like, yeah, Root Dig are winning,
very,
but
very dangerous for them right before Kyogre, which is here in just
one
a
of the
moment.
benefits to playing Hex Gengar is that you actually have the damage to stop that Red Electric fairly quickly.
Pushing Zealot right now. I mean, that was quick. Another
Oh.
big heavy slam into the
Flip.
power nap. The rings
Flip.
run bound.
point's
trying to
dead.
pull everybody through. Kyogre's getting absolutely shredded here. Mimikyu Unite on top of Donlux. Kyogre's low. And it's taken.
CCM actually got it.
It's taken by Reggie. Of all players, they just stepped in, went straight for the objective.
Yeah, they absolutely ripped it off the map immediately, taking it away from Dignitas. They were able to score 100 in the top. Big plays here by Zuckerberg. Can we stop the 50
It's
here
still
from the
playable.
Buzzwole? We've got the Unite move. They're looking for it, but here comes Reggie on the Gengar trying to stop them. They couldn't rip through them right now, but no, Reggie's going to need to
Oh, nice eject button.
They could catch this right now, and this buff could go the other way. They do.
Oh, that is
Giving it
a
over to
huge,
Inder.
huge, huge pick.
163, 197, and this game is not over.
Not over at all. Inder has a big-time opportunity to score, carrying that Kyogre buff. The rest of CACM is turtling up. However,
Darkrai has
they need to
Unite
go
move
on
as
a
well.
mission and get some points in. Root Dig is looking for a push. Zealot sees Bernie. They're trying to burn them down. Solar.
What is this? Hello? Game? What the fuck is this? What am I looking at here? Did their game die? Are they still playing, or like is this a production thing? Who's this guy? Is this like fucking security cam on stage? Oh my dear fucking lord, that is so sad. I'm fast forwarding, by the way. Like I don't know where this. I'm still fast forwarding. Like I'm going slow because like I don't know where.
Using Tune. Scary presence to move around the map. Of course, it shut down.
Wait, what happened though?
And then he was ripping through
They
every
pause?
objective. So his job was just move through the map, get all the XP, and grab these objectives for Dignitas.
Wrapped is being remade.
Down a game, CACM.
So what, they remade the game?
You're looking at a team that was able to secure Kyogre in the face of one of the strongest NA squads and your LAIC champions here. CACM put together a pretty decent game, and you have to think, how strong is this LATAM league if a team that is 2-4 just performed
right now, which is kind of the story of North
What
America.
the fuck?
year in,
You
year
you
out.
missed
They have
that.
a
We
few
missed the
teams
ending?
that are extremely
Oh my
powerful.
god,
The
that's so
story of,
stupid, bro.
Latin America this year, once these regions all combined, it's
That's
just
pathetic.
an absolute free-for-all there. Everyone is amazing. You're not going to run into a bad squad. You've got the world champions that are not undefeated in this region. So, yeah, the LATAM teams, I feel like, in some ways, you're fortunate because you are constantly playing high-level squads. But, yeah, you, you also are running into some high-level squads from NA.
I'll tell you what, it's nice to see players like Zug and Toon smiling on stage for once.
100%.
I feel like normally they're just in a pressure cooker all the time. The focus has to be there. You know, I'm not saying they're not focused, but it's nice to see them with a little bit of signs of life and joy amongst this experience, because I feel like those two put so much pressure on themselves in years past to perform that they almost feel like they're at home now, and they can be themselves, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think when you see
That's
a team
crazy.
smiling, playing loose, even when things aren't going well, it's something I've always noticed about teams that Mazo is on out of Brazil. I feel like there is an energy. You have to play with a degree of an loose, flowing energy to you. You can't be so win. I gotta win right now. You know, that you have to be able to. That's when you and I play. We gotta win. We need to win. But I feel like when I see a team that's loose, that's a team that has the upper hand in these matches.
That's one way to start.
They certainly have the upper hand in this match.
Baby.
Production
Shit.
sort that out.
Going to.
In EU, where Toon had been playing for years, right? So it's interesting to see it here. The thing I like about Decidueye,
Oh my god, Decidueye!
It outranges Miraidon perfectly. So as long as you know where those charge beams are coming from, you're able to hit your arrows every single time. Incredible range on Spirit Shackle, and you can hit multiple targets. So the question is, what is CACM going to do? How are they going to push forward into the side of Root Dig and try to get that Decidueye? It could be pretty tough for them as we head here to game number 2, Doomsnacks.
CACM has their backs against the wall here in the group stage, day 1 of EUIC, or should I say the AOS Cup at EUIC. CACM still has to contend with Otter's Darkrai.
Yes, which is really hard to fight, and it's going to be really tricky as we head in here to game number 2. CACM, your purple team. You've got Root Dignitas, your orange team right here. CACM down 1 game to Root Dig. An incredible final moment there in game number 1. Gave Dignitas the win, even though they were not able to secure the final objective. Kyogre, we're now on the Groudon map.
Yep, let's see those face cams swap so the teams
Swap up, baby!
Production, go ahead and sort that out.
Oh, I just realized it was late Mimikyu. I wasn't paying attention.
Cutting off a potential invade by Texas on the hoop. We saw them catch the springboard in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and Inder sussed that out very quickly, cut that off. Now, Zugrug, little Google, gonna try to evolve very quickly and keep this path in order for Root Dig. Yeah, they have a big rotation.
Yeah, multiple members here of Root Dig heading top. We've got Reggie right now finding Otter, Bitterblade moving forward right here, putting them to sleep and peeling back. They would love to give Zealot a KO or assist right now, and Reggie wants one right back the other way.
Yeah, that's dangerous waters, right? You can't give up a knockout to that Magikarp. That effort gauge will just absolutely skyrocket. Root Dig with the over-rotation. Tons of pressure. Here comes Charge Beam Miraidon. Good damage in there as we were playing a Portal Hoopa.
Yeah, if that Miraidon had Charge Beam at level 5 right there, it would have ripped through that entire squad. They were able to get some good damage just on its earlier moves right there too. But 4 members of both squads fighting in the top path. We've got a little bit of a scrap over this Altaria. Every piece of experience here, pretty dang valuable. Zugrug now up at level 5.
Yep, Bernie is going to watch Otter and Zug. Here comes the Charge Beam Miraidon, 5.5, and they are looking to use the big burst, putting in just a hair of damage and enough to keep Otter and Zugrug on their path.
Yeah, they're gonna have to peel back here. Looking to possibly steal this. No, Rock Tomb does not make it happen. 5 seconds now until Reggie Drago in the center of the map. We've got the Saru ledge there, and they can shred that down extremely fast, as well as the Miraidon. This could easily head over to CACM. Yeah, by the time we're here, it's already almost gone, and they do get the secure.
Rock Tomb there from Zugrug, just letting them know that they have their sights on them. Spirit Shackle, long range comes in. Getting a knockout is Texas with Reggie in support. Magician to bury through, and another Spirit Shackle clips the Hoopa, but doesn't get to Shrew Ledge.
Big plays there from Toon, just zoning them out with those Spirit Shackles. As we take a look at our top path right here, Zealot behind on experience, but you know, that's not the most important thing for the Mega Gyarados. They are really looking to evolve, and we already have that for their side. Otter down here on the bottom path, eating a massive charge beam right there.
That's kind of the danger of fighting into a Miraidon, especially on like pre-populated wild Pokemon. You kind of know where the opponent's going to be. As the opponent, you know where you have to step into, and you know that beam is coming.
The nice thing about Charge Beam is you're able to kind of get those first 2 charges against wild Pokemon, so you can power your beam up on some things that are kind of much easier to hit. Inder in some trouble right now. The play rough moving forward there on the Mimikyu. Not able to get the objective. Otter coming up to trying to stop this Reggie steal. Reggie ripping it right now, and there's the arrow.
Oh!
It was just barely too late. Big Shrew-Ledge Unite on top of Otter. And now Reggie's looking for more straight on.
That is huge.
4 players down. Nice support.
Not only that, but so it's really big here just because, like, at this moment in the game, because this guy's level 8 at this point, securing the Reggie here allows him to get to level 9, which allows him to literally get the 4 kills on 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in a different reality, it could have been avoided if Toon secured it with the Decidueye Spirit Shackle, but obviously that's not
They're on the move queue.
which
Now
makes it
they
even
get the
more
objective.
painful.
Otter coming up to trying to stop this Reggie steal. Reggie ripping it right now, and there's the arrow, but no.
So like, did it hit? Okay, wait,
Right
hold
now,
on.
play rough moving forward there on the move queue. Not able to get.
I just want to like slow down to see what happened here. Like I know Sarah got it, but
and there's the arrow, but no, it's Cerulege.
it did hit though.
Play rough moving forward there on the move queue. Not able to get the objective. Otter coming up to trying to stop this Reggie steal. Reggie ripping it right now.
Yeah, it was just too slow. Because so the thing is, it's not like the Spirit Shackle missed, because you can see that the arrow is like the shadow stitch is tethered to the floor. So it did hit. I think it was just a little like a millisecond too slow.
No, it's Cerulege.
It was just barely too late. Big Cerulege Unite on top of Otter. They get a big-time knockout, make it 2. And now Reggie's looking for more straight on top of Toon. 4 players down. Nice support by Donlux. And now that goal zone is standing on just a few points, as Reggie's going to be able to stack.
And look at this here, Reggie in the top path, able to stack, moving down to the bottom path right here with that hyperspace highway. We've got CACM looking for another objective right now. Zugrug getting pushed out by the charge beam. Toon is here to try to stop them with the Unite move. Finally, a Decidueye uses this Unite move correctly. No surprise.
Bernie barely dodging that big arrow from the last bit of that Decidueye Unite. Charge beam is down. Reggie Alecki secured by Toon. That's their job. That's why they're playing Spirit Shackle. Now the meteors are raining down. Maridon's going to help get a knockout here as Inder was sent packing.
Yeah, great stuff here from CACM. They weren't able to get the objective, but, you know, just a nice fight for them. They really didn't give up much there at all. They did pick up a KO. We have Otter right now defending a bit. You can see how much damage he is able to do. Ooh, Reggie in some trouble right now, but continuing to move forward and missing.
Oh, that's unfortunate. With his Unite move.
Missed everybody with that Unite move, and now they're sitting to scrap. They're trying to. Tons of damage on Reggie. They can't get knocked out here. Crustle gets dealt with by Donlux, and the pressure's on. I cannot believe Reggie just made it out.
Wow, Reggie makes it out of that, and CACM takes the bottom goal zone right there. Really, you know, they're able to score at will in it right now. They do break it up 176 to 64, controlling game number 2.
Yeah, the almost exact flip of what we were seeing in game 1 score-wise. Now, we have to mention that we are having big rotations, 5-on-4 CACM, because Zealot has not been in the fray, and this is going to be an opportunity to see what they can do. Straight into the back line is Otter. Here comes the populated Red Jice. Zealot stepping up, they're starting to rip. Bernie looking for an opportunity, and Thunder on Zealot. Big surf through Red Jice.
Koopa doesn't have Unite moves, so Starledge can actually...
Texas Luna makes it back. Gyarados secures, now the pressure is on. Charge beam is down. The big arrow at the end of that knock-knock arrow doesn't find purchase. Oh, here's the Spirit Shackle in. Zealot wants some action. They're sandbagging themselves. Going straight back in, here comes Reggie. We've got the Dark Pulse down, we've got some knockouts. Portal is trying to reset Reggie, they do. Here comes Bernie and company back the other way. Zugrug with the X-Scissor. We've got Cerulege moving back through Texas, providing good cover. And now CACM, you have to think they're happy with how all that shook out.
Yeah, what a great fight for them, and they executed the Mega Gyarados strategy perfectly, right? Mega Gyarados moves up for the fight. They hit them with the Slowbro Unite move. The rest of the team able to take them down. Looks like we've got a Unite move from the Darkrai right here. Otter picking up that KO, and now Frank is in some trouble. Going to peel away from this goal zone. Nice score right there.
Big
Huge overdunk. 120 now for Root Dignitas, 214 for CACM. But this game looking much better for CACM than game number 1, and that Cerulege is putting in some serious work.
Well, now Reggie needs another Cerulege Unite, but there's 3 players in the blender. They're trying to get out of there. Look at that dip-skerdoo action here. Cerulege still sitting at half HP, but they are yanked through by the Rings Unbound Unite move to put pressure in the top pad. Reggie gonna grab a berry. Reggie gonna catch an arrow. Mimikyu Unite is down as well, as all that goal zone that separates it from being broken is a single point. Texas wants it now.
Yeah, they needed that goal zone right there. They just don't want to deal with any more of this healing here from these two squads. Play rough misses right there. Frank is almost assuredly going
Ooh,
down.
that was
As
kind of
soon as
painful to
Play
watch,
Rough doesn't
man.
hit its target, that's
You
gonna be
can
a
whip
really
their skills.
unfortunate fight. Already tough with two members of Dig there. 218, 120. Still a very close game, but it looks like CACM has a lot of answers for what Dignitas is throwing at them.
Yeah, Toon going to be able to tick over here in short order onto that level 13 Decidui as they are moving towards the top Reggie. It is not going to be a Reggie Alecki that's in the bottom path here, and they're going to get this one pretty much for free. CACM does not care about this Regice. They are just going to come from underneath and see what kind of...
What? Nah, bro. There's no fucking
Does
way.
not care about this Regice.
That
They're just
no.
going to come from underneath and see
What is
kind of-
happening in this fucking? There's no shot this happened on day one, back-to-back fucking matches. Yo, you gotta fire this production team. That is fucking pathetic,
To
bro.
the middle, we rubble rouse back. Hex Scissor again, Teo Strika 2.
What even happened?
Is the Zealot. Here comes another Spear Jackal. 3 players down the
Mimikyu and Cereledge are dead with Unite move, and like, okay, at this point, yeah, Root Dig are gonna win. How did this happen, though?
Groudon is on a sliver of HP, and this thing is easy for Root Dig.
What an incredible fight and call from Root Dignitas right there. They use that aggression.
Yeah,
They
easy
move
for you to
forward with
say,
the Crustle
Spriggles.
X
You can
Scissor
actually
into
see the
Rock
game.
Tomb. Mimikyu not able to reset, and then just like dominoes, every member of CACM
It's over
continues
now.
to fall. They're going to try to stop them right here, pick up one of these buffs, but look at Root just, absolutely running the boards right now. Another KO, pushing them back with the X Scissor. Relentless here on this tier 2 goal zone.
Bernie is trying to hold this thing down. Reggie just has to fade back.
That's crazy,
now.
bro.
The
That is
Humble
actually
Burgers
crazy.
are being eaten by Root Dig. You have to think it's looking pretty darn tough for CACM to bounce back.
They
Like,
need
my
to
question
take
is
a huge
like,
KO here. They would have to
do
take
the
a
people
massive
that are
buff and
attending
then
in person
somehow use
also
that
see
to score
that,
even
or
more, because
do
are
they actually
down
get to
by
see the
over
games?
100
'Cause, like,
points. So a single buff is not
that
enough.
that
They
is
need to
the
take
most
each fight. Zealot right here.
book
they are
and like
staying in this
series I've
pocket
ever
right
seen in
there,
my
looking
life.
for some of these KOs. Reggie in trouble, but the Shadow Claw misses right there. We'll see if CACM can do much, but with only 30 seconds left, it looks like Dignitas is in full control.
Yeah, I mean, it really takes Root.
Okay, well, that was a series, I guess. And now it's EG versus Tuzzy, so we got North America versus Latam. We got EU versus EU with BH3 and Voldicons. Then EU versus Latam, which is Pomai versus the defending world champs. Okay.
Playing under a different name, but also playing under a slightly different roster. That central area getting a new player and a new face, and according to a lot of these players, a big buff, and having Vin on that squad. Such a phenomenal central area player, playing a lot of those high-octane speedster-style Pokemon.
USA,
We do
USA?
see quite a bit in the metagame. Didn't see very many of them in that last one, but we do see quite a few of those Pokemon.
Yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Chris Smith. I think we always have this stream of brand new talent that enters the scene every single year, and Chris Smith for me is someone who looks like he's been playing the game for way longer than he actually has.
Yeah.
Slotted into such an accomplished roster and looks so at home, but you look at Tuzzy and the experience that they bring as well, you can't look much further than Baby Marzo in terms of success, at least on a relative level, at these sorts of events. You always expect to see him making day number 2.
Right.
The question is, how much further can that Baby Marzo team go in this Tuzzy Esports squad? I mean, look, they've had a decent couple of wins in League. They've beaten Entity 7. They've beaten CACM, who we've seen has put up a decent fight against Root Dig. But look, whether they do well against EG, I think is a very, very different scenario entirely. Baby Marzo, when I think of his teams historically speaking, It's all about that decision making, particularly into the final 2 minutes, and I would say that's probably one of EG's greatest strengths.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to talk about veterans, EG's got their fair share of them as well, right? You have Curios, who have won this event in the previous year as well. Obviously, we saw one IC champ playing in the previous match with Otter. Now we have Curios also in the ring. But on that team as well, we got players like Roland as well, who just have so much experience. So versing some of these, experienced players on Tuesday will be an interesting matchup. And then you got the flip side of the coin for both of these teams. We also got young upstart players on both of these squads. Like you mentioned, Chris Smith has been playing for a long time, but outside of the UCS due to age restrictions. But so is Ducky. That dynamic duo getting added together this year is so exciting. I mean, for grassroots enjoyers, that was a duo that everyone knew was going to make waves when they hit the league. And right at the end of the last season, they did, and they started making that happen. There's everyone. It was.
And as I say, I think Tuzi is going to be all the better in this particular tournament for having someone as experienced as Baby Marzo with them. Looking at the wider scope of Group B, EG and Tuzi, I think it's fair to say are the favorites to progress through. They're joined by Aftermath and a Pasta Baguette. Speaking of grassroots, great to see so many grassroots teams who are not in the regional leagues participating here today. But they do have an uphill battle because the strength in depth of competition is truly extraordinary, as it always is.
Of course. Oh, and of course we have the Zera Aura on stage for Tuzi Esports. I think that Pokemon being kind of a defining Pokemon of Brazil specifically. Feels like Blaziken and Zera Aura are two Pokemon that I would love to identify as a regional identity for these regions. Let's see if we get it in Draft Relic as we head into match number 1. Zacian Band from Evil Genius is a bit of a surprise to me. I genuinely think that Chris Smith is the best player on that Pokemon, potentially worldwide. Seeing that band early is interesting. We'll see what Mazo decides to contend with in the top path later on.
Might be a case of the friend of my friend is my enemy. They might be worried about what Tuzi Esports could be bringing to the table, but what we do know from the EG side is that they are very eager to lock in that Mega Gyarados. Chris Smith can run riot with this thing. Interesting to note that the Mega Luca has been banned away from Tuzi Esports. Of course, we've got that Charizard YE that is also off the table. Does open up the potential to Mewtwo YE for Evil Geniuses later on. But it looks like Tuzi Esports are a bit of an antithesis to what we have come to know from Latam. They're going defense, spine first. Vaporeon and Psyduck locked in.
Interesting. I think in some positions for this draft, I think a Pokemon like Blastoise could be a contender for that defender spot, or even a Pokemon like the Umbreon and Vaporeon duo. We've seen a few times. However, Umbreon yet to be selected, and with the draft so far, likely not going to be locked in for either team. But there it is. You already mentioned it. That Mewtwo Y going to be selected for Tuzi Esports, and Baby Mazo is going to be bringing the standard non-Mega Evolving Gyarados to contend with Chris Smith's Mega Gyarados availability.
Yeah, well, Mega Gyarados has been banned this season in the regional leagues. It does feel like Gyarados is the go-to, but we now have a debutante here live on stream. Vin Diesel heading onto the Meowth. Fair to say, I think if you're Tuzi Esports, you're happy that it is the current version.
Are you picking or the Tuz? Probably say EG. I've seen Tuzzy play before, and they weren't playing well. I don't remember when I saw them. I know I've seen them like earlier on this year, and like they were not playing good.
Meowth
so
as opposed to
I'll just go with EG.
Meowth, nevertheless. Very intrigued to see how it performs on the big stage, and well, there it is. The
I also kind of forgot that Meowth was like
out this Tuzi Esports side.
Okay, so far does have a lot of attack damaging items equipped, but also has that big root. A few
because Meowth was not eligible in the last tournament, so
on its standard
I didn't realize it was going to be available for UIC.
A lot of work in that specific variety. Well, I mean, let's talk about it. It's currently sitting at an encounter rate of about 17%. Obviously, we're having matches that are occurring off-stream as well as on-stream. And currently, Meowth getting a little bit of a showcase. I cannot wait to see Vin play this new Pokemon. A brand new speedster in the game. If you were unaware of what this Pokemon is capable of, well, I mean, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. But you're going to be wanting to look at specifically that battle item. Currently, Meowth has that full heal equipped, but due to its pickup passive ability, it will constantly be getting free battle items to utilize off a very short cooldown when they're knocking out wild Pokemon and doing damage to opposing team Pokemon as well. This is going to be a fun one. Evil Geniuses bringing the newest available to competitive play Pokemon. Surfetch, unfortunately, coming out a little bit too close to the event, so not available for this tournament.
Yes.
But Meowth getting its debut here on the main
new
stage.
item came out on Monday, like earlier this week. So this like, even though I haven't watched this, like I know the new item wasn't available.
add in your passive on top of all that, and you've got a really strong thing that can honestly, I think, counter effectively what Tuzi is putting forward. Yes, they've not put a lot of investment into your hyperscalers, really only the Gyarados and the Blaziken to worry about. But I think what we're worried about with Meowth Zoinks is the gold coin barrage. It is a devastating Unite move in ranked.
Right.
Does it translate to competitive here as we enter game number 1?
Yeah, it'll be up to players like Leozen to try to shut that down, right? The Meowth Unite move is extremely powerful. Kind of one of its only shortcomings is that it can be body blocked. So kind of trading and sharing that damage is going to be a very important factor. And honestly, it might be important right at the start of the game as these Magikarps already taking a little bit of poke damage as Roland being a bit of an offensive Gossifleur. And look how clear Vin clears that central area on the Meowth. That is absurd. Currently has a slow smoke available.
Yeah, Meowth, Vin Diesel. Looking vindictively, I think, at this Magikarp. You want to try and delay that Evo as quickly as possible, but with Mats on the scene, they're going to head central. Interesting that they have committed so hard to central.
No, the production for UIC, like, the production for this tournament so far has been like, it's
in goes the Electro Ball. Good splash damage here as Leozen is going to have the headache explode and sort of.
And ironically, I think it's funny because I don't even mind it like this.
Although nobody goes
I actually think it looks better.
I think it's fair to say that Tuzi are coming up the worst out of those two.
Yeah, Vin really the only one in real danger in that situation, but Meowth having the full heal still available of their actually equipped battle item is enough to get them away from the stuns that Psyduck was trying to provide. Leozen only level 3 on the Psyduck, so not having a lot of crowd control left in their kit, but there's a lot of Pokemon with crowd control abilities. Mewtwo, Y, let's talk about Hydro Pump Vaporeon from Antharos as well. That is going to be just really difficult to push into, not to mention that slow and that final push, really devastating. Thank you for showcasing that, Antharos, while I talked about it as well. I don't know if I'm going directly into their headset, but if I am, thank you so much for showcasing my point.
Running those special attack specs as well does make me wonder what the second move is going to be. We've got a Gary or Gary Violence up here in the top path. Mazo hitting Gary first, and look at that Blaze Kick completely removing this purple Gyarados off the board, allows Mazo to head central as Reggie Drago has already spawned. Tuzi really prioritizing this objective. Great zoning from Leozen actually at the top of the central area there. Early advantage, Tuzi for me, Zoinks.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Antharos doing the same thing on the bottom side of that rotation as well. Getting a little bit of vision, even getting some scores. Mazo getting a little dangerously forward, but they got the backup. A check button from Massey does a lot of damage there. And Leozen taking the KO.
And that is the problem with Meowth, is admittedly as huge damage output as it can have, a very small health bar by comparison. Real big push here from Tuzi, who are free scoring. That is 5 points left on pad. They can save that for later for a huge overdunk potential.
Yeah, I mean, likely just going to get these attack weight stacks up. Might break it early, seeing as Regieleki spawning on the bottom side, though. You won't have to contend with that towards the tier 2. That will be Evil Geniuses picking that one up. And Tharos instead just trying to favor defending this goal zone and giving themselves a little bit more time. Registeel goes down, a big push here on this tier 1. Regieleki lands.
Yeah, despite the Registeel being pretty well timed, honestly, for that defense. Too much investment from Evil Geniuses to really dispel the threat, and that is our first zone crack of the game. 102 to 106. Mystical Mirage into the backline, catches the Surf, and is a wonderful Surf too. And Tharos can't do much with that, but the Aqua Ring, I think, maybe puts off Vin Diesel from going full send.
Vaporeon is a superhero. Like, I don't know the lore, but I think Vaporeon wearing that hollow, it truly is. He can walk out of any fight. It's just in a ridiculous scenario. I mean, a perfect dive set up by Kyrios. Kind of after almost a lost team fight, they do break the goal zone, but I do like that utilization. You set up Meowth, you create that area of invisibility, you get the dive, but unfortunately, the target you chose just a little too tanky to bring down.
That's absolutely flying here, leading the lobby on level 10. Keep in mind as well, we're looking at those two Garys, Tuzi Esports and Baby Mazo still ahead of Chris Smith, who lands the Dragon Breath, followed up by the Electro Ball. Does kind of dissuade Tuzi from sticking around for too long. They're trying to return to pad here. Leozen, but caught by the Mew. In comes the Infinite Cyburn, and that's a really well-timed one too. It means the Evil Geniuses can't really push. They've already suffered a little bit of damage, and a little bit of damage is too much in this economy. Big kicks, and down goes one, down goes two. The Elder Goss on the backline picks up that Citrus Berry. They're just looking for a score here. Mats in comes the Gyarados Unite move from Mega, and this might be able to turn the tide here. Out goes Mazo, and they are going to fully disengage Tuzi Esports. It did require one Unite move, but I think the Evil Geniuses will think a fine price to pay.
interesting counterpunches from both of these teams by macro-wise. I mean, 2Z Esports relents all the way back to the goal zone. They lose Psyduck and don't use a single Unite move in response. They bait out a couple from Evil Geniuses, which gives them the runway to attack towards that tier 1. Little do they know is that Mega Gyarados actually get a Unite move basically from spawn to defend the goal zone, and amazing backup from Ducky as well. So just some big exchanges, and we keep this scoreline so close, Relic. 102 to 106. This is within just the tiniest of margins right now.
Yeah, Ducky was looking for an entrance there. I mean, they do have Hydro Typhoon available should they want it, but ultimately they were more focused on finding that second Regieleki, going for a push, committing players onto this top path. They are going to unfortunately lose Ducky in all of that, but what about this push on bottom path? Well, they kind of abandoned it. They've decided to go full send now onto the top path. It's going to be 3v4. We got Ducky on the way back as well. Vin Diesel goes in deep. Electroball finds the mark, and we've got this Mewtwo Y online. I think that's, going to put Evil Geniuses off the full send. Although, watch out, Leosin going down. Chris Smith unlocking their Mega, and I think they might actually be able to get more from this Zoinks. We've got the Surf, we've got the 22 in, and this should be a zone crack.
Yeah, we're sitting at that 4-minute mark, which sometimes is a bit of garbage time in terms of Unite moves, to use it or lose it situation, and we see awkward fights in those scenarios sometimes. But Evil Genius was very happy with the results. I mean, just a Mega Gyarados having that press, and here's another perfect example.
Wait, what? What's Eldegoss doing
in those scenarios sometimes? But Evil Genius was very happy with the results. I mean, just a Mega Gyarados having that press, and here's another perfect example of use it or lose it style. Gonna go on a
bro, for a second I genuinely thought Eldegoss was just flat out trolling.
Kind of punishing to
because they just like until I saw that, all I see is Eldegoss popping their Unite move at a 1 versus 1. And like, yeah, it's like at 330, but like, why? So they pop their Unite move to get some distance, but also to score their points on that.
It feels like for Evil Geniuses
that makes sense.
The game with that level 12 Meowth.
Whether it was worth it or not, I mean, like,
level 13 for him.
it's the last time you can Unite move before Kyogre, and you're more than likely to get your Unite back.
Overturnable. I think this final Reggie phase, though. Yeah, I'm not surprised at 2Z Esports. They really want this Regieleki. Another zone crack at this late integer could be game-changing.
Yeah, I mean, they would love the experience too. I feel like hitting a level 14, Blaziken and Gyarados would be huge, but no, they are going to favor that bottom side. One to get the zone crack that you're mentioning, another one just defend their own. They do not want this Regieleki walking towards this tier 2, especially with Pokemon like Meowth or even Eldegoss, like Roland's been able to showcase, who can very quickly get to some of these goal zones. They will break it before it arrives at tier 1 though, which is going to be really nice. They can threaten that tier 2, but so far the only Pokemon with a lot of points in pocket being Mats on the Blaziken is not showing any favor to pushing away from this team fight. They want to make sure they don't leave Kyogre unattended.
And I love what they've done here with Mazo. They left him on the top path. He's had full vision of Evil Genius's evil plans. And so they've actually had to move back from where they were going to start the Ray fight. We've got, the Kyogre fight, my apologies. Couple of hits taken by Antaras, the Aqua Ring goes down, but now we're at a bit of a standoff. Obviously, Evil Genius is in the ascendancy with the points lead, meaning that Tuzi has to do something, or is Evil Genius is going to take the advantage here? They keep on pushing back and pushing back. Unite moves used as of yet. Wonderful Surf, catches 3. There goes the Sai, the Hydro Typhoon's in there as well. Infinite Cyburn to try and break up the melee. We've got the Eldegoss unlocking their Unite move, and it is truly outstanding team play from Evil Geniuses. 1, 2, 3 down. Mazo, despite all of that vision, all of that information, it was for naught. Evil Geniuses, what a team fight.
Yeah, just such incredible.
Again.
The Kyogre fight, my apologies. Couple of hits taken by Antaras, the Aqua Ring goes down, but now we're at a bit of a standoff. Obviously, Evil Genius is in the ascendancy with the points lead, meaning that Tuzi has to do something, or is Evil Genius is going to take the advantage here? They keep on pushing back and pushing back. Unite moves used as of yet. Wonderful Surf, catches 3. There goes the Sai, the Hydro Typhoon's in there as well. Infinite Cyburn to try and break up the melee. We've got the Eldegoss unlocking their Unite move, and it is truly outstanding.
Yeah, this right here is just like...
There goes the Sai, the Hydro Typhoon's in there as well. Infinite Cyburn to try and break up the melee. We've got the
like, that's all Blastoise right there. I'm sorry to say, like, Blastoise right now is like, it is such a strong Pokemon right now in general, but like the fact that it can just do that, like, you don't even need to level up to that. At level 7, you have the freaking Surf that it has the crowd control of a freaking entire lane with its wide ass hitbox, and then they just straight up wombo combo with that. Like, it was a good play, but like, goddamn, like they got nerfed Blastoise. Like, the Hydro Typhoon, it wasn't like itself wasn't that special. But then, like, the moment they get knocked up,
pushing back. Euic used as of yet wonderful surf, catches 3.
so like that Hydro Typhoon didn't really do much. It hits the Vaporeon, and then I think it hits the Blaziken.
The Hydro Typhoon's in there as well. Infinite Cyburn to try and break up the...
And there's the Gyarados knock up, and then Blastoise is able to follow up with Surf. Eject buttons as well to... I don't know if they did it to reposition or to close the distance between the Surf and the enemy targets, but like... Yeah, it's like Unite move from Gyarados into Surf from Blastoise. They get CC locked, and then Mew's able to kill secure with an Electro Ball.
Outstanding team play from Evil Geniuses. 1, 2, 3 down. Mazzo, despite all of that vision, all of that information, it was for naught. Evil Geniuses, what a team fight.
Yeah, just such incredible play by Ducky on this Blastoise. It feels like every single Surf and Hydro Pump stun combo is hitting at minimum 2 enemy targets on this 2Z squad, and just opens up a ton of space. So now, with these goal zones actually being debuffed until that 30-second timer ends, that's going to clear up even more space on this 2Z squad, and just opens up a ton of space. So now, with these goal zones actually being debuffed until that 30-second timer ends, that's going to clear up even more space. Blaziken goes down immediately. Matt's not able to steal away any of those Kyogre buffs, and Evil Genius is going to take this one all the way to the enemy home base.
I really do rate Blastoise in this current economy, Zoinks. I know I was going a little bit against the grain with Charizard Y being the big ban favorite for you guys. For me, I think throughout this tournament, we are going to see a lot more ban emphasis on Blastoise. Whether it comes with a lovely complimentary hat or not, we will find out. But what we do know for sure is as we enter the final 30 seconds here, Evil Geniuses is here to play. And that is such a bigger statement for me, Zoinks, because of how strong and competitive TuZi were throughout this first match.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a great contest. I really do think at the end game, it is tough to be outranged that much in poke damage. Mewtwo Y kind of stuck in that auto attack range at any given moment, and they try to step up and take any of these side strike aims, you're in range to get stunned out.
Yeah, they really got nerfed
Blastoise, or
Blastoise.
maybe taken out by this Meowth. But in the end, Kyrios is able to just kind of solar beam an Electro Ball to their heart's content at range.
Like what they got to do specifically is lower the damage on Surf. Like they can go about it multiple ways. Like raise the cooldown on Surf, lower the damage, freaking lower the hitbox, like make it more narrow and lower the hitbox for that stupid Surf. Maybe reduce the duration of the effect itself, which is like the CC.
Which made it really difficult for TuZi to start any of these fights. Very clean win from EG in game 1.
Blastoise is pretty freaking busted right now.
And I think even happier with the fact that I look at that Meowth influence, and we might get some stats later on, but it didn't feel to me like it was ridiculously impactful. Like there are some options that they can rotate to that I think that in this particular scenario might have done a little bit better, but it's all ifs, buts, and maybes. The important thing is that they've gotten this win across the line now, and the emphasis on TuZi will of course have that choice between map pick or draft priority. Which way are they going to go? For me, I think that picking up that Mega Gyarados is going to be essential.
Yeah, either picking it up or banning it at this point in time. You know, I think that Pokemon has got to go. I am curious about map selection too, Relic. This will be fun. In our first match on stage of the day, we did get to see both a Kyogre and a Groudon variant. I'm curious if that will be the situation.
Does kind of rages.
So much experience. So versing some of the Christmas.
I just want to see the draft really quickly. I know it was a really
defense spike on duo esports in the regional leagues. The Meowth to see how it performs on the big stage, and well, there it is. The blade.
Yeah, like to me, it's really weird. Yeah, like to me, it's just really weird because number one, I still think Mega Gyarados is ridiculously strong right now. So leaving that up is obviously weird to me. And not to mention, they also pick Gyarados as well, and they pick regular Gyarados, which I don't even like. despite the fact that, yes, it has that luxury of having a third item, it doesn't make sense to me that if they were going to pick Gyarados themselves, they leave that shit up for the enemy team to pick it. And then their first two picks were Vaporeon and Psyduck. But like on top of that, like Vaporeon is a very good defender. Don't misunderstand. But then also it's like you give these guys two of the strongest picks that are available right now for comp, which are Mega Gyarados and Blastoise. Then they go with Mewtwo Y and regular Gyarados. Regular Gyarados is whatever. Like it's seeing more, like people are playing it more often. Mewtwo Y can work in certain situations. Mew and Elagos, and then they round out with Blaziken. But like it's like they drafted such a, I don't want to say late game because that might be a little bit of an exaggeration. Like Mewtwo Y is more of a late game Pokemon than early game. Gyarados, same thing. Depending on how you do early game, it might feel like a late game Pokemon more than anything else. Blaziken, slightly weaker, but it's still a solid Pokemon overall. I don't know.
17%. Obviously, we're having matches that are occurring teams by macro-wise. I mean,
Whether it comes that's Orion, here comes that's table. What does it bring? Well, Electro Ball can waste. Endurance.
Wrong. Awesome, interesting.
Frightful situation if you're not prepared to go in.
Yeah, no, it is difficult. I mean,
the kid's crazy on loads of things, but I mean, I particularly. So he is going to.
Felt like the splash damage or the auto attack poke damage was fine, but it was a little bit short-sighted, if you will. Only having that auto attack could be kind of scary.
Doesn't even make much
poke
sense.
Damage from Curious
I'm
will be there.
Because I know they swap Pokemon, so I don't think that was actual. Let me just double check that. I did notice that, but usually when they swap,
that big and it's capable. It will contest, beginning free battle.
Oh yeah, it was bigger. Yeah, I don't even know why you would run
wild Pokemon and doing damage to opposing
that's self-healing.
Well. It's gonna be a fun one. Evil Geniuses bringing the newest available to competitive play Pokemon. Surfetch, unfortunately,
Leosian is gonna have the headache.
Raiding and sharing that damage is gonna be a to its HP recovery on its standard moveset.
Oh my god,
it does a lot. Raiding and so just some big.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's crazy on loads of things, but I mean, I particularly am impressed on that Mega Luke, but it does mean that Evil Geniuses will have priority with the Mega Gyarados potentially to lock in, and that is exactly what they do.
Okay, let's see if 2Z, yeah, there it is. Immediately going to be taking away the Blastoise. So we might see Evil Geniuses actually rotate onto something like the Vaporeon. 2Z Sports are going to take the Blastoise immediately. Mazo currently hovering at Delmise, but will be Leosin picking up the Eldegoss. We could look forward to a Delmise later in draft.
Okay, well, so this time around they take the Blastoise first. And they also chose Eldegoss.
Disruptions. I like the look of the Psyduck.
So,
if you're going to be throwing
in comparison to game number 1, they're taking away 2 of their picks.
Slowbro, hey, throw a Greninja in there. Actually, don't throw a Greninja in there. I wouldn't advise that. Curios, though, going to be sticking with that Mew. They're trying to keep as much of the band together as possible. Mazo, looking at a couple of these all-rounder options, I mean, it's certainly a wide-open field, a lot of interesting choices. We've got the Mewtwo Y that's going to be locked in once again, and Mazo is going to stick with
so they take away the Mewtwo.
Not a bad move, I don't think. I think he actually had a very good game.
Yeah, it looks fine.
No,
honestly,
Mewtwo Y is the
going
same.
On to this Mewtwo Y might be the biggest
Mewtwo Y and
concern
Gyarados
for
are the
me.
same.
I felt like the splash damage or the auto attack poke damage was fine, but it was a little bit short-sighted, if you will. Only having that auto attack could be kind of scary. Poke damage from Curios's Mew will be there. Vin, not having their Mimikyu available, and is going to swap away from the Meowth, 0 KOs.
Okay, so Vaporeon's their defender of choice. Sense.
Is going to be picking the stage
most of the time it's
Pokemon. Zeraora getting locked up.
Oh!
I love...
Zeraora for their last pick.
That Scyther is going to be picking the stage plushie Pokemon. Zeraora getting locked up.
I love the Zeraora pick. I think that, especially with a composition that wants to fight close together, a discharge at the right moment honestly adds, you know, you're worried about the Mewtwo-Y and the splash damage. I'm less worried now that Zero Aura is in the mix here. That said, up against your opposition, ADC attack damage carry in a Scythe, I mean, this thing has been decimating opponents. Not even just this season, Zoinks. We're looking back previous seasons, and often it has come from Latam. Of course, I think Peru really the real pioneers of Scyther in the modern age. It is a destructive force. You do not want to let it get ahead of the curve. And if Evil Geniuses can tweak and right the ship early game so that Tuzi Esports has a little bit less of their own way, I am very, very worried about how much the score could balloon, to the extent where Tuzi might not even have a chance once we hit that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have they're sticking to what they've found comfortable, so maybe they could just find a new angle into this final stretch. That might be our hope. But here we go. We got Christmas headed towards that top side again. In game number 2, Evil Geniuses returning to the purple side of the map. Tuzi Esports on that orange side.
A reminder, if you're just joining us then, it is not all over, not by a long stretch. It's only the second match of the day, and all of these teams will have plenty other teams within group to find Ws to make their way through to the single elimination bracket of day 2. But the more maps that you pick up here, the more Ws that you are able to find early on, it sets a rhythm at these in-person events, and rhythm is exactly what Evil Geniuses are trying to find now as that Scyther heads up onto the top path.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit faster of a clear compared to that Zero Aura. Scyther just doing so well these days in the metagame of clearing that central area at just a breakneck pace. Roland getting some stuns onto the Psyduck, and then maybe the more frustrating thing, also taking the enemy wild Pokemon. Roland, truly a master of this Pokemon already. Hasn't been in the metagame for too long, considering some of these Pokemon, but he's going to be bringing these Surf builds.
Really nice catch here, but are they able to find the KO? Yes, they are. A single auto from Genis, and now they surround the birds. That's all going to go into their favor.
Because they went Volt
just
Switch,
yet for Mats, but the Volt Switch
I'm just going to assume they're going Discharge.
All right, so I am interested to see how Roland Psyduck with that
Volt Switch and Wild Charge
beam ends up playing out, but it does make sense. Not a ton of auto attackers to really enable those bubble beam pops as much maybe outside of Christmas' Gyarados. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. Curios pathing some of these experience-based Pokemon towards their side of the map to get better secures. So far, working out great as they've kept Antaras down to just level 4.
A quick 6 here from the Vaporeon. Takes the score 12-0. Not much to look at here, but we will be taking a little gander at the central area sooner rather than later as Regidrago drops in to say hello. Both Gyarados is moving their way across the map quite successfully as well, as Vin Diesel will be heading central area. We've got Kennen here as well. Kennen, sorry, with the Mewtwo-Y unlocked, but that's poor timing. Look at that, out of Mega at potentially the worst possible moment. It's why Tuzi Esports has called in the reinforcements, but so have Evil Geniuses. Deep backline poke it from the Vaporeon, and that allows Kyrios on this Mew to take away the Regidrago. Tuzi Esports maybe taking a little look at going for a big pick here on the side.
Really got the kill secure with that Zero Discharge.
Yeah, nice play by Mats to pick up that KO. That Discharge and Full Switch timing works out just perfectly to KO that side before the shields could be generated by the goal zone. So nice timing there. Attempts a pull on the Vaporeon, but Ducky a little wise for those tricks. Gonna muddy water away.
And relax, but only for a few seconds because our first major Reggie stage is on the way. Interesting to see
could get level 9
lands,
if they do their full jungle
clear. Lands, honestly. This
they're doing their jungle clear too, but they're slightly ahead of this era.
Players there, although they are starting to move their way north.
So if it comes down to like a race
Mazo back
then
onto pad, and that is the door open to Christmas to go after the Regieleki, which is on top path, joined by Vin Diesel. Tuzi Esports going for the complete flip on bottom path. They're going to try and find a Reggie of their own. I think this is Dunzo, this T1 pad. It is 3v1 at the mercenary of the Regieleki. They do have enough points to score. They're just going to get those stacks up.
Yeah, exactly. Chris was very happy about that situation. Mazo is going to be content with that wild Pokemon spawning in on their enemy side. Ducky utilizing a flip turn is trying to get within range, potentially Solar Beam. Attempted to steal, but Matzi is going to pick that one up. Registeel goes in the favor of Tuzi Esports. That's a trade of bottom and top Reggies.
Still nil point on the board for Tuzi Esports, coming up to 4 minutes into this game. 1-2-5 for Evil Geniuses, managing the map masterfully.
Yeah, doing pretty impressive so far. Right now, we're just having these teams kind of roam around each other. A reminder, with that Tier 1 breaking on top side, Mazo has been able to take out so many wild Pokemon on their Gyarados, getting very, very close to the level 9. Problem is, they are trailing the Mega Gyarados of Christmas, so that Unite move is going to be a little bit lacking. They do unlock it, but with Christmas having the Finn up, that could be a dangerous team fight to have.
Well, certainly with the T1 gone, it does kind of make the decision for Tuzi Esports to go full send onto this bottom path. It's going to be a difficult wall to break through, though. You've got the Mew, the Vaporeon. Here comes Roland on the Psyduck, brings the Psychic Mazo into play. Discharge is down. There goes the Psy-Eye, dealing a bit of splash damage. We've got the Infinite Cyburn and the Hydro Typhoon both burned here as well. But finally, Ducky is the first to fall. That's a big pick for Tuzi. In comes the Solar Beam, stops Anthras in his tracks, and by the time they're able to make their way to Pad Zoinks, Evil Geniuses has already relocated.
Yeah, we already have the Vaporeon coming back from spawn as well. This early game, EXP share Vaporeon, it's going to have a very, very fast respawn time. So Ducky even making a heads-up play. Muddy Water into 4 enemy Pokemon might get your Pokemon knocked out, but it'll buy precious, precious time. Good exchange. Now Evil Geniuses has a lot of room to work with as they move to the top side of the map. Tuzi Esports instead going to try to favor getting some of these Unite moves back online instead of fighting over the Regieleki.
I think it's the right call. They're going to have to split their resources in terms of defense and attack, however. Certainly when you've got Vin Diesel and Chris Smith both lurking for an opportunity, they're going to leave Mazo, it seems, Tuzi to his own devices on this top path. Chris Smith with a little bit more vision before finally committing to the rotate downstairs.
Yeah, it does feel like we're going to have a solid team fight here as Roland does take a tremendous amount of damage, but Potion Sada can be back and healthy in just momentarily. Antaras getting a little bit of that Pollen Puff healing, and Roland again buying time. These little poke battles from Evil Geniuses, reminder, are going to favor the range of that Mew.
Antaras has got the Hydro Typhoon available.
They shouldn't even be fighting this. Gyarados is topside. But like this right here, to me, I've said this so many times, but like this is just general opinion right here. And it's happened so much in competitive gameplay that it actually triggers me to this point. But like, the only time this makes sense to me, and hold on, let me just do it because quite frankly, like this only makes sense to me when you have a Hoopa. If I'm on the side of EG, and it's not even like just any competitive team, if I see someone splitting at that objective, and we have the numbers to team fight, you can be damn sure, like, damn well be sure that if I'm on the side of EG, for example, I'm taking this because you know it's a 5 versus 4. Period. Like, they're already playing aggressive. I don't know why, because, like, this never ends well. And, like, to me, it's just, like, why? But, like, okay, so anyways, like, yeah, they want to contest the objective. I get it. But, like, if you know collectively as a team, you're gonna play for this objective, why not just have the Gyarados come down in advance and be with the rest of this team that's right here? Because, like, you have to think about it like this. Is the 40 points that you're scoring backcapping top lane worth what's about to happen right here? And I'm pausing it before it happens, so I could be completely wrong. Maybe they have the skill, or, like, they see an opportunity that I don't, and they win a 5 versus 4. But like,
no hook here from the discharge. Dragon Current though. There's the Hydro Typhoon. It is taken away from Anthras. Any sort of actually wait, no. Back up because 3 have gone down for Evil Geniuses. Make that 4.
And then see, like apparently I'm wrong, and somehow they won a 5 versus 4. What even happened?
Once again, but eats so much of the Solar Beam. No hook here from the discharge. Dragon Current though. There's the Hydro Typhoon. It is taken. Anthras has got the Hydro Typhoon available once again, but eats so much of the Solar Beam. No.
Okay, so
no hook here from the discharge.
Gyarados actually wasted their. Look, I don't want to say wasted, but like a big part of the Gyarados Unite move is the knockup. So they knocked up or tried to knock up the Blastoise, but because they're in their Hydro Typhoon animation, they actually don't get knocked up.
Dragon Current.
And then this Blastoise Unite moves is huge, by the way. Hitting everyone on the enemy team and knocking up 3.
It is taken away from Anthras. Any sort of actually wait, no. Much of the Solar Beam. No hook here from the discharge. Dragon Current though. There's the Hydro Typhoon. It is taken.
And then this right here is like, I do want to say it's kind of a misplay from Vin Diesel.
And Tharas has got the Hydro Typhoon available once again, but eats so much of the
So
Solar Beam. No hook here from the discharge. Dragon Current, though.
like, he ended up popping his Unite move on the Blastoise. But keep in mind, at this point, Blastoise is basically already almost dead. And he already got up all of his skills. Like, he got his Surf off, he got his Unite move off. At this point, like, the Unite move on the Blastoise, like, yeah, you're going for the kill secure. Maybe you'll get your reset.
As the Hydro Typhoon is taken away from Antharas, any sort of... Actually, wait, no. Back up, because 3 have gone down for Evil Geniuses. Make that 4. I thought that this was going to be a completely different story, but the Zeraora runs riot. 3 KO streak for Matt and the Reg Ice in pocket as well.
Yeah, not to mention kind of a 4v5.
There are a lot of misplays
situation
from
with
EG on
Mazo
this
putting
side.
in 50 points onto the top side. His goal zone will likely eventually go down. Solar Beam's cooldown not fast enough to stop 250 attempts, and that will be a huge score for Tuesday Esports. Lead now in their favor, a ton of experience, and some big KOs in that last team fight. That is a ton of momentum swinging in their favor.
I do love mathematics, Zoinks, and Tuesday Esports have played a blinder here, but there's no rest for the wicked. Another Regieleki approaches on top path with plenty of time to take it.
Yeah, so far this has been EG's room to work. Chris Smith is able to solo farm, Roland creates the disruption. It's a very simple but effective strategy that Evil Geniuses has been able to employ so far. But
That was a
now,
really huge
things are a
power
little bit
play
different.
from
Mazo, level 12,
Ozzy, though.
almost at that
The
level
fact that
13.
they won a 5 versus 4, they scored top, they scored bottom after winning a team fight, and actually took the point lead. Is huge.
Not too bad for EG.
They literally had 0 points. In a span of like a minute and a half, they got 170.
They could commit to the battle, but that might just be the battle. We're cutting it very close.
Oh!
Evil Geniuses completely unabashed. What a surf, and the Psyduck is removed from the map, but the Regieleki crucially into Evil Geniuses' hands. That Psyduck going to be coming back into play a lot sooner than I think Tuesday Esports would have hoped. They're going to prioritize positioning here for the central area for the fight.
Oh my god.
From Matt, can they get the KO? Yes, they can. Another surf from Antharas.
Yeah, Ducky's even made a Unite move and they're able to take down that Vaporeon. So it's Tails of Immortality, maybe a little bit of a tall tail. So now
Those are 2 huge picks from Zero right there.
We do have the green illusion dive should they wish to use it. Dragon Current also available for Evil Geniuses.
Still technically a 5 versus 4 until Vaporeon gets
I
here.
think they were hoping to try and bait Evil Geniuses
Here
in.
it is,
There is the
move.
Dragon Current though, and the Mega Gyarados is unleashed. We've got the Cottony Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon both used as well. 2 down for Evil Geniuses. We've got the Eldegoss down for Tuesday Esports, but there goes the Scyther. That's the ADC. That's the big pick that Tuesday Esports needed. Mats is truly running the game, but Chris Smith is going for a back cap. What do Tuesday Esports now? They're going for the rip on Groudon. They kind of have to with buff in hand. It's going to be a difficult moment though, Zoinks. Siege mode's engaged.
Yeah, now that they have that 100 points, Evil Geniuses might only need to take 1, potentially 2 buffs to turn this one around. So that counter score might be a well-tactful, employed strategy, but now they really got to make it happen. Big Electro Ball hits a couple of targets. They have vision of 4 Pokemon. Make it 5 as Leo's
That's
a
huge
big
pick right
pull.
there.
Kyrios down.
Vaporeon still got the Unite move available, and they're going to utilize it now. Full send for Tuesday Esports. This is the game, and Antharas has fallen. Who's going to fall next? Oh, it's the Scyther once again who's caught out. Check out Kenneth with this back line flank. 2 taken out. And it's a big price to pay for Evil Geniuses. Really great micro play from Tuesday Esports. Sees them retake the lead with 30 seconds to go. 38 down. Hundo Burger down. We're heading to game 3.
Wow, impressive stuff from Tuesday Esports. Not only getting and securing the Groudon, but having a fantastic push thereafter. Evil Geniuses, I think, just kind of caught in some tough decision-making moments of what target do we prioritize to try to take down and steal that Groudon buff. Great interference play by Tuesday Esports. And I think in the end, Matzi on this Zeraora actually able to win a 1v1 against Ducky's Vaporeon.
Yeah.
Just felt like a...
Yeah, that was
to use it. Dragon Current also.
Honestly, MVP in the last 2 minutes was definitely Zera. Not even, like, even before that, like, Zera just straight up won them the game with their picks.
Genius's hands.
And that's definitely not something you would hear me say often. That's true. Like, you don't even see Zera in competitive, like, in general.
Very close.
Like this right here,
Evil
very
Geniuses
nice play.
Complete.
The The discharge pullback with the volt switch combo, huge.
A lot sooner than they can. And
This right here
would have hoped they're going to prioritize.
Like the Psyduck dying beforehand was like, it was a nice play, but it didn't like determine the outcome of the game. Like they still spawn in time. Like because it wasn't during Kyogre, like yeah, getting caught out there is not great, but at least you'll still spawn for the Kyogre fight itself.
Positioning here,
but then
for
like
the central area for the
this right here is different because not only are you pulling their defender, and obviously not the most ideal target out of everyone on their team, but if you can get a pick on someone and you can punish them, then by all means, it doesn't matter who you grab as long as you grab someone. So yeah, the Volt Switch with the discharge pull pulls Vaporeon into literally 5 people. There's 4 people right there. Blastoise is right around the corner.
Great pull.
They're forced to Unite move.
From Matt. Can they get the KO? Yes, they can.
And keep in mind, because the esports already won a 5 versus 4 and they were the 4, now the shoe's on the other foot. It's a 5 versus 4, but this time around they're the 5 and the enemy team's the 4. And it's right before Kyogre. Like, Kyogre's right about to spawn too. So that's what makes this pick onto the Vaporeon actually worthwhile and meaningful. Because when you're down one person, that one person being not available for the last team fight makes it all that much more important.
Another serve from Anthras.
Yeah, Ducky's even made a Unite move and able to take down that Vaporeon. So it's Tails of Immortality, maybe a little bit of a tall Tails. Now Groudon is starting to get ripped down. Scyther in range on the top side.
We do have the Green Illusion dive should they wish to use it. Dragon Current also available for Evil Geniuses. They've started to slow down to Z Esports. I think they were hoping to try and bait Evil Geniuses in. There is the Dragon Current though, and the Mega Gyarados is unleashed. We've got the Cottony Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon both used as well. 2 down for Evil Geniuses. We've got the Elder Gods bait Evil Geniuses in. There is the Dragon Current. We do have the Green Illusion dive should they wish to use it. Dragon Current also available for Evil Geniuses. They've started to slow down to Z Esports. I think they were hoping to try and bait Evil Geniuses in. There is the Dragon Current though, and the Mega Gyarados is unleashed. Current also
I'm just trying to see what exactly happened in that
slow
little
down to Z Esports. I think they were hoping to try and bait
there's the Mega
Geniuses in.
There's the Mega Gyarados Unite move. There's the Mew Unite move.
There is the
There's the Mega Gyarados knock-up right there. On
Dragon Current though.
Opposing Gyarados. Other Gauss pops are Unite
and
move.
the Mega Gyarados
Scyther goes in.
is unleashed. We've got the Cotton available for Evil Geniuses. They've started to slow down to Z Esports. I think they were hoping to try and bait Evil Geniuses in. There is the Dragon Current though, and the Mega Gyarados is unleashed. We've got the Cottony Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon both used as well. 2 down for Evil Geniuses. We've got the Elder Gods down for Tuzi Esports, but there goes the Scyther. That's the ADC. That's the big pick that Tuzi Esports needed. Mats is truly running the game, but Chris Smith is going for a back cap. What do Tuzi Esports now? They're going for the rip on Groudon. They kind of
2 buffs to turn this one around. So that counter score might be a well-tactful employed strategy, but now they really got to make it happen. Big Electro Ball hits a couple of targets. They have vision of 4 Pokemon. Make it 5 as Leos joins the ranks. That's a big pull. Kyrios down.
Vaporeon still got the Unite move available, and they're going to utilize it now. Full send for Tuzi Esports. This is the game, and Anthras has fallen. Who's going to fall next? Oh, it's the Scyther once again who's caught out. Check out Kenneth with this back line flank. 2 taken out. And it's a big price to pay for Evil Geniuses. Really great micro play from Tuzi Esports. Sees them retake.
Then a first airport again? No, not
30
yet.
seconds to go. 38 down.
This is the best of 3 series. They won the first game.
We're heading
and
to
Root did won the first series as well.
Wow, impressive stuff from Tuzi Esports. Not only getting and securing the Groudon, but having a fantastic push thereafter. Evil Geniuses, I think, just kind of caught in some tough decision-making moments of what target we prioritize to try to take down and steal that Groudon buff. Great interference play by Tuzi Esports.
I would say, like, what surprised me more than anything else so far is not the gameplay, it's the drafting. Like, okay, first of all, the first series, I didn't even get to see what the fuck happened. Like, I don't know if you guys watched it live when it happened, but like literally back-to-back games, the first 2 matches just felt like a waste of time because I didn't even get to see the ending for both matches. Like, they legit had some weird-ass production issues. then these are honestly like the first two matches that I'm actually watching. The games themselves are okay. I'm just a little bit more confused about the drafting in matches that I've seen.
And I think in the
more
end,
than anything
Maxi
else.
on this Zeraora actually able to win a 1v1 against Ducky's Vaporeon.
Yeah.
Just felt like a linchpin moment on top of that tier 2. And 2Z Esports racking up the score and getting one on the match board.
Anthras with a massive second half there. So many great serve catches. As you rightly point out, Matt's there able
You have stopped watching it happen live?
to get a couple of hooks as well, drag out of
Maybe,
position, that
maybe.
Psyduck force into the Unite move. All for naught, we should add as well, which makes they become
Rolling on the Eldegoss, and they have the chance to pick up the Psyduck as well. So that we will be getting Psyduck Eldegoss. That is a lot of damage reduction availability when we get to the late game.
Where'd you go support-wise? Well, they're taking away the Mew from Kyrios, so without that Pokemon for the first time, Al Creamy enters the fray. Leosian, of course, you've got that Unite move, a static Unite move, but I think, again, given Evil Geniuses like to cobble together and play as a 5, not really split pushing all that much, that could fall into the hands of 2Z Esports quite handsomely.
Yeah, 2Z Esports has really enjoyed these like kind of hyper carries, and Alcremie has quickly become one of the better Pokemon at enabling that, especially on multiple melee comps. Ceruledge, Gyarados, really going to enjoy that recover moveset to be able to return to. Now, range all of a sudden has become a bit different of a contest between 2Z and Evil Geniuses, right? We have Curios on Machamp, which, wild. Let's see how broken Machamp is. But 2, we got Vin on the Glaceon, a Pokemon that I, truly have a tough time with, but I'm not discounting its power
Damn,
level.
the Zera respect ban.
Glaceon so phenomenal.
EG got traumatized by the Zera that last game.
Shellbell drive lane style of build on this Pokemon, not the Cursed Incense. There is a chance we do see the Icy Wind build from this Pokemon for a little bit longer of range, kind of avoid that mid-range battling, instead go for some long-range secure opportunities, especially with Machamp and Mega Gyarados doing a lot of your upfront damage. But you might want some consistent damage to play around there. So we'll see. It's really a contest of range and burst versus consistent damage and enabling your all-rounders.
It does feel, I agree completely, it does feel like Icy Wind with that Ceruledge straight in the sights. I mean, will one Icy Wind take out a Ceruledge? No, but in these types of brawls, in the battles that we've seen so far, over 2 games worth, by the time that the Icy Wind does come into play, it could make all the difference. And the difference maker, this is where they become legends, folks. It's game 3 for the first time today.
Yeah, and we are with EG on the purple side and 2Z on the orange side. However, Evil Geniuses are looking to change that pretty quickly. I think it's Ducky going for a bit of an invade on this Psyduck into the enemy central area, and just shy of getting that red buff. Metzi, again, wise to these tricks, is actually going to favor that Pokemon first and foremost to get that damage done.
It is a fantastic battle. I'm glad that we are just watching the invade, just to purely marvel in this wonderful costume, looking to try and get that final hit, but great, again, they just missed out, and they're not able to get their passive away. Their headache is not going to buy them space, so the K-opener
that right there is
the
unfortunate.
Ceruledge, importantly, already up to level 5 and heading down to bottom path.
That basically just means the Psyduck invade just
I know Ducky is a huge
was
fan
irrelevant
of
at
the
that
central
point.
area invasion strategies. However, normally when we're seeing those implied by this player, it's with something like a Mammothwine or even a Phantom in some of these situations. A defender that is a bit more in the tank. Psyduck, though, certainly a lot of HP to work with, and those stunts, even in the early game, pretty phenomenal. Nice play by Matzy, though, to pick up an enemy Pokemon with that Bitter Blade and its gigantic range that it has to work with.
And that War Turtle will have Hydro Pump, and that's exactly what's going to claim the Eldegoss. Sent back to the Pokemon Center. Plenty of early scores from 2Z Esports on both paths. And yet again, Zoinks, it's Mazo onto the Gyarados first as we go for an invade on the other side now. 2 KO streak for this, 2 KO streak, for this Muken. That's absolutely rolling in it.
Really impressive stuff from 2Z Esports to kind of see this situation, right? They don't see the Glaceon enter either of the top or bottom paths, and they see the Machop have to rotate away to get a little bit of experience. They know they are in a commanding position and try to take that all the way to the bank. Now, good response by Evil Geniuses to try to defend this central area. Leosin going to be the only one to fall for it. totally fine. Your support tanking for Matzy to get more levels and more scores is absolutely worth it.
It feel like a necessary sacrifice. They decided to 180 and protect the rest of the team just to try and draw away the Evil Genius's focus. Complete 50-50 coin flip here. It's going to go over to the Evil Genius side. Chris Smith retreating immediately. Mazo being taken down by the Glaceon. Those are some low health bars though. Evil Geniuses brush off the pressure to come away with a Reggie Drago in pocket.
All right, so a few questions answered in that last battle. Will be Vin on the Icy Wind build of this Glaceon, so having a bit more burst damage, and already we can see his effectiveness into that enemy Sarah ledge. Roland trying to keep Chris Smith up in the situation, who was able to get a quick score, does have the Reggie Drago buff in that last team fight you called, Relic, picking that secure up. Can be tough to tell when there's Gyarados on either side. Same icon, whether it's Mega or not. Different colored border, I guess, is a little bit to help out which team it's on. But either way, great stuff from Chris Smith and great employed. On the top side, it looks like they might not be done fighting, though, as we have the Alcremie and the standard Gyarados teeing up against another all-rounder and supporter on the other side.
Yeah, Mazo kind of forced into a reactive role here. Lovely surf once again and misses out. My goodness, Mats was so desperately close to taking out Chris Smith. They still might get the opportunity.
Oh, what is that? Oh, my Lord! That was horrendous in a bad way. Did you see this Sarah?
Misses out. My goodness, Mats was so...
That was just depressing to watch, man. Like, all you gotta do is watch Sarah and just wonder what the hell did this guy just do. So he whipped his Phantom Force. He whipped his Unite move. He's still going aggressive, by the way. Gets submission by Machoke, not Machamp, Machoke, and just dies on that meeting pad. Nah, bro, that was...
We've got the Unite move from Glaceon coming down. Does
that was bad, man.
Slows, and it does mean that Evil Geniuses are able to fend off Tuzi Esports. That was a really... Again, Unite moves having to be used, but I think it's worth it since Tuzi Esports already have the lead. You don't want to go to 100 plus at this early stage.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, keep that lead in this situation. I mean, I gotta call it out. Unfortunately, I think that Sarah Ledge Unite move didn't mark a single enemy target. Just a bit of
because everyone's playing Surf, Hydro Pump, Blastoise, there's really no hard counter for Blastoise.
Submission Machoke at the moment, able to line up for a really good play. They defend that goal zone, they get the KO into the enemy central area Pokemon. Nice secure by Kenneth. That Electro Ball, so phenomenal. Doesn't matter if an enemy Pokemon takes priority target, the splash damage is so good at getting the secures around these objectives.
Now presumably looking to get Surf. Well, maybe not Surf as early as possible because Evil Geniuses could see which way the wind was blowing. Yeah. Rather than Regieleki take the zone.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man.
Exactly. Yeah, that's totally
if
fine.
If you don't want to play it, or if you don't want to play against it, just ban it
as quickly as they possibly can. It looks like our next team fight. Well, I was gonna say it might be favored around the top side of the map, but Tuzi Esports actually gonna relent a little bit of space. Maybe try to bait a single member of Evil Geniuses away from that goal zone into some of this limited tall grass and try to take some of these fights. But at the moment, I mean, Sarah Ledge, after going down in that team fight last time we saw them on the top side, has just had to perma farm for what feels like 2 minutes now.
Oh, poor Kyrios. I mean, they've only just hit Machamp, just shy of half-time. They are well behind the curve. Yet another decent serve here from Anthras before they retreat back to relative safety. Our next Reggie phase on the way. All 10 members, you could throw a blanket over them, Zoinks.
Yeah, everybody hanging out here on the top side. And yeah, you were absolutely right. Evil Genius is really struggling in that level department, but not having a lot of wild Pokemon to surge down at the moment. That tier 1 still being up. Submission is able to kind of tank a lot of these surf mechanics. We see it into the blast.
Oh, nice.
A bit. Big Hydro Typhoon.
Hydro Pump will finish off the Machamp. Anthras does lose 50% of the health bar.
That was a pretty nice blast.
Too much about that, but they might care about this. Here goes the Dragon Current. Ready to the back line. Forces out the Eldegoss Unite move. Almost instantaneously, the Reggie Steel heading back to their place of spawn. Full health bar back in play. Anthras gets caught on the wall. That might be a decider, and indeed it's not for Tuzi Esports, who do claim the Reggie Steel. Can they now use this buff to their advantage? Submission, Machamp finally coming through with not one, but 2 KO or / assists. Moving now onto pad. This is surely going to be a T1 crack, and indeed it is. They don't risk the 50. They go for the 38. It brings them back to within 18 Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Ducky gonna fly back home into their home base. Their lair? I guess a superhero doesn't have a lair. I don't know what they're called. We'll ask the authorities. Either way, we're gonna have a Reggie Drago spawning in the middle, but more importantly, this Reggie Alecki has first appeared. Tuesday Esports after kind of taking that last one on the chin, rotating quickly around. And again, you'll see Mazo focusing mostly on these objectives, on Tharos and Leoza and playing Bubble, but everybody else has to get those wild Pokemon. You see the Ceruledge and the Mew constantly hiding out in their own central area, trying to keep this level pace ahead of where EG is.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Roll with the punches. If you're going to lose out on an objective, which Tuzzy didn't, by the way. Of course, they do take the Reggie Steal. They lose the T1. Just move on to the next thing. Always look 2 steps ahead. And now we're looking at the Reggie Drago. That's gone pretty quickly as well. I don't think it's going to lead to any quick scores per se. Evil Geniuses are well equipped on that top part to be able to defend everything. But it does give Tuesday Esports a moment of reprieve to look at their own map. There's not really many yellow dots. And so vision, information, the key moment here.
Another extremely close game that we have here in game number 3, 101 to 119, and just 40 seconds away from our final stretch when Groudon's going to be showing back up. Tharos takes a little bit of damage, but again, that Surf plus Shield, so phenomenal. Unite moves.
That is a very bad Unite move, by the way.
That is both Mew
very bad.
Defensively, big
Mew and Blastoise Unite move at 35.
They had us in the first half. We'll see whether they can convert in the second sheaf, because to lose 2 majorly defensively based Unite moves is not good if you are a new viewer here in the Unite Championship Series before 2 minutes.
I love our analysis. Not
too.
good.
Not good.
Not good. This is a tricky spot to be so far. Curios making sure they're bubbling out, getting vision. Again, that submission as a really safe play. They're going to go right into the back line, though.
Glacial stage, big submission!
That no!
As the Ceruledge didn't even get a chance to use the Revenant Rend, and goes to Mega Gyarados with 2
Ceruledge both died without uniting.
Is being ejected from the map. 3 KOs now for Chris Smith. Another submission. He keeps on catching them for a Terra. It was an awful first half for Kiro's. Not his own doing, by the way. It's a credit to Tuesday Esports.
Vision again, that submission as a really safe play. They're going to go right into the back line. No. Good.
Not good.
Not good. This is a tricky spot to be so far. Curios making sure they're bubbling out, getting vision. Again, that submission as a really safe play. They're going to go right into the back line.
Where did he?
No.
Glacial stage, big submission!
Tricky spot to be so far. Curios making sure they're bubbling out, getting vision. Again, that submission as a really safe play. They're going to go right into the back line, though.
Glacial stage.
Okay, I had to rewatch it like 3 separate times just to see what happened. Okay, so obviously the El Creamy got submissioned and united by the Machamp. But I also want to point out, by the way, so like, don't focus the El Creamy. The El Creamy got grabbed by submission Machamp and then they got united, alright? Like, that happened.
Tricky spot.
Look at the Ceruledge, by the way. Specifically just Ceruledge. Alright, you can see them off in the corner, and if for whatever reason you can't see them, this is the person that you want to look at. Like, I was trying to see what happened, but because they were overlapping with each other, like, it was kind of hard for me to see. Bro, okay, so...
To be so far. Curios making sure they're bubbling out, getting vision. Again, that submission as...
So, Machamp goes in, and by the way, like, they're not respecting the submission Machamp. Keep in mind, because Blastoise and Mew pop their Unite moves early, like, they can't be as aggressive as they would want to be. But not only that, once Machamp uses their submission, like, they begin their skill animation, there are very few things that can stop Machamp in general, alright? Like, unless you have something that hard crowd controls them, or, like, specifically, just as an example, something like a Slowbro Unite move or a Mimikyu Unite move, there are very few things that are going to stop Machamp from running at you if it wants to, alright?
Really
so, it cross-chopped to get in range, it grabbed the Mimikyu. Here's, look at the Ceruledge specifically. So initially they Phantom Force, which is right. Like, they Phantom Force and evade the Machamp Unite move.
No.
But then they ended up using Phantom Force, and they still get clipped by the Machamp Unite move. And then not only that, because they got briefly stunned, they get bursted by Vin Diesel's Icy Wind Glaceon, so they die without even uniting. And like, okay, it was already bad enough because 2 people on Tuzzy united before Kyogre even spawned. Or sorry, Groudon. Just to be specific, Groudon. So, Blastoise and Mew already united before Groudon even spawned. They united at 235. But then not only that, it's like, the 2 people that did have Unite moves, or 2 of the 3 people that had Unite moves, don't even get to use it for the last team fight of the game. Because 1, Alcremie just gets caught out. 2, the Ceruledge fucking Phantom Forces into the Machamp Unite move. Like, brother, you, like, how does that even happen? Like, you can literally aim the skill. Like, you Phantom Force, which, like, you initially Phantom Force right here, which is right, you evade the skill. But how is it that you went from here, and then Phantom Force this way, get clipped by the Machamp Unite move? Like, you can go over here, 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 but you literally pick the one direction, and no, that's not a pun to the band, like, you pick the one direction that is literally where you're not supposed to go, and then you just die. Like, it's a 2-part process. They Phantom Force into the Machamp Unite move, and then they literally just get melted by the freaking Icy Wind Glaceon. Keep in mind, so when it comes to Icy Wind Glaceon, the one good thing about it, or like one of the few good things about it, is the fact that instead of, so if you're comparing Icy Wind Glaceon to Icicle Spear Glaceon, overall, if you're landing all your spears in Icicle Spear, you'll do more damage over time. But the difference between Icy Wind and Icicle Spear is that whoever you're using your Icy Wind on, it's all upfront burst damage. You're not wasting it, like, you're not wasting any time. It's just like straight up burst. And that's why they just melted instantly. So it's like, yeah, you caught the end of the Machamp Unite move, but that's not what's doing majority of the damage, because like you only got hit by part of it. The bigger thing about that is that you're getting crowd control, because Machamp's Unite move is just straight up crowd control plus damage. This guy, it's just like, okay, well, Icy Wind, you're just dead. You don't get to Unite move. So then you have 2 people that are just dead without uniting. These 2 people, I'll just put giant question marks because I don't know what the fuck you 2 were doing. And then, literally, it's just Gyarados. Gyarados is the only one on the team at this point that can potentially do something. But keep in mind, it's a team game. So even if you do have Unite move, it's like, you're also facing several people on the enemy team. Like, it's like you versus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Machamp already did their job, by the way. Like, although Machamp is low, you kill one person straight up by yourself, and then the other person you contribute to their death, which is this guy over here. So it's like, at this point, what do you even do?
Big submission! That ice cream has been melted! As has the Ceruledge, didn't even get a chance to use the Revenant Rend. In goes the Mega.
And then, like, right into the back. I'm at this point, I'm only gonna look at Gyarados. Gyarados is the only person that I can even look at this point where they can maybe make a difference.
Glacial stage, big
so they pop their Unite move, by the way.
submission!
So here they are.
That ice cream has been melted!
They land their Unite move on one person, but the moment they come out of their Unite move, and keep in mind the Mega Gyarados on EG ulted second, so no matter what, their Unite move is going to last longer in the sense that because they channeled second, they can out duration the opposing Gyarados, which is this guy over here. So then they get knocked up, by the way. They get knocked up by the, the Gyarados on the EG side. And then they get cross-chop submission by Machamp. And then on top of that, they just die. Like, they literally just got chain CC'd out of their skill animation.
In goes the Mega Gyarados
They didn't even get to play the game.
Esports is being ejected from the map. 3 KOs now for Chris Pitts. Another submission. He keeps on catching them for a terror. It was
like, I genuinely don't even know.
Kiro's not his own doing, by the way. It's a credit to
what even
Esports
happened.
that they were able to restrict him.
Like, I do know. I just don't even know how it even ended up this way.
Now that he's online, now that he has all the tools and the level scaling at his disposal, he's made a big difference. Revenant Rend used in vain, trying to stop.
Oh, and then finally, by the way, hold on.
Now that he has all the tools and the
Sarah Ledge comes back, by the way. So Sarah Ledge comes back. Pops their Unite move in a 1 versus 5. Only hits one person, by the way. Like, Machamp is in their score animation, so they don't even get tagged.
He's made a big difference.
It's one person, Phantom Forces, and it's like, okay, guys, I can't do it. And
to stop this T1 crack, it's not gonna happen. It's one-way traffic. It's evil geniuses.
Yeah, it's a minute left on the clock, but the writing is on the wall at the moment. EG currently tearing it up in this bottom path, and they're gonna run these.
And it's unfortunate because the person that's playing Sarah Ledge this game is the Zera from last game. And they played really well in the end game too. Like, Zera was the one that honestly won them game number 2. So then when it got banned this time around, and then they got forced on the, like, I don't know, I don't know what, keep in mind, I don't follow Latam. Like, I haven't been watching it this year, so I don't know what these guys play in general, but yeah, this Sarah Ledge game was just not it, man. I think if they weren't whipping their Unite move, they weren't using it. And then they were just
pretty
dead.
Phenomenal showing from them in that final moment. I mean, you have to face it. A pretty big mistake on 2Z Esports side, exposed by Evil Geniuses.
This one's
and then from
like, I'm not even gonna watch the
on,
rest of this. I don't need to. I already know.
Of the remainder of this matchup, impressive stuff.
I heard Seru is pretty popular in the TAM. I think Sarah Ledge is a good jungle. I just don't think they played it well. I think he might be confused. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think these are 2 E. I can just fast forward.
Are live for EUIC, where we host the AOS Cup. We are at the Excel Center here in London, where our teams are competing up on that big stage. This is day 1, our group stages, where teams are going to move.
I've been trying to crack my back for like the last like 30
and then tomorrow
minutes.
we're going to see that single.
So if I'm like moving around in my chair awkwardly, that's probably the reason, guys. Just FYI.
All stripes, and we are looking at some of our Unite matches there in the Unite Hive before we head on over to these two here in the booth. Hi, Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spreggles, yeehaw, all the things, and the greatest Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks.
Hopefully the only Dupe Snacks at this rate.
No, there's many, but you are
that
the greatest.
Is wild work. I'm learning that at the same time you all are. Both NA teams that are in our regional leagues continue their undefeated match streak here to kick off our day at EUIC. Both Evil Geniuses and Root Dig taking down some.
Damn, Citadel 2-0 in the group? Sheesh. So they, at the very least, they either beat... No, wait. Beat the Latam team and they beat the EU. And Root Dig won their first Yeah, so Citadel played EU and Latam off stream, 1-2-0. Then Latam North was okay. That makes EG we just saw, they won against Tuzzy, and Aftermath won against EU past the baguette. Komai 2-0, Peru United 2-0. So those are, I think Komai is like a top 3 EU right now, and then Peru's are the defending world champions. I don't know much about the Group C, if I'm being honest, but you know, H3 and Los Duros are up 1.
Wins. Now, let's take a look at Citadel Gaming 2-0 in the group.
That is amazing for them. Their match against CACM is going to mean
Wait,
a lot.
Aftermath won a series? Holy
CACM
shit, yo, facts,
obviously
bro.
takes down Planet JJ's and Nova Legion. However, if Citadel picks up a win on Root Dig, they are just cruising right through day number 2. Excited to see that squad, one of our regional teams out of North America that has had a bit of a rocky start, but a really strong roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you know, Citadel Gaming themselves, of course, formerly you might know them as Team YT.
Wait a minute, Aftermath won their game?
This is huge! Pasta baguette.
Okay, I think that's the funniest thing I've heard from Spraggles. That is so fucking hilarious.
Unfortunately, not carrying the that bread-like torch.
Yo,
forward.
Spraggles is roasting.
For
Oh my
Aftermath
god,
Esports,
bro.
A big-time win on a big-time stage and a great way.
Yeah,
to
I
celebrate.
think I'm gonna be honest. I think at this point, Aftermath Esports are just the NA meme.
That
2026.
bread-like torch forward. But for Aftermath Esports, a big-time
Wait,
win
y'all
on
won?
a big-time stage and a great way to kick
Oh
off their
my god,
Taking a look
bro.
at Group E here. Rush Hour up 1 game. Rework Esport Core struggling a little bit. However, in Group F, we've got Rework Esport
Dude, that is
Gear
crazy, man.
with a win. MTZ Esport unfortunately losing to both them and Los Caducados.
Hey,
who
why
are
are Group
also
E too?
undefeated
Why
in
are
their
Group
I
E
mean,
so slow?
I do want to highlight
they only play one
Aftermath here
match.
a bit. This is a squad that started off their regional season in an extremely rocky place. They've lost every single match. They have not gotten a single win in North America. However, they are showing up here. They are getting better every time we do see them, so I'm excited for that squad. Well, let's talk about a squad who has not had that problem. BH3.
That is a
They are
blurb.
undefeated in EU, the only team out of their region.
Yeah, I gotta record the audio,
and really,
man.
like, in a dominant fashion, too. A very undeniable force. Now, BH3, great when playing at home. We're looking at U-Town Megu here for BH3, and I'll tell you what, they want to start delivering in person because those two are phenomenal players in the EU region but have not found the onstage success that they would so desperately desire.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, they were on a couple
Someone actually-
absolute
they finally
all-star
banned
teams,
Blastoise.
just
Oh
haven't
my
been able to
God.
get it done in some of these live events, whether that be Worlds or when they were on Tally Bobo, you know? I mean, there were just a few situations like that. First pick, no, not surprised when it does not get banned out. We have Mega Char Y for BH3. So far, the encounter rate at 100% is either picked or banned every game.
As it should be. Now, what's sticking out to me is we still got a duck that's floating around, and that's where I would be going if I'm BH3 right now.
What's up, Luca?
And
Luca?
Vaporeon also not a bad spot.
Oh, Mega Charizard
As now
Y
Duck can go
made
back
it through
the
the
other way.
bans.
BH3, when they're getting Charmega.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is something that I've noticed a lot. These matches I've seen. It's like, just when you think people are being sensible when it comes to like stuff they ban, then it's like, oh, something else that is like objectively strong makes it through the bans, and then
Charizard Y, it's unsurprising that they're winning games.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, such a power pick, a really scary one to give your opponents. We still have Mega Gyarados on the table as well. However, it looks like we're going to be locking in that Slowbro, one of the hardest counters to some of these Megas out there. A very strong strategy. And, you know, it's definitely something, if Megu didn't have Vaporeon, Slowbro is an easy one for them to slot in.
Without a doubt. Voltigons Unite is playing maybe a different game than maybe you and I are with these draft picks. And BH3 to the victor go the spoils here. They are winning in the region for a reason.
Yeah,
and
bro.
we're giving them high octane picks.
Going to last year's meta, man.
However, Mega
Dodrio
Gyarados
and
bypassed
Buzzwole
by
from last
BH3,
year.
meaning we might have a gutter Mega Gyarados pick, something I did not think I would be saying.
I know, we had a Gutter Gengar earlier. Now we've got the Gutter Gyarados here on the side of Volticons. We definitely have the more, what would be looked at as impactful Mega on the side of BH3, but Mega Gyarados extremely powerful, seen in most of our games today, especially the ones on broadcast here. As we take a look to the side of BH3, a Pokemon we don't see as much anymore, the three-headed bird. We've got Dodrio with an 11% encounter rate. This now has, really felt like a Pokemon where it's either you have a player who is unbelievably good on it or you stay far, far away.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, the Dodrio is going to be a tip of the cap. Snow, who's had themselves some pretty bomb games with the Scizor Scyther, gonna be a Scyther, and can really, pun intended, snowball games early, because one, that's what Scyther does, but two, Snow specifically knows how to make a quick, violent impact with Scyther.
Is good.
So really, it's up to BH3 to mitigate that first engagement when the Scyther gets involved. If they can do that, the high-octane, high-powered selections they have on their team, I think is going to really help them carry through.
You're looking at one.
If you guys ever want, so just a reminder. You guys ever wonder why in-game prices and like the microtransactions are just going through the roof? It's because they can't sell the esport events tickets, man. Look at this. 1, 5, 10, 15, like 20 over here, like 25, 30, like 33 behind my camera. Empty seats over here. Like, brother, like, oh my god, this is sad, man.
One of the biggest squads from Europe right now, for sure. One of the, teams people
Brother,
are
stop
most hyped for in B.
Stop moving the camera, man. You're making it look worse.
Set for our first game here in Group 3, BH3 Esport, your purple team. Volticons Unite, your orange team. This is still our group stage, Doob Snacks. You want to win all of these to make sure you make it to day 2.
Without a doubt. Utah Megu, partners in crime, going to the bottom path. We've got
How big the player base is
from the bot side, and they are not sussed out. Already, we have the Snow working through. Oh, a nice little astonish there. Sazro is going to try and slow down Snow and really keep that impact limited early.
Yeah, you want to see if you could steal this away. Not able to make it happen. They will be able to hit their level 5 if they can get to that piece of experience, but they might just head down to the bottom path here and let this Mew give them a little something. It looks like Sazro going to walk across, and no secures here for the Hoopa, but so much time wasted, so much pressure put on your opponents, and with that EXP share, you're not too stressed. Nice KOs in the top path, and we are stacking up with Dodrio. And look at this, a little bit of revenge here. We're seeing if Snow can take down the Hoopa, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, Kranix getting the K opener in that top path on the Buzzwole, and shortly behind them is Reisu getting one for themselves as well. So, Snow, not the early impact, because the rest of BH3 is stepping into the role for him.
And look at Volticons right here. I mean, just getting this Gyarados online. Really strong start for that, their squad. But of course, BH3 having a very powerful fight in that top path, as we talked about before. Leon now looking to see if there's any bit of this they can take. The Scald. Yeah, you can take it. Buzzwole's going to be the one who gets the experience there, though. They picked it up, slammed it down on that wild Pokemon.
That poor Magikarp, man.
Pokemon that every time
watching a lane partner die twice as a Magikarp must be so sad because there's nothing you can do. And you're just flopping around, gasping
really
for
feels
oxygen.
At this point, always will be.
Just think in the hands of these pros, the amount that, the value you can get out of some of this displacement is incredible. As we have Snow looking for a KO right here on the other side. Rezu on this continuing to push. The jump kick picks up the KO, and they're going to keep chasing. The Crustle, they get the berry. The tri-attack doesn't hit, but what a fight.
What a fight. Well done by Reisu. Great backdoor approach. Gonna absolutely get a killer flank. Tons of knockouts as well. Scrambling back is Utah. Sazra providing cover. Solar Beam is there.
Bro,
Can't get
this
the
slow,
knockout.
bro, man. Oh
And
my
guess what?
god.
It's another one for Reisu. They're almost
If
level
you're
9
going
at
for the
7
feet
minutes
to
and
win
30
strike,
seconds.
Yeah,
you're
Reisu
succeeding,
is doing
brother.
exactly what you want a Dodrio to do. It just cause an insane amount of chaos into the enemy team, and when you get that level advantage, you are cruising. Nice big X Scissor. Vaporeon does go down. That's good for Volticons right there, but still, BH3 feeling pretty good. Level 9 on the bird. They've got their Unite move. No Unite move on the side of Volticons.
You do have the Charizard evolution as well. Off their Unite move for now, but that is going to be coming in short order. BH3 really commanding the early stages of this game. Resu going straight for the rip. Everyone else is just biding time because they are in absolute control. Volticon's going to focus down this Regieleki. We'll see if Kranix wants to get in the mix with Buzzwole. No, they're just going to let it walk. They're going to let it go, and they're going to uppercut Slowbro out of here.
Here we go. This could be a good push for them. We have the Hoopa having to peel back right here. This walks. Now we can get some pretty smart scoring for the side of Volticons, but no, that Eos energy stolen away from the Gyarados. They're going to have to decide how or if they want to break this goal zone. Utah coming up to the top.
bro,
half.
again?
They are level
Brother,
9.
what are you
They're looking
doing,
for a
man?
fight.
Killer
That has an
flank here
average,
again.
like,
BH3
life
moving
expectancy of, like, 30
incredibly
seconds.
tactfully across this
Bro has
map.
died literally, like,
Shrink that
every,
goal
like,
zone,
45
keep their
seconds. I'm
score
not even
lead,
kidding.
And now
Like, that's a
huge
fact. You can
rotation.
rewind
We've got
the tape.
so many Unite moves on the side of BH3.
I generally don't know what this guy's doing.
Complete control here.
Yeah, at any moment this fight could kick off. Snow on the other side, I mean, that's a level 10 Scythe. They're extremely powerful, but level-wise, things are great for BH3, and they do have the
I think Brother thinks because he's playing a defender, he gets a hall pass that dies many times.
They haven't used the Unite move yet. We've got another Mega, though. Mega Gyarados on the side of Volticons.
Reisu's going to try and find their way in. BH3 looking very good here. And really, just great map presence.
Yeah.
Just period.
It's so under level
You mentioned
2.
the level 10 Scyther. It's going to have a tough time scrapping because things are just bigger on the
Level
other side.
7 and
Yeah,
no
no question.
Expedia.
If it
Like,
gets
it's
caught
not
even
mandatory
for
to have
a moment, it's in
Expedia,
a lot of
obviously,
trouble. Looking
but
for actually a sneaky score
when you're
at the
performing
bottom
this
half of
badly,
4.2
you
going.
kind of
Now
wish
we're
you had it, so at least you're getting
27-63. And if they just keep this pressure on Volticons, Volticons is going to be the team that needs to make a play, which is tough because the counter punching from BH3 is incredibly strong.
Sazero, the Hoopa, does have that Rings Unbound Unite move, can do that big like portal and yank the team through. Kranix doing a good job babysitting, and the macro advantage is going to be BH3's as well.
And here we go. Getting ready for this top objective here. We have multiple members of BH3 possibly looking for a fight. Not able to start it there with Kranix, but they're going to keep pushing, looking for the Crustal KO. Crustal Unite move, massive shield.
Yep.
We're going to see how BH3 wants to play this.
Good trap. Kranix knocked down by the slow beam here between
I don't know
Fizzy
about
and
that
Leon.
slow, bro.
They're
You
gonna
know,
look for their
man.
next one. Reisu has the
Like, I know
trick.
you wanted the
Phantom
kill,
Force
but
Hoopa action shenanigans
nothing's
on
stopping
them.
that
We still have
Charizard or that
Gyarados
Dodrio
Unite.
now.
Regieleki steps up. Reisu almost get X Scissor down. Now we're Rings Unbound. Big stun in the back line. We're trying to. Now we're taking him to the sky. Seismic Slam burning down the countryside Trogdor style like you mentioned. Mega Gyarados is unleashed, but they have to use that to run away. Meanwhile, it's the Rex of BH3 lining up some targets, but a little bit of success for Volticons. 3 players down, and that is a huge way to turn the tide as the whole Volticons team has come together and nickel and dimed their way back into this game.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Volticons. A very smart play by BH3, of course, to just let that Regieleki walk. They're fine with the goal zone going down there. Very small overcap. They know they're way ahead on points, 227-83. However, that fight looked great for Volticons, and that is scary for BH3. They had their Charizard. They had a lot of what they needed. They just didn't get a big fight win. Putting a lot of resources into the Crustal in the top path. Looks like it's going to be going down here. They're just trying to peel it away from the rest of their team.
Yep, Leon and Snow going to go back to their side, and you can see the value of having that tier 1 goal zone. It just got broken, but when it was intact, Volticons faded back to it very well, used the shield that it provides to turn the tides of the fight despite being down a couple levels. Now Snow is getting this wild farm, go straight to the backline, the Unite move, force the Charizard Unite move back the other way, and they're going to get a huge knockout on Snow. Big win there for BH3. Still in the front line is Leon. They're trying to hang tough in the face of 3, but they finally go down.
Yeah, I mean, a big play there for BH3. Huge KO. At the same time, Scyther able to charge that Unite move pretty fast, especially if they're able to let it head through their central area and pick up a lot of this experience. experience here. Tibby right now just trying to take a lot of this away from Buzzwole, and it looks like they actually did a pretty decent job. So Scyther should have its Unite move back. They're going to let Charizard get as much experience
that way,
wild
but
Pokemon
no.
farm as they can on the side of BH3.
I've seen bigger throws before, so anything's possible.
And this fight is going to kick off once again. If we can get the slow beam for Volticons on the side of BH3, grab that Dodrio or grab that Charizard, this could be a huge win for them.
It's got to be the Charizard, in my opinion, Cowboy. You have to isolate that down. And now Volticons is just positioning. They're trying to suss out where everybody is, as both teams are buying time to get Unite moves back.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for right now. Scyther looking for its Unite. Same thing with this Charizard. Charizard level 14 right now.
Massive.
3 seconds until we have our Kyogre. But again, these teams don't want to fight until they have their Unites. Char is ready to go. Scyther just ticked over to its Unite move. At any moment, this could start. Megu actually peeling back through this portal right here. Nice big Hyper Beam right there. Excuse me, Solar Beam. We have Leon doing some damage to Kyogre, but no one wanting to start this fight. Of course, no one wants to make the mistake. Rezu right now just popping in for a little try attack, sussing out exactly where Volticons are. They are getting sort of pushed into this top tall grass right here, but they're pretty comfortable with looking for their moment for this fight. Level 14 Scyther could rip through their opponents. The question is, when do they want to move? Megu is caught right here. Is this their moment?
They're going to have to engage. Half HP is down. Forces out the ability of Megu to retreat right there. Charizard does come back in the mix, and we did have Reisu expose themselves for just a second previously on an attempted flank. That's a big rock tomb into the wall. We've got the slow beam on Kranix, and the solar beam follows up. Tibby uses their Unite move. They are Mega Gyarados mode, and they're going straight into the middle for the rip. Reisu has to step in. We are rings unbound, stuns into the middle. Half HP on Kyogre. Seismic slam on the backside by Charizard, and they're dealt with. They're gone. Volticons is taking control of this fight. Snow in the retreat. They're trying to get away from Reisu. Kyogre goes on so long. Taken by the Mega Gyarados.
Oh my God.
Finding their way in, and they're beating the brakes off BH3.
My
Reisu
God.
with a huge flank couldn't take care of Snow, and we're still going for the scores here. 277, 165.
It's not over.
We need to get more points in.
Not over. Still not over.
Theirs in.
Down by 12 points. They got to score at least 13.
Down, but they have to wrestle with the power of the Dodrio scores.
They need to move very quickly right here. They do have points, but they don't need full pockets. They need something small. Mew is in a good
Worst
position.
part is they don't know that they're winning slash losing.
15 seconds left on the clock, and they have to make a play. If they can distract with Gyarados and get Mew in there, they can make something happen. Massive surf, but can they score? Dupes next, they're trying. The Mew goes down.
Oh, Scyther scored.
For Scyther. They're gonna lock it down.
The fact that BH3 somehow sold this game is insane to me. Like that, like you say this is stomp, and at that point, I was agreeing with you. It's a stomp, but like even before I saw this, I told you I've seen bigger throws, and in typical EU fashion, somehow they find a way. The secret tech to throw a game that should have been easily won.
This fight, of course, no one wants to make the mistake. Rezu right now just popping in for a little try attack, sussing out exactly where Volticons are. They are getting sort of pushed into this top tall grass right here, but they're pretty comfortable with looking for their moment for this fight. Level 14 Scyther could rip through their opponents. The question is, when do they want to move? Megu is caught right here. Is this their moment?
They're going to have to engage. Half HP is down. Forces out the ability of Megu to retreat right there. Charizard does come back in the mix, and we did have Reisu expose themselves for just a second previously on an attempted flank. That's a big rock tomb.
It's even crazier because
the ability of Megu to retreat right there. Charizard does come back in the mix, and we did have
like if you're the Buzzwole, by the way, like this to me is just crazy. By the way, so like it's not if you're on the side of Volticon. Although you're like a walking like pack squad, you don't have vision of this bush, all right? That being said, if you're the Buzzwole and the Charizard, it's not the same thing. Like you can see these guys, like they're in front of you. They're walking as a collective like Suicide Squad. I don't know why this guy thinks, okay, you know what? Let's try to knock one person back. Like even if so, by the way. Not only do they miss their skill, by the way, but they also get caught out. Which could have been easily avoided if they just walked this way. That's it. Just pat that way. If you see 4 people, chances are the 5th person is probably like around here somewhere. Like you don't know if they're here, they're there, they're there, they're there, like whatever. But you can see 4. Straight up. I don't know why you're going towards them as if like you're gonna 1v4 them by yourself. That's the first thing. Then when you play the tape, it's like, okay, well, Rock Tomb, they smack down and miss their skill. Then they get slow beamed by the slow bro and just get instantly melted.
The solar beam follows up. Tibby uses their Unite move. They are Mega Gyarados mode, and they're going straight into the middle for the rip. Reisu has to step in. We are rings unbound, stuns into the middle. Half HP on Kyogre. Seismic slam on the backside. Solar beam follows up. Tibby uses their Unite move.
Also, by the way, huge stun on the Mega Charizard Y, by the way. So X Scissor into Unite move from Crustle, they get stunned. Full heal preemptively from Scyther, then they united as well. And then yeah, Charizard Y gets their Unite move off, but because they're so low by the time they use it, it doesn't even matter because Scyther just cleans up regardless.
Seismic slam on the backside by Charizard, and
so you lost the Buzzwole. Buzzwole died without uniting. Charizard Y united right before they died, so that was basically irrelevant.
And they're gone.
It's a 4v3.
Snow in the retreat, they're trying to get away from Reisu. Kyrie goes on so long.
And then Gyarados is the one that secures it.
Oh! The Mega Gyarados. Volticons finding their way in, and they're beating the brakes off BH3. Reisu with a huge flank, couldn't take care of Snow, and we're still going for the scores here. 277, 165. We need to get more points in, says Volticons. Chari locks theirs in.
And then it was still winnable, but like it was still winnable on both sides.
They have to wrestle with the power of the Dodrio scores.
They need to move very
if you're
quickly
PH3,
right
you
here.
just
They
need to
do have points,
successfully
but they don't
defend.
need full
If you're
pockets. They need
Volcons,
something
you need
small. Mew is
one
in a
more
good
camp.
position for this with only 30 points.
One more camp, and considering how many points all the people have, like if any one of them scores,
if they can distract with Gyarados and
just
get Mew in there, they can make something happen. Massive surf, but can they score? Doomsnacks, they're trying. The Mew goes.
Like the problem is they sent 5 people to the tier 2 top, and then no one was defending the home goal. So then it's just like, okay, well.
Down, Scyther in the middle. Scyther go to the board. A hundo burger for Scyther. They're gonna lock it down. Volticons.
They needed one person to sit on the home pad.
They are still behind. 15 down.
Scyther go to the middle. Scyther go to the board.
Like they don't even need to kill the Scyther. They just need to delay the scoring long enough to the point that they win on time.
For Scyther, they're gonna lock it down.
Massive. Who's in a good position for this with only 30 points. They are still behind. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. Like, bro, Buzzwole's just tilted. Why the fuck is he uniting red buff?
And they have to make
That's the real
if
question.
If they can distract with Gyarados and get Mew in there, they can make something happen. Massive.
Like, I've never seen, like, who's the Buzzwole player, by the way?
A good
Like,
position
I
for this
need
with
to see
only
the
30 points.
names.
They are still behind. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Brainiacs? Okay, whatever. The point is like, bro, like, I would have, like, after this game, bro, if I'm the coach or if I'm like the squad leader, yo, I'm benching.
And they have to make a play.
This guy
If they
here.
can distract with
God
Gyarados,
damn, I've never seen someone sell a game so damn hard.
Massive surf, but can they score? Doomsnacks, they're trying. The Mew goes down. Scyther in the middle. Scyther go to the board.
A hundo burger for Scyther. They're gonna lock it down. Volticons with the Giga upset on BH3. Volticons makes the magic happen.
Wow, what a fight from Volticon. I mean, when Charizard gets caught early by this Crustle, by Scyther, it finally takes to the skies, but the second it lands back down in its Unite move, it is ripped off the map by Snow. What a fight and what a final moment there. The distraction on the tier 2 to let the goal sneak into the home goal zone. Volticons up 1 game against the undefeated BH3.
BH3 having PTSD from their stage performances of years past. Yutao and Megu given the Mega Charizard Y, and it's still not enough. All the credit in the world to Volticons.
Wow.
All the credit in the world to the Crustle. All the credit in the world to the Slowbro. You want to talk about some support core action?
Yeah.
You just saw it in space. Look at that trap. Bang, Kranix goes down, Solar Beam. Mega Gyarados goes to the middle, buys the door for Snow on the backside to put the pressure on the Charizard Y. They're gone. Meanwhile, Kyogre's still getting worked on. Snow getting space from Reisu, goes over the wall. Reisu can't do anything. The stun attempt is in the middle, but no, it's secured, and I believe it was Dragon Breath on that for secure. And look at this. Cheeky, Snow going straight to the middle. Gonna get the Hundo Burger right in the grill. Look at the celebration. That is well deserved, my friend.
What a fight. And, you know, there were just so many amazing moments in that fight to call out. You know, when Snow moves in and Fizzy stuns the Charizard long enough to hit that first dual wing beat, then as soon as Charizard lands, they clean it up. You see Snow on this Scyther at almost no HP. It has to back up, hit a dual wing beat onto Dodrio to recover enough HP, and then bounce over the wall into the pit to try to get this secure. What a crazy power picks. How does BH3 want to start?
Utah goes, you know
A
what,
lot
Mega
of,
Charizard Y is incredibly strong. On the other side, Fizzy and Big Daddy Leon are going to be the
you're getting
first two
confident, man.
selections here. And I'll tell you what, Snow got the player
Oh,
of
here
the
you go.
game,
Let's go
but
roll my
this
back.
game hinged off those two individuals. And they are going straight into the Crustle and the Mew that had great success, counter-picking the Slowbro immediately.
Look at Megu. I mean, this is Megu's signature Pokemon, in my opinion, and it's a huge counter to any of the Megas. It is a massive counter to Scyther. It was the kind of original Scyther counter when this thing was, you know, kind of tearing up some of the tournament scene at one point. The quick answer was, if we have Slowbro, it's over, basically. Slow Beam, as soon as that thing jumps in, it's gone. It's very squishy. So we're going to have to see if that strategy works here in game number 2. Next couple of picks for BH3. They like the Lucario. And they like the
I
Inteleon.
got some
So
good
this
clicks.
is the stock
Got some good
Lucario. This
cracks
one's just
on
the
my
one you
back.
find on the lot. It's not all souped up, but it means you get to play extreme speed if you'd like.
Rounding this out is Tibby, hovering that Zarina, and I like this pick. Popular in the East, hasn't quite gotten the same type of reputation here in the West, but darn, do I think that thing can be good.
I think it's great, and it, you know, single target damage.
Serena?
Inteleon. If
Damn,
you're
when was the
able
last
to
time I
get
seen
to
a
the back
Serena in
line,
competitive,
hit
man?
one
It's been
big
a while.
stomp if that's what you're running into.
Actually, well, I've seen
Inteleon,
it in
take
the
it up
Asia,
into the air. You
but
can usually
been a while in North
combo
America.
through for a, you know, a full HP. Got the buff is massive, and so BH3 Esport, your purple team. Volticons Unite, your orange team. I think a lot of people would have expected this to start the other way. BH3 undefeated in the EU region right now, but Volticons is looking to change that on the big stage.
Leon stepping up, Tibby already half HP. Kranix stepping forward with base model Lucario. As we know, Lucario is incredibly strong in the early game and really getting able to flex on just that little bounce right there. Tibby gonna have some problems getting going.
Yeah, and here we go. They're looking to see what experience here they can take from their opponents. If any, Snorlax moving in, trying to get some of that, but a decent fight from their opponents.
Fizzy, half HP, pressure on, as we did have Utah step up, but quickly knocked out is Megu. Now we're having the E-ball hit the back. Indeed, actually stuns Utah, which makes Fizzy think they can go a little deeper. Fizzy outpacing the Charizard Y on their evolution and experience progress so far in the game. Oh no, Fizzy evolving as well. Snow steps up. Now we've got an E-ball into the back. Pollen Puff there, and the experience is going to go to the side of Volticons.
Yeah, nice stuff from Volticons, like having a great fight top, a great fight bottom, obviously, that empowered that. Still only level 4 on the Zarina. They would like more, but, you know, the Lucario also kind of stuck right here. Kranix deciding whether or not they're going to move forward, looking for a bit of a fight on Leon. Level 5 here on this Snorlax. It is heavy slam. Some players have been using flail in some of these situations. It's gotten more and more popular, but this is the old school jump in, push them around with block Snorlax.
Yeah, I mean, between the wall that Snorlax can create and the wall that Crustle can create, it's going to be boxing in a lot of these players here as Megu surfs through. My preferred moveset for this Slowbro, we saw Big Daddy Leon go with Scald.
Yeah, Scald, you know, it does some really nice things, but I agree, Surf is just unbelievably good. I think it's the stronger set most of the time, but look at this fight. 2 of them jumping in right here. Mew picks up the KO.
And you're starting to see how they're going to use the Crustle and the Snorlax here. Tons of pressure being put on. Now Snow can't get caught. Fizzy and Leon doing a great job, almost like offensive linemen for their quarterback there, taking all the punishment so Snow can get it.
Ooh, so close. That snipe shot was just a hair off of possibly picking up a Grussel KO right there. Grussel obviously body blocking the first snipe shot to make sure it didn't hit the team. Nice secure there from BH3. The Inteleon has got insane range, and look at that. I mean, Snow more than half of the HP gone.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal work, right? If they can keep peppering in those shots, it's going to be an easy day for BH3. Kranix taking a ton of damage between Tibby and Leon. The Bone Club is down, the Bone Rush is back, and Tibby is on the chase.
Yeah, here we go, heading to the top path here, looking to see if they can get this Registeel. Bottom path, 3 members of BH3 are taking a look at Reggie Alecki. They really don't have much from Volticons here. Volticons deciding to put all of their resources into the top path. Megu now looking this with Rezu. There's the snipe shot, and boom.
Fizzy stepping back. They're going to be responsible for babysitting this goal zone in the
Free
face.
Surf and Unite is good.
Trying to put some good pressure on.
Yeah,
good
pretty much.
Damage on. Reggie Alecki hits.
Diaduct Surf, Last Place Surf, Obro Surf.
Here comes Snow popping their Unite move. Utao goes down quickly. Megu half HP.
Damn.
Fizzy trying to trap Resu. Here comes Snow. They smell blood in the water, but no.
I think,
Inteleon going to be
Sweet can have Surf as well.
They definitely want Resu in that moment, but I feel like maybe just stay on the slow bro, finish up that KO right there. Of course, easy for me to say from the cheap seats, but the Inteleon able to make it out of that fight. Now they're moving on in here after a very beautiful snipe shot block thrown up just to make sure Lucario could, you know, not move in, but also to eat an entire snipe shot if it happened to find its mark.
It almost feels like this game will live and die by Resu's snipe shots. If they can land a couple, we've got a good shot. Tibby going double stomp. They get hit with a snipe shot, Snow goes in. Resu has to peel back. Snipe shot is lined up, can't hit a soul. Sazero seeing Snow put the pressure on them. The dual wing beat mark is marked on Saz for certain as Chari fades back in the face of Megu.
I gotta say, Volticons is playing amazing Unite right now. They look fantastic, and their coordination with starting an engagement and moving in with Snow, deciding whether or not they're going to commit and pursue, has been extremely impressive in all of these fights. I just feel like this is a great looking Volticons today.
Yeah, oh, Fizzy in a blend.
I'm gonna pause right here. Honestly, I find it kind of comical that Fraggles is like praising the crap out of Volticons when they just had a horrible game 1, and then literally the only reason they won is because freaking BH3 sold that endgame. But like up until if you watch the last game, literally the first 8 minutes they're getting rolled into the ground. Like it's just a straight up BH3 should have probably won that game. And then the last 2 minutes, oh, Kranix on freaking BH3 just sells the game. And then he goes back and sells it some more.
There's tons of targets. Here comes Snow. Double slam is there. Snipe shot rings true. Does get Fizzy down. Not before Kranix is dispatched, though. Dual wing beat on another target. Tibby cashing that one in. And you're right. I mean, Volticons is just setting up traps left, right, and center. Nice little block. Race over the top. Scoop to the skies and put down quickly. Is Snow this time around trying to get out his Big Daddy Leon. They are torched to the floor. Sazero and company are now ready to move. The pressure's on with 3 players down. Fizzy gonna have to stand tall. 4 players are surrounding him. Low on HP, they're gonna rubble rouse. Still burning from the skies is the Charizard Y. Look at the size of that Fire Blast. Fizzy steps up. X-Scissor hits a ton of targets. Heavy Slam is there. Forced to the back line with the East lead is Kranix. But it's going to be just enough. Sazero's going to sacrifice themselves so the Lucario can get out of dodge.
Lucario moves right back in. The extreme speed, but caught once again by the X-Scissor. These plays from Volticons, I mean, they are fighting here. Even into this Charizard, they know the Unite move's not there. Looking for the KO on Mego. Boosted attack is not going to make it happen. Rock Tomb just to hit them a little bit right here. Another Solar Beam from Chari as Volticons, I mean, still in this game. Incredible fights from this crew. The Unite moves getting back online. However, you saw them dive in for that fight against BH3, and they did pick it apart very well. Utao taking him up in the sky. Scyther goes down. The Zarina doesn't find its target. I think it was looking for Charizard Y, but accidentally took Eldegoss into the skies. Was not able to make a play there. great fights from both of these crews.
Good pressure on Tibby there. We've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sazro caught in the Rock Tomb. Heavy Slam is there, and they want more targets. Stepping up and burning. Oh, taking the skies. Cotton Cloud Crash going to land on top of Megu. Heavy Slam, Leon putting the pressure on. Has the power nap in the middle. Snatch to the skies is another player here as Charizard burns down the countryside. Fizzy biting the dust. Big Daddy Leon biting the dust. Big Fire Blast. Nice shot. Hits Chari. Now Tibby's on the retreat. It's Tibby and Snow. Going to have to work in tandem here. And the tide that is BH3 cascading into the bottom path.
And look at this here from BH3. I mean, it would be very ideal for them to let Utah have as much of that as they possibly can. Get that Unite move back online. Once Charizard is in the air, it is extremely difficult for Volticons to deal with. And they know that. They're trying to manage this Unite move as best as they possibly can, but they don't have one of the biggest counters in the game. That was stolen by BH3. That's the slow bro right there, as now we have multiple members of Volticons looking to charge their Unite moves and get some experience. Scyther just trying to farm right now. They've got to be very close to their Unite, as we can see the team allowing them to have some of that experience. Level 14 for the Scyther, only 12 dupe snacks for this Charizard. Really not where you want to be. You're hoping that this thing is sitting around 14 as well.
No, all Snow has to do is avoid getting caught by this Mega Charizard Y. And on the side of BH3 Esports, they are crossing their fingers that Reisu has their eyes on the prize. Good shot on Tibby.
Beautiful shot on Tibby. Oh, possibly looking for a fight, but no, they find the slow bro, and that's not where they want to go. Awesome snipe shot. Forces the Crustle to reset right here. And now BH3 can decide whether or not they want to make a play. Oftentimes when you hit a snipe shot that big, the team does have to reset. Will Leon go back? That is the question. These snipe shots are so brutal that even these tanks might have to reset in some of these moments. Lucario for the side of BH3, possibly looking to make a sneaky play right now. They are not in this engagement. We have them caught by the Rock Tomb. Do they move in? Possibly. Fizzy going in. Here comes Zarina, but no, they're peeling back. Dupe stacks. Charizard moving forward. The Unite move.
Rubble Rouse takes to the skies finally, but it's on Tibby. Tibby gets burned down, but is an opportunity to counter is there. Kranix is trying to get into the mix. Things have settled down very quickly, realizing that without Tibby, they're at a disadvantage here. Kyogre is getting hit. Fizzy is in the middle of a fire blast. Leon tries to step in, but they're caught in just the waves of the surf. They have to block backwards. Snow with the backdoor action here. Tons of pressure still put on. The Inteleon Unite is down. Kyogre's at half. Fizzy's at half HP as well. Snow and Chari looking for a big flank. Going on Kranix. They need one. Popping a Unite move straight through. Oricane caught in the slow beam is Snow. And that's got to be curtains for Volticons as their best player goes down. The pressure is on. Tibby tries to close the door. Kranix takes care of Big Daddy Leon. And now Tibby is just sitting on the doorstep watching
Serena died twice without uniting, by the way.
Chari's the last member standing for Volticons, and they are going to have to go full Voltron here.
For the not in this engagement. That even these tanks might have to reset in some of these moments. Lucario for the side of BH3, possibly looking to make a sneaky play right now. They are not in this engagement. We have them caught by the Rock Tomb. Do they move in? Possibly. Fizzy going in. Here comes Zarina, but no, they're peeling back. Dupe stacks. Charizard moving forward. The Unite move.
Rubble Rouse takes to the skies finally, but it's on Tibby. Tibby gets burned down, but is an opportunity to counter is there.
It's even worse right
no,
here.
They're peeling back. Dupe stacks. Charizard moving forward. The Unite.
Like, Charizard Y was relatively low. By the time they grab this Serena, they're basically at 1/3 of their HP.
Rubble Rouse
but then, because Serena went back and got into range of the Unite move, not only do you not get the kill in the Charizard Y, but
finally, but it's on Tibby. Tibby gets burned down,
you get
but
punished
is an
for it as well,
opportunity to counter is there. Kranix is trying to get into the mix. Things have settled down very quickly, realizing that without Tibby, they're at a disadvantage here. Kyogre is getting hit. Fizzy is in the middle of a fire blast. Leon tries to step in, but they're caught in just the waves of the surf. They have to block backwards. Snow with the backdoor action here. Tons of pressure still put on. The Inteleon Unite is down. Kyogre's at half. Fizzy's at half HP as well. Snow and Chari looking for a big flank. Going on Kranix. They need one. Popping a Unite move straight through. Oricane caught in the slow beam is Snow. And that's got to be curtains for Volticons as their best player goes down. The pressure is on. Tibby tries to close the door. Kranix takes care of Big Daddy Leon. And now Tibby is just sitting on the doorstep watching BH3 take utter control of this. Chari's the last member standing for Volticons, and they are going to have to go full Voltron here if they want to even have a chance to take down BH3, because they're not taking...
I like how they say... I always find it funny when casters... I know it's their job, don't misunderstand. Like, I know it's their job to try to keep the game exciting, but, like, I always find it funny, especially, like, if you're a Pokemon Unite player. Like, if you're someone that doesn't know anything about Pokemon Unite, or you don't just, like, you don't play the game, you don't watch the game, then, in reality, it's not as obvious. But, like, for someone that plays Pokemon Unite, or, like, whether you watch it, play it, or a combination of both, it doesn't matter how good you are, as long as you just understand the bare bones basics. Like, when there's like 20 seconds left in the game, the enemy team has to score over 200 points. It's like, bruh.
The objective, they're going straight for the burgers.
Beautiful score there from BH3. Puts them up 295.
Like, literally, Orange team is down 201 points. Technically, they would need to score 202 to win the game in 20 seconds.
Before, with only 15 seconds left, absolutely shutting down Volticons in that fight. And I think the real heartbreaker on the side of Volticons, they have a Zarina that didn't unite a single time. It had 2 engages, 2 fights at Kyogre, and not a single unite move used. They shut it down extremely well. Volticons looking great throughout that game.
Unfortunate for Serena as well. Like, I saw how they did the second time. How did this was just unfortunate.
Before the unite
they needed to be a little bit more patient, because not only so Crustle and what's his face, Snorlax, they both did a good job of ceasing Charizard, which you can't see right here, kind of up. But, like, if Serena was a little bit more patient, these two could have potentially got the kill before that happened. Because, obviously, in order for Charizard's Unite move to function... Also, La Paulette. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for the raid of 36. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. Sorry, brain farted. So, okay, so obviously the way Charizard's Unite move works is to have a target. And yes, you could potentially grab one of these two, but these two are not ideal targets for Charizard Y in this specific. So, the problem is, because Serena walks up to try to potentially get the kill secure on Charizard Y, they put themselves in a position where they get grabbed. They allow Charizard Y to live longer. And of course, when you're in your Mega Form, you're just outputting significantly more damage. So I think this was just a bit of a misplay from Serena, unfortunately. And then not only that, they don't even get their Unite move off after they get grabbed. So that's what... It goes from a bad situation to worse. And you have to keep in mind as well, the two frontliners burned both their Unite, not only to survive, but to also try to get this guy off the table. But because the follow-up wasn't there, I mean, it's kind of like they burn two of their most valuable resources in this situation, and then it just ends up really, really bad. So, like, when you keep it playing, it's like, okay, well, both your defenders pop their Unite moves. Try to get the kill secure onto, or try to chain CC onto Mega Charizard Y, and then hopefully one of the damage dealers can kill secure.
Rubble Rouse takes to the
then now here comes Charizard Y. Not only were they almost dead, but because of the, you know, Unite move, lifesteal, all that stuff, they go back from like 1/3 HP back to 50%, maybe like 60. Serena goes down, and then the rest of the team has to scramble. Like, this guy's stuck here, he's in his power nap. This guy over here is running for his life. The other two damage dealers don't want to be in range of this guy over here. So it's like, the guy you invested so many resources trying to KO, just gets away scot-free.
Tibby gets burned down, but is an opportunity to counter is there. Kranix is trying to get into the mix. Things have settled down very quickly, realizing that without Tibby, they're at a disadvantage here. Kyogre is getting hit. Fizzy is in the middle of a fire blast. Leon tries to step in, but they're caught in just the waves of the surf. They have to block backwards. Snow with the backdoor action here. Tons of pressure still put on. The Inteleon Unite is down. Kyogre's at half. Fizzy's at half HP as well. Snow and Chari looking for a big flank. Going on
Russell
Kranix.
gets caught out as well.
Unite move.
Oh man, like to add insult to injury, there's so many things that are going wrong here. Number one, you have to keep in mind, time is running out. Like less than a minute left. You're obviously down in points. You need to score. Assuming they don't score, you need to score a minimum of 102 points to ensure that you win the game. And quite frankly, with 5 people up on the enemy team, backcapping is not an ideal strat, or like it's not feasible in this situation because it's very unlikely that the people that are alive on this squad are going to allow you to backcap here or here when they know they're in a position of power. They're in an advantageous situation. They're up in points. They don't need to score. They don't need to Kyogre. They literally just need to ensure that Kyogre is not being taken for free, or the enemy team is not scoring for free. One or the other. So, they need, like, there's so many things that Volticons need to do in this situation. Like, number one, they need to keep Kyogre leashed. Number two, Crustle preferably should have recalled instead of hanging around low HP. They ended up getting caught out here. They just died. They popped their Unite move. But unfortunately, after all this time, Slowbro still has Slow Beam, and they just get United, right? There's nothing they can do. And they just get punished for it. You pop their Unite move, but at this point, they're by themselves. Serena's coming back. But at this point, I want to say the game is pretty much over. Not to be like pessimistic, like obviously there's always that Hail Mary, there's always that 1% possibility. But keep in mind, with this guy about to die, this guy's already dead. Snorlax, less than half HP technically. And then Mew as well by themselves. They don't have the damage to DPS Kyogre with all these guys still present. At this point, I want to say the game's over.
Straight through Oricane caught in the slow beam is Snow, and that's gotta
Snorlax
be
is going into the
for
pit. He's getting burned. Pops the shield, delaying the inevitable.
Tibby tries to close
Serena's
the door.
back.
Kranix takes care of Big Daddy Leon, and now Tibby is just sitting on the doorstep watching BH3 take utter control
their
of
HP
this.
bar literally
Chari's
melted.
the last member standing for Volticons, and they are going to have to go full Voltron here.
And then at this point, you just have to look ahead. Like, if you're Volticons, it's a best of 3 series. Instead of worrying about, or instead of trying to win a game not winnable, in the sense that you're wasting, how should I phrase this? Instead of wasting time trying to focus on a game that's basically already over, you just think ahead to the game that you need to win in order to progress in this tournament. And just think about, focus on the things that you need to do better rather than focus on the things that you did poorly. Like, if you're a competitive player, and this is just like a general thing, you can talk about the things that you did poorly or the things you can work on after the series is over, not during the match. Like, you just focus on trying to win.
If they want to even have a chance to take down...
Like, you're probably just gonna kill Team Morale if, people are just, focusing on the stuff that, it's easy to, look on the things that you could have done better, but, realistically, focus on the things that you want to change as a team. As well as, what things, worked and didn't work going into game number 3. Just as an example. Charizard Y. You didn't ban it in the first 2 games. Won against it, you lost against it. Maybe this Pokemon is worth banning. look at your team composition, for example. Like, they drafted a team comp that is centered around, like, I'm talking about Volticons, by the way. Like, they drafted a team comp that's heavily reliant on, you know, Scyther, Serena, and Mew for their overall damage output. Have your two defenders. Like, if one of them is not a factor, in this case, Serena specifically, like, if they're not a factor in these team fights, then quite frankly, you just lose out on so much of your damage that you basically have none when it comes to the last team fight of the game. So, like, you can think of it as either Serena needs to, you know, correct their play, like, play better. Like, that may sound a little harsh, but that's just the bare bones of it. Either they need to play better, or they need to switch Pokemon, redraft an entire team comp. Like, it doesn't matter. They need to correct their play in order to, you know, go into this game 3 with
On BH3, because they're not
better
taking
results,
the objective,
hopefully.
they're going straight for the burgers.
Beautiful score there from BH3. Puts them up 295-94 with only 15 seconds left. Absolutely shutting down Volticons in that fight. And I think the real heartbreaker on the side of Volticons, they have a Zarina that didn't unite a single time. It had 2 engages, 2 fights at Kyogre, and not a single unite move used. They shut it down extremely well.
Yep.
Volticons looking great throughout that.
Like the old school Megu indeed.
It's a scare.
Bro, or to the finish line.
Yeah.
But sometimes higher percentage of the snipe shot.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. BH3 right now is going to be your orange team. They're going to be your second pick here. Groudon is going to be the map. As we see some of these bands here, the Mimikyu, the Crustle. I mean, yeah, that's been a huge factor in some of these games. Once again, Darkrai, worried about the Darkrai. Charizard getting banned out here as Volticons has their first pick. A lot of great options here. We're going to see how they would like to play it. Blastoise has been a popular one all weekend, and they do lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, Volticons, cleverly enough, banning a lot of stuff that they were picking in the first 2 games in that Crustle and the Mew. Chari having a couple good Mew games back-to-back here. We'll see how BH3 Esport looks to react. This is a bad spot to grab that Slowbro in, but Umbreon seems pretty solid. Vaporeon's still there, and of course, Duck still available.
They get the Mega Gyarados, which feels great. I mean, this is a great pick, extremely powerful. You could have Yutao on another Mega that is, you know, an incredible carry. Over to the side of Volticons, we're going to see what they want to lock in. You know, this Zacian has been target banned in our first couple of games here, so it looks like Tibby is happy to pick it up here. This must be a pick that BH3 was trying to avoid. Now all of a sudden we've got this ludicrously tanky Blastoise and a Clefable to back it up with the legendary, you know, dog with a sword in its mouth.
I was just about to say, I'm thinking Miraidon if I'm Reisu right now. With that cursed item, really helps mitigate the healing that Daddy Leon on that Clefable is going to try and do. Sazero grab.
Okay, before this draft goes any further, when it comes to Zacian as an individual Pokemon, this Pokemon has been gutted a lot. I mean, everything about this Pokemon compared to how it was before in its prime has been nerfed. Both movesets have been nerfed. It's like, its early game, its base skills from levels like 1 to 4 also got nerfed as well. Flash got nerfed, it does less damage. Sacred Sword got nerfed. Claw got nerfed. So it's not as strong as it used to be, by any means. It has been banned against this, I think, in both games. So I don't know if this is just like a target ban specific to this roster, or if they just really don't want to deal with Zacian, because I don't watch much EU in general. So this is the first game we're seeing Zacian. Pays off. But I don't know how I feel about the fact that, once again, Mega Gyarados is just being let through. Like, don't misunderstand. I think Mega Gyarados compared to what it was before is much more balanced. Like I don't feel like Mega Gyarados needs to permaband all the time now. But the one thing I will say about Mega Gyarados is the fact that there are a lot of teams that seem to struggle against this Pokemon. But at the same time, it's not like they didn't have the option to ban it. Is all I will say. But like, if you feel as if your team as a collective entity can deal with Mega Gyarados, and you choose to let it through and you choose not to pick it, like that's fine. I mean, like that's obviously a collective decision. But like, it's always weird to me when people choose to like just using this specific situation as an example. Like Volticons could have banned it, or they could have picked it because they are first pick. Naturally, they prioritize Blastoise, and Blastoise is a very, very strong pick. S tier defender, probably top 2 in my personal opinion, top 2 defender right now. Like Blastoise and Vaporeon are probably like S plus tier, and then you have like everything else below it. Like I'm not saying like there's still other strong defenders. Like you got Snorlax, you got Umbreon, you got freaking what's its name? Like people have been playing Slowbro now or two, but I feel like that's more team comp dependent. Like they're all respectfully good Pokemon, and there's nothing wrong with them. But I think they're just slightly below Vaporeon and Blastoise, slightly. So it's like I don't have a problem with you first picking Blastoise because obviously it's a very good pick. But I hopefully it's not another case of you let Mega Gyarados through and then you just get stomped by it later on. But we'll see. A lot of people have been playing regular Gyarados as well. So I don't know.
All creamy right there, and of course Snow. Like if it's there, they're taking it. Is where we're at right now.
Will they have, I mean, Decidueye is a great counter to Miraidon. It outranges it. Mewtwo is strong, but it doesn't really outrange Miraidon outside of, a Psystrike teleport out. I'm wondering, what they're going to do. They do decide to go with the Mewtwo Y, which is extremely powerful, but it's going to play at a somewhat similar range to Miraidon. Miraidon actually feels like it can play around it a little bit better. Final pick over to BH3 is going to be Cerulege.
You know what? We've seen some very solid Cerulege games so far. Of course, Bitterblade getting that buff recently, making it just a solid option.
Okay, one thing I will say right now, and this is just like a general perspective, I'm personally not a fan of the Scizor / Scyther pick at this stage of the draft. Because, I'll pause it right here just because you can see. But, like, most of the time, like, although it's Scizor on the overlay, like, most of the time, like, I want to say, like, 90%, not even, like, 95% of the time, when people pick Scizor / Scyther, 95% of the time it's Scyther, it's not Scizor. And, like, the other 5% are the oddballs that play Scizor for whatever reason. Whether they just need, like, a bulky all-rounder, some, like, flat-out, like a pseudo frontliner, whatever. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Scyther being picked up here, mainly because number one, there's so many things on the enemy that make it more difficult for you to get that meat damage output. Maybe not in the early game, but more so in the mid game and the late game, if you make it there. Like Mega Gyarados can easily, like, Mega Gyarados doesn't matter, can easily mitigate that damage. Umbreon, same thing. Alcremie, same thing. Like, once they get their Unite moves, it becomes exceedingly more difficult for something like a Scyther to not only land their combo, but also get those resets to like potent in those endgame fights. I'm personally not a fan of the pick. I'll be honest with you. Miraidon, obviously, one of the better options for you to target if you're playing Scyther, but still, It is comp Pokemon Unite, so although Miraidon is relatively fragile for a Scyther anyways, it's not like the enemy team is going to allow you to get on top of that Miraidon for free. Not to mention, at this point we don't even know if Miraidon's going like Electro Drift or like, you know, Parabolic Charge and all that. I don't know, we'll see. Sorry, I meant to say Charge Beam, not Parabolic Charge.
Similar
And
range.
Mewtwo Y, I mean,
actually feels like it can play around it a little bit better. Final pick over to BH3 is going to be Cerulege.
You know,
I don't think Mewtwo Y is a bad Pokemon by any means. But with it, I don't think anything on this team synergizes particularly well with Mewtwo Y. Like, it's not like Scyther or Zacian are going to be appealing for Mewtwo Y. It's gonna be up to the Blastoise and Clefable to heal, zone, provide utility, all that stuff for whichever carry is the most valuable going towards
you know what? We've seen some very solid Cerulege games so far. Of course, Bitterblade.
And Cerulege, I mean, Cerulege is Cerulege.
Expected.
We talked about that some.
Well, I mean, Orange team, we're talking about the undefeated right now. One game away from losing their first match, not only of the season, but also here at the AOS Cup.
Chari and Tibby going up to put tons of pressure here, and they have the capacity to put the pressure on Kranix, and they're doing that immediately. I love this switch up by Volticons, sending their support core down bottom so they can try and beat the brakes off Kranix and limit what they can do here in the early stages of the game.
Well, I mean, nice secure there on the side of BH3. That was very good from the Alcremie, but what pressure they were able to put on here in the top path. And look, Snow is already here, hitting in the tall grass. We have the Cerulege on the other side. Might have seen them pop out of the tall grass right there. Cerulege now walking back down to the center while we're trying to get all of this over to the side of Volticons so they can power up and get their Zacian enough AOS energy to use that Intrepid Sword.
Sazero just finding their way into the hands of Snow. Can't do enough damage now, but now Utah has an understanding of where Snow is. Swablu and Altaria are there. We've got tons of high-octane damage on the side of Volticons, and it's enough to send all of BH3 scrambling.
BH3 right there you saw on the Cerulege is not Bitterblade. This is the Psycho Cut version of Cerulege, which I still think is incredibly powerful. The rip is unbelievable, but once again, look at this pressure right here. Volticons moving towards this goal zone, and it looks like they are going to get bullied away from it. We have the Zacian not wanting to score right there. They want to make sure they keep enough AOS energy for that incredible ability of theirs, Intrepid Sword.
So a couple of things happened here.
Damage on the side of Volticon.
And
a Volticon grass they can.
Okay, just pointing out because obviously some people might not understand. So Scythe is already in position top lane, and obviously they're kind of just hanging out. And because it's two things. Number one, purple side, they have a stronger top laner than these two. Mewtwo, Zacian versus Magikarp Alcremie, at least in the lane phase, is going to be a very difficult matchup for the... Like, I'm not expecting these two to win lane, like, crush lane, or even go even. Just, objectively speaking, when you have strong laners versus weak, it doesn't matter how good you are. Like, if you're evenly skilled players, naturally the team that's using the stronger laners, Pokemon-wise, are going to have an easier time in this lane. Not to mention, you got the Scythe already here in the top lane, ready to apply pressure. Utah went middle for the 3 Natus. So naturally, they're getting experience, but that also means because they're here, they are not going to be able to rotate in time to assist these guys to contest the Altaria. Not only that, like, even if Utah skipped the Natus over here and then made their way over here and was already in position, whether they decide to, you know, walk here, it doesn't matter. Like, they were here in advance. It doesn't guarantee anything. Like, it'd still be a 3v3, but you would still be in a 3v3 lane. So honestly, it makes sense that he went to be productive or proactive and at least get some experience for himself. However, the only downside to that, and like I said, even if he was here early, it wouldn't have changed anything. It just means that these three, 1, 2, and 3, are able to get this for free and continue snowballing this top lane. Essentially, you just have a top lane on the purple side that's going to be in a better position, at least for the early stages, unless something happens to change the dynamic of what's going on. Now, that being said, Utah did end up going bottom lane, and they actually picked up a kill. So, although top lane is winning on the side of the purple side, bottom lane is also thriving, at least doing better than the opposing side. So there are trade-offs here, but
and get there has an understanding of where Snow is. On the Cerulege, Swablu and Altaria are there. We've got tons of high-octane damage on the side of
Utah did end up going top lane, but it's like, yeah, this is not going to work out well.
Right there,
so he decides to leave early, rotates bottom. I believe they get the Clefable
of Cerulege, which I still think is incredibly powerful. The rip is unbelievable, but once again,
yeah,
look
they did
at
get the Clefable, and then
right
here,
Volticon's
with their Megas just bullying the top lane.
Are going to get bullied away from it. We have the Zacian not wanting to score right there. They want to make sure they keep enough Eos energy for that incredible ability of theirs, Intrepid Sword, allowing them to
it is foul play,
and give it some increased power.
Downstairs, though, Fizzy and Leon not doing too bad. Fizzy would love to evolve here, but that's kind of the sacrifice you make. You send all your offensive power up top, and it makes it difficult for your other Pokemon to get online. So Fizzy's going to need this Blastoise to come alive real quick.
Yeah, and here we go. Megu moving forward here, finding Snow. We're going to see if Utah can catch them. Nice dual wing beat, but they're going to continue pushing right here. U2! Talk about threading the needle. Beautiful Psystrike.
Psystrike is exactly what they're looking for. Great cover, and now the dominoes are beginning to fall.
That was ugly.
Very overextended chase by BH3. They wanted the knockout on Snow so badly, recognizing how much experience that could provide, and they find themselves folded like laundry for that effort. Reggie Drago is getting chipped away at. We do have a Mega Mewtwo that's going to A-press Megu down. They are still putting good pressure on Kranix with the Dragon Breath coverage, and Miraidon charge beaming up and getting ready for the action.
Yeah, Miraidon seeing if they can try to find a fight here. They missed one of their charge beams in that fight, not able to have an empowered one. Could have been the difference maker. However, Volticons once again picks up KO from the Cerulege. We now have Kranix fighting against two big-time Dragon Breath, but the teleport pulls Mewtwo out of a bad situation. Zacian here at level 7 as we head down to the bottom path. Snow looking for a KO on Utah, trying to make it happen, and they do. Moves in with the Unite move to pick up a
no.
second one, and they do.
No.
Megu in trouble right now, trying to peel back, and that's a triple. Here comes the Alchemy. Will it be enough? The Sweet Scent Snow peeling back, using the
that was
double hit right there to
disgusting.
get some HP. That on top of Leon. Great stuff here. And the Sweet Scent doesn't look like it's going to be able to pick this up. No, it is not. You know, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's you in trouble. At level 7, once again picks up KO from the Cerulege. Utah. Kranix fighting against two big-time Dragon Breath, but the teleport pulls Mewtwo out of a bad situation. Zacian here at level 7 as we had.
So, unfortunately,
down to the bottom path, Snow looking for a KO on Utah, trying to make.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not exactly sure why Utah is trying to take that 1v1 with the rest of his. Like, he's trying to take that 1v1, and I'm not sure why. Mainly because, like, I know it's easier to say this from a viewer perspective, especially because, like, oh, I'm watching the game. Like, I can see everything. So it's easy for me to talk, but like for me, it doesn't make sense when Utah's trying to take the the 1 versus 1, and then the rest of his team is literally collapsing, like the Miraidon and the Umbreon. He could have literally just waited, and it would have potentially ended differently. But because he dies in the 1 versus 1, not only does he die and give the experience needed for Scyther to get his Unite move, but then now Scyther pops his Unite move onto Miraidon. Obviously has the mobility to avoid this guy over here, despite the fact that he's relatively close. And then he just ends up getting a triple kill. when it could have been a
It happen, and they do. Moves in with the Unite move to pick up a second one, and they do. Megu in trouble right now, trying to peel back, and that's a triple. Here comes the Alchemy. Will it be enough? The Sweet Scent Snow peeling back, using the double hit right there to get some HP. That on top of Leon. Great stuff here, and the Sweet Scent doesn't look like it's going to be able to pick this up. No, it is not. You know, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's some stuff banging around back here. Right next to
no idea what is going on.
Pots and pans, brother.
Pots and pans. Charge Beam Rhydon putting tons of damage onto Regieleki here, but I don't think Volticon's Unite cares. They are coming alive, and they are looking good here in the first 4 minutes of Game 3 versus the league undefeated BH3. Volticon, no idea what is going on
here. The Alchemy, will it be enough?
I just want to point out right now, so while all this was going down in the bottom lane, Zacian never left the top lane. I think they leashed the Regirock and then got spooked by the Gyarados in the 1v1.
Peeling back, using
Zacian's doing the Regirock,
right
and then Gyarados goes in.
That on top of Leon,
goes aggressive against
here,
the Zacian.
And the Sweet Scent doesn't look like it's going to be able to pick this up. No, it is not.
And then they get the Regirock
you know, I don't
for
know if you guys
free.
can hear it, but there's some stuff banging around back here. Right next to
no idea what is going on.
Like, I don't know what happened up, but like, I'm not sure why Zacian is so scared. That straight up 1v1. Like, they could have at least tried to go for the 50-50, but they just walked away. Yeah, I'll just
Pots and pans, brother.
Pots and pans. Charge Beam Rhydon putting tons of damage onto Regieleki here, but I don't think Volticon's Unite cares. They are coming alive, and they are looking good here in the first 4 minutes of Game 3 versus the league undefeated BH3. Good rotation, 4 players. Leon getting some information. It looks like Volticons is going to adjust well as Chari takes away Megu's HP and dwindles it to half.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, I expected this to be a good contest between these two squads. It's the reason it's one of the ones we wanted to watch out of this group, of course. But I am so impressed with Volticons. They are playing such a great game. I mean, into a team that I think a lot of people expected to just handily win this. But wow, they are giving BH3 a run for their money. Looking amazing in Game 3.
Yeah, we've got the Sweet Scent down, Surf back there trying to poach Sazero or Utah there. Megu with a little bit of a foul play, reposition, not going to be enough. Leon just hanging around, Chari and Fizzy. Meanwhile, we saw just a couple times Snow get some knockouts, right? We just saw that banner go across your screen. Volticons Unite. Look at this score, 48-29. That is a rare sight indeed.
Yeah, extremely close. Obviously with Zacian in that top path, it really doesn't want to score. So it could be up there all by its lonesome, getting a lot of experience. Snow right now, the Scyther from Volticons, level 12 at the 5-minute mark. This is likely a level 15 Scyther in endgame, which is extremely scary.
Incredibly well used Infinite Cyburn, really keeping the score levels down. BH3 was trying to go for a big double score in the top path. Infinite Cyburn stopping that Mewtwo Unite move.
Yeah, now we can see Volticon's 4 members ready to fight here for this Regieleki. Same thing with BH3. Massive Surf Hydro Pump on 2.
Repositioning U-Town to the back. Hydro Typhoon to the All Creamy. And Miraidon Surf. U-Town pinned against the wall. Art Creamy trying to get the heals. And tons of HP bought back. Regieleki gets secured. Snow uses their Unite move. And they're trying to put damage on. And that's the strength of All Creamy right there. You were in the kitchen and the cake was built. And the cake was enough to satiate the entire team of BH3. U-Town going from no HP to full HP to back in the X to tons of knockouts, and now BH3 actually feels like they're finding some footing.
Yeah, BH3 way back in this match right here, looking for the KO on the Blastoise, able to peel back towards the goal zone. We have the Clefable healing the squad. Here comes Kranix right now, pretty under-leveled, but looking for this fight. Kranix now having to peel back. Sazero attempting to heal the squad right here. Volticons has to deal with this Regieleki, otherwise there would be some juicy KOs they would be able to pick up on the side of BH3. Great fight for BH3. Little signs of life right there. A little behind on the Gyarados, but now it's starting to even up. Level 11 right now, and we don't have a level 13 yet. Just ticked over for the Scyther.
Yeah, Scyther babysitting this goal zone, going to be able to cut off Sazero for going from a cheeky score. Kranix also level 12 now, which is going to be critical going to the final stages of the game at the 3
It is my first time, yeah.
Straight towards them is Kranix. Dragon Breath is down. Snow with
just,
another flank.
just FYI, like I've...
3 minutes. Now they're...
I'll pause it right here. I have not seen any of these matches. I don't know who won. Like prior to me watching, I didn't even know who was playing in this tournament. Like, obviously, for a lot of people that are in the chat, they've already seen this. They know who's won. They've seen probably a lot of these results. For me, it's first time everything. So like that, for me, it's just like I don't mind watching. Even if I knew the results, I would have watched it anyways. But it's a little bit more exciting for me because I don't know anything that happens.
They want knockout. Snow uses their Unite move as well. They're getting out of dodge. Straight into the back line is the Mega Gyarados, which means Regirock is going to be taken by BH3. Now they are going to scramble back as the Mega Mewtwo Y does go online, and they're going to A-press as much as they can. That entire exchange was essentially Mega Gyarados for the Regirock.
Yeah, that's what they traded for it right there, and it's a good trade for the side of BH3. However, we're going to have to see if it is enough. Tibby in trouble right here, getting taken down. The Clefable not able to stop them. Unfortunately, they have no other support in this top path. Mewtwo-Y getting there pretty late, going to try to push them back here. Some scores happening, but Doobs next. We are tied right now. 48 to 48. Tier 1 goal zones for both.
Well, technically
squads,
speaking, like,
top and
hypothetically, if no one
bottom
scored,
final objective.
Volticons would win.
Right here that is
because there's no such thing as ties in
Volticons
Pokemon.
right now, and it doesn't look like
this is as close as you'll ever get in terms of points.
Walks, this is going to put them up, which is great for them, but wow, it's close. 5 seconds until Kyogre. One of these teams is going to be doing great in their group, taking down the biggest threat. Blastoise moves in, ends up peeling back. The Charge Beam does not find a KO right there. And Clefable,
they gotta be very careful. Cerulege isn't there, and they don't have
who is going to make
either.
a play for a score, as we actually have Yutao possibly moving towards a fight here. Cerulege now peeling back towards the other squad. No one wanting to make a mistake. No one wanting to overcommit. Megu moves in. Here comes the Gyarados!
Mega Gyarados hits their evolution right on top of 3 players. Leon's in the middle. They use their Unite move. The cake is built. Tons of HP is getting topped off. And straight into the back line is Megu. They have to put the pressure on. Follow Me is there. Cerulege takes care of the Mega Mewtwo-Y. Fizzy with the repositioned Surf. They're trying to get the cover with the Hydro Pump. Back through is the Surf. Eviscerated is the rest of the team. Yutao is now gone. 3 players down. And Stowe has been working on Groudon. They already hit the pivot.
That was so chaotic.
Sazero have to get back in the middle. They have to get in the mix. And here comes Tibby. They have the opportunity to do a big thing here for Volticons Unite. And a big thing for EU Unite as well. Groudon is the chopping block taken by Snow. But they still need to go get some more points in and make this thing undeniable as Sazero is chased down. Sazero is knocked out. And now it's just up to Resu and Kranix to stop the flow of points from going in. But it's not going to be enough. 40 seconds left on the clock. And Volticons Unite is running away with it.
Volticons 208 to 48, and they decide to peel away. They don't need these points right now, and BH3 does. They have to make a mad dash towards a member of Volticons quickly, pick up a KO. That is their only way to win this thing, but time is ticking away. It looks like they're out of options, and because Volticons very intelligently pulled away from this fight, I don't know if there's even enough time for BH3. The Unite move from Gyarados, they're looking for it. Fizzy with the Unite move back the other way. Blastoise standing tall on the goal zone. 10 seconds left. Some points are going in, but it's just not enough for BH3. Volticons Unite are gonna
That was a little
win
anticlimactic. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Look at the
That was
electric pop off from Volticons. Big Daddy Leon and company getting it done. It's just score this threat, which is great for them, but wow, it's close. 5 seconds until Kyogre. One of these teams is going to be doing great in their group, taking down the biggest threat. Blastoise moves in, ends up peeling back. The Charge Beam does not find a KO right there. Clefable with the healing. The question is, who is going to make a play for a score, as we actually have Yutao possibly moving towards a fight here. Cerulege now peeling back towards the other squad. No one wanting to make a mistake. No one wanting to overcommit. Megu moves in. Here comes the Gyarados!
Okay, so here's where things go kind of wrong. Now keep in mind, although Volticons are winning right now, they're not winning. So like they're not winning by so much to the point where you feel compelled to like force a fight as hard as they did. problem with what happened here is the engage from engage 3. Like, it was such a forced engage because I think they thought, and by they, I mean the Gyarados players specifically playing Gyarados. Kranix. The problem here is, like, I think they thought they had a better engage than they actually did. And I think that's where it goes, like, I'll play
Moving
from
towards
here
a
and
fight
then
here. Cerulege now peeling
I'll
back
kinda just-
towards the other squad. No one wanting to make a mistake. No one wanting to
Okay, so here I think they got baited by Megu in a way. Because, like, Megu goes in, you know, lands their snarl foul play and, like, stuns them briefly. But then immediately afterwards, and I'll draw it out, like, you know, they go in, land their skills, and then obviously they go back out. So it's like, it's a little misleading in a way. And then you have to keep in mind, once you use your Unite move as a Gyarados, and keep in mind, you can Kranix already popped their Unite move. So once you're in your Unite move, there's no going back. It's like, you're in your Unite move and that's that. So this guy's walking out, this guy wants to go in. But also keep in mind, you may want to go in as the Gyarados, but the rest of the team doesn't have that luxury of being able to go untargetable and, you know, dive the backline. So that's part of the problem. Like, even if they get a good knockup, it doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of the team is able to follow up on a play that you're trying to initiate for your team. And then, like, when you see what happens, that's pretty much exactly what happens. So, like, look at the Gyarados specifically and the rest of the team.
Megu moves in. Here comes the Gyarados.
So, like, Gyarados goes in, but then the rest of the team, like, is like, let me put it to this. If we split the map in half, they're basically on the other half. And, like, splitting it right down the middle, like, literally, they don't have the same level of mobility, number one. Number two, the Mewtwo Unite move is also stalling for time, because it also stuns them as well. Number three, when you're playing Gyarados, and this is just like a general thing, like, I play Gyarados, not that hard of a Pokemon to play. But in a competitive environment, when you pop your Unite move as a Gyarados, it's a lot more telegraphed because you're on a timer. Like, the way Gyarados works is like, you pop your Unite move, you go underground, you're untargetable, but also you're on a figurative timer because eventually you're going to have to come back up. And you can see that bar underneath your HP gauge, like, ticking away to the point that, like, yeah, you know, you'll have that large knockup once you charge your Unite move, you pop up from under the ground. But obviously, that also allows the enemy team to react to your Unite move, which is why the moment the moment Gyarados pops up from their Unite move, they double Sacred Sword right where Gyarados is going to pop up from. So it's like, yeah, you're getting your damage off, because obviously they can't touch you until you pop up from the ground, but there's no follow-up from the rest of the team. So now, it's like Gyarados is stuck in the back line. And then, not to mention that, not only that, but, like, Blastoise on the enemy team does a good job of zoning and making sure that the rest of the team is split off from the Gyarados right here. So, like, the Hydro Typhoon goes off, and keep in mind, that has a big AoE radius. So, like, not only are you slowing down or, you know, mitigating that damage from these guys, you know, however you want to number them, 1, 2, 3, 4, from following up on the Gyarados. But it's like, now Gyarados is stuck in the backline by themselves, and the rest of the team has to make a very quick decision in the endgame. Like, it's easier to make a mistake in the middle of a fight, and when you're pressed for time.
3 players, Leon's in the middle, they use their Unite move, the cake is built, tons of HP.
And then you can see that despite the fact that yeah, Gyarados was able to focus the backline, get some damage off, land some CC. The rest of the team has been split off the entire time. There hasn't been a single instance where the rest of the team has been able to follow up on the Gyarados. And then now Gyarados is just dead. And you lost a major component of your team. Because not only is Gyarados a damage dealer, but they're also like a pseudo frontliner as well. So now it's up to the rest of the team to kind of figure out what the play is from here. Like, you also use the Alcremie Unite move, which is obviously what this guy's doing right here. So you have 2 Unite moves left. You have your Ceruledge and your Umbreon Unite move. You have Miraidon as well. But also, you have 5 people on the side of Volticons up. Not to mention, 2 of them still have Unite moves. And one of them is, like, even though Mewtwo doesn't have their Unite move, there's still Mewtwo Y. And if they're positioned, like, one of the downsides to this team comp is the fact that if a Mewtwo Y is doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is obviously outputting damage, but ensuring that they stay relatively safe by their positioning, is very difficult for these guys to get onto that backline reliably while also surviving as well. Like, they want to do damage, but they also want to live as well.
He is getting topped off, and straight into the back line is Megu. They have to put the pressure on.
I will say, Yutao got a really good Unite move here, landing onto 2, which is the Mewtwo Y, and
Follow me is there. Cerulean goes in with a big Unite, takes care of the Mega Mewtwo Y.
Clefable, I believe.
In the middle, they use their Unite move. The cake is built. Tons of HP is getting topped off, and straight into the back line is Megu. They have to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it was Clefable and Mewtwo Y. So landing the Unite move on the Mewtwo Y, a priority target, which is really good, considering how the beginning of the fight started.
Cerulean goes in with a big Unite.
The problem is like, they try to hard
Takes
commit.
here the Mega Mewtwo Y. Fizzy with the repositioned Surf. They're trying to. Tons of HP is getting topped off, and straight into the back line is Megu. They have to put the pressure on. Follow me is there. Cerulean goes in with a.
And like, this right here is just kind of unfortunate, because like, number one, and this also applies to them as well. Like, Ceruledge and Umbreon have the luxury of being able to dive the backline, granted that they have the tools to do so. So obviously, Ceruledge pops their Unite move, they go in. They cover a large amount of distance with their Unite move. They go from this bush to the choke area right here. And then Umbreon, same thing. Like, Umbreon's a defender, so they have the bulk and the durability to take damage, but also, dive the backline if they choose to do so. The problem is that, yes, Yutao, the Ceruledge, is able to land their Unite move on the Mewtwo Y and Clefable, but you also have to understand that they are also separating themselves from the rest of the team, which is, Miraidon as well as Alcremie. These guys don't want to be running it down, diving the backline with you guys, because obviously Miraidon needs to prioritize themselves, which is staying alive while outputting that damage. Alcremie already used their Unite move, so realistically, all they're really going to be doing is they're going to be throwing their cakes at you, or trying to, but they have to put themselves in a position to do so. And then not only that, Scyther is literally popping their Unite move, diving the backline, which is, 1 and 2. So basically, you separate yourselves, and now these two are kind of just stranded on their own, in their own little bubble over here, while you guys are, in the perfect world, killing the rest of the backline, but that doesn't happen either. So then when it plays out, it's like, okay, well, the team is split again.
The big Unite takes here the Mega Mewtwo Y. Fizzy with the repositioned Surf. They're trying to get the cover with the Hydro Pump. Back through the Surf.
And of course, like, they're already united.
The rest of the team.
They don't have enough gas in the tank to deal with the Blastoise and the Zacian as well.
3 players down, and Stowe's been working on Groudon. They already hit
and then the game is
pivot.
close.
Megu and Sazero have to get back in the middle. They have
but
to
like,
get in the mix, and here comes Tibby.
It's a 2 versus 2. And although this is risky, it's one of those calculated risks that you can take, because you have better DPS, you have better secure.
They have the the opportunity to do a big thing here.
And you don't want to run that. Don't want to run that risk. Like there are. This wasn't the only play. Like obviously, you know, you could potentially try to go for a cap top or bottom, but obviously with two people up, that's also still very risky. The game was still very close in terms of points, so one single score can determine the outcome of the entire match. They chose to go for the alternative, which is, you know, focus the objective and take this off the map when they are in a position, in a better position. So realistically, it's like, no matter which approach you choose to do, like whether you choose to cap top or bottom, or take the fight, or go for the Groudon, either way, purple team is in a better position. So, and then it just becomes really, really difficult for Umbreon and Alcremie to really.
Volticons unite in a big thing.
Like it's a 2 versus 2, but it's not really a 50-50. When Dashin and Scythes do exponentially more
and
damage.
make this thing undeniable as Sazero is chased down, Sazero is knocked out, and now it's just up to Rezu and Kranix to stop the.
And at this point, like, once they get the ground in, the game's already over.
It's not going to be enough. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Volticons Unite is running away with it.
Volticons 208 to 48, and they decide to peel away. They don't need these points right now, and BH3 does. They have to make a mad dash towards a member of Volticons quickly, pick up a KO. That is their only way to win this thing, but time is ticking away. It looks like they're out of options, and because Volticons very intelligently.
Okay. We got Komai versus Brew next. Is a quote-unquote top versus the current world champs. Got BH3 versus Zeros, and then Root Dig versus first BH3 loss in the season, by the way.
National Championships 2026 here at the Excel Centre in London Town. Relic joined by Zoinks once again, and
groups, of course. First pick, you're going to meet Gek on that iconic Umbreon pick for them. It's basically that or Crustle between these two, between those two Pokemon. Gecko Kami always going to be ending up on one of those.
that's interesting because Crustle, actually, I was looking back at the stats.
Oh, before the game even starts, although I don't follow Latam too much this, like in the previous years of Pokemon Unite, like I watched every single region. I would no matter how bad a region was or is, I would watch the region. I would watch everything. North America, EU, Latam, ER, Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, whatever. This year, not so much, mainly because I lost interest in Pokemon Unite, or like everyone's lost interest in Pokemon Unite. Obviously, because of that loss of motivation, like I haven't been watching as other regions much. But I do know that Peru Unite have been struggling. And the thing is like when you're the world champ, you have that expectation of like not only from yourselves, but like the people that are watching you have like higher expectations because you are considered the best. Like it's not an opinion, it's just a fact. It's like when you become when you become the number one any East, like there's really nothing else left for you to achieve besides like running it back and trying again. But I do know that Peru Unite have been having. They're doing okay, but they're definitely not doing the best. Like, obviously, the last year, this year.
Over the course of the season,
Inconsistent.
the highest win rate of any Pokemon in the EU region, crossed all over 70% or something along those lines, is actually kind of crazy. What's not so crazy is the response here from Peru Unite, looking in Mega Gary and Vaporeon.
Yeah, those two Pokemon feel phenomenal. I think, honestly, the Umbreon, Vaporeon of it all, you could be so happy with either selection. I don't think Peru Unite's too upset about losing that one, but that Mega Gyarados is going to have some...
Man, you did the HSR login? Yeah, I've been playing HSR. Like, I'm on top of everything. I just need to do the story. That's like, I was actually planning on playing the story on stream at some point, but I have so many things that I need to play that I did not get the 100 lucky pulls. I am not lucky. I'm not special. But, you know.
Tough competition in Toast Mimikyu.
I still think that they were super generous anyway.
Toast really has the Mimikyu and the Talonflame as those two...
Sorry, I don't mean to get sidetracked from the Pokemon Unite, but like, bro, they were super generous this patch. They give a free 5-star. They give a shit ton of Stellar Jades. I already pulled for Yaguang, by the way. I lost my 50-50. So let me just tell you, just for like the TLDR. I lost my 50-50. I got freaking E2 Clara, but then I got Yao Guang early when I tried pulling for her. And then I got her Lycone on the first pull, and I had no pity built. Nothing. I was on 0. So, like, it ends up balancing out in a way that I still did well. Like, literally, 0 pity, 1 pull, got her Lycone. I lost my 50-50. I got her. I'm going for Sparksy, and I'm going for Silver Wolf. And, okay. Sparksy is not that important for me, but I want Silver Wolf, and I want the white-haired chick. I don't know what her name is.
Popular central area Pokemon they like to employ. Mimikyu, though, it ends up getting banned against Kamaya.
The artist girl.
Yeah, that's an early Machamp.
Yeah.
It's a bit too early. Well,
I want Silver Wolf and her more than anyone else.
Like, what am I talking about?
Like, I'm actually willing to skip the other people.
Unite,
I don't even care. I don't care what their kid is. I just want them. Because I don't have a Silver Wolf in my collection.
As of yet, of course.
And by the way, Relic, we jumped into this draft like kind of midway through, or immediately to start, just because the match was ready. We want to give the viewers the match. But the bans from Komai, pretty wildly targeted bans.
I know, right? Yeah.
Hama, sure. I mean, I guess Tempo's playing that thing a lot. But Scyther and Inteleon, these are hard call-out bans towards the other side. So we're going to be jumping into this matchup very, very soon. Interesting drafts. I think Peru Unite having more of the on-paper power level Pokemon, but a whole lot of Pokemon for Komai Esports that are very specific to their team.
We do see that Crustle right there at the end. It suggests to me that we'll be seeing the Umbreon take on that pseudo support role with Wish potentially.
I was able to.
Kamai, actually, just in terms of name, it's not just Peru that has previous.
I was able to 2-star my arbitration on the first try as well.
Roster, ended
with
up
Archers,
Orange Juices in the 3rd place playoffs.
Sparkle.
They've come back with a team that has oodles of experience, but Gecko Kami has been on this stage under the Kamai name. Narami has been on this stage under the Kamai name. They know exactly what sort of resilience and I guess stability within the squad, a resilience not to panic, as we saw a little bit earlier from the likes of Tuzi, for example. This is a big occasion. It is the biggest Pokemon tournament of the year.
Dunhong, yeah, Dunhong.
7,000 people competing here today is nuts. And you've got the lights above you.
I'll try for a 3-star, but I don't think I'll get it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never been able to 3-star.
These are stalwarts of the scene. Stalwarts that'll be heading into game 1 on the purple side. Peru on the orange side. Best of 3. Let's get underway.
All right, so Gatlu and Narami going to be the duo for Komai headed into the top side, of course, having to contend with that Mega Gyarados, a Pokemon that I am still, at this point in the tournament, shocked is making it through as many drafts as it is so far. And also, Peru Unite going to be bringing that Urshifu. So Animo really liking that Rapid Strike Urshifu more commonly. However, they are one of the players that can be known to play both, so keep an eye on where that Urshifu decides to evolve to when getting access to either Wicked Blow or Surging Strikes.
In bullying Tempo so much, they've kind of let Kea through the through the curtain, so to speak, getting a free score for them. 15-4 early doors, and early evolution here for Narami, not able to really take out tempo as much as they would have liked. Still that Machop lacking power, Zionist lacking power, lacking a health bar. Back to the Pokemon Center they go. The K opener going to the Mimikyu.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Thank you so much to our stats team. So far, our distribution of the tournament, we have had 63% of the matches.
Oh,
shit! No
shit.
surprise there. Map 1 will.
Yo, when was the last time I
Kyogre.
seen our
We've gone
Shifu
on about
competitive, man?
35%, and shout out to one team who did choose Rayquaza at a 2%
Oh
pick rate.
no! Oh no! It's
Shifu
dead.
was put in prison, and the key was thrown away. Down goes the Hydron engine, but here with a wonderful Hydro Pump catching 4. Tempo kind of lucky, honestly, to find the evolution in
And just when I got
and
excited to
allows
see
them
this
to
Pokemon
rotate
again,
back.
I
But Kamai very close to a couple of big
it's
KOs on top of that.
absolutely
Shifu.
melted.
Wow, all right, so some early damage. I think so far, Kamai very, very happy about their early game presence. That catch out on the Urshifu, just phenomenal. That mean look, devastating to try to get away from, especially for a Pokemon that doesn't have an immediate form of Unstoppable to have access to. Maybe if you are the Surging Strikes, or sorry, if you are the Wicked Blow, you have it, but not this time around. Yet gonna be dumping in 7 in the face of a Mewtwo Y and an Indeedee. Never count out its defenses. And that champ will path back. No wish healing available for the Umbreon yet at only level 5.
Very nice. Another shout out to our stats team confirming the game that the Rayquaza was actually chosen in, and I'm so glad it was this series. Aftermath versus Pastor Baguette. Aftermath Esports picking up their first series win of the year.
Yeah.
I'm delighted for them. And I'm delighted to see Kamai so proactive. That's a 1, that's a 2. This charge being coming through Mighty. The Rock Tomb not quite able to catch Draken. The Hadron Engine down yet again. More poke. Toast going in. Finds a Shadow Sneak. The sleep delaying the inevitable. It is one-way traffic for Kamai Esports.
Yeah, Kamai Esports is just kind of currently Adesu has had to have no fear on this Miraidon. They're using these charge boosts from range, but the range is 2 feet. Miraidon's able to just walk up and towards these enemy targets. So far, Toast Mimikyu playing this play rough Mimikyu, actually playing really well the role of the sweeper. Trusting Adesu's consistent damage from the Miraidon in this Thunder and Charge Beam set to lower the HP enough. Shadow Sneaks will get the resets off of KOs and be able to sweep through the enemy team. It's been a very successful strategy so far. Let's see how Peru tries to respond.
Split push for Kamai. Peru a little bit more all-in on the Regieleki. Reggie rocking to the hands of Kamai. Perhaps to be expected. Peru unite with a Regieleki, but for a late attempted steal away via the Rock Tomb. And Peru unite. Doesn't look like they're going to push the zone here. Kamai left to their own devices.
Yeah, just a little bit too far behind in the level curve. Maybe if you have Gyarados unite move or Mewtwo unite move, you can make that push. But right now, you're just lacking a few resources. Urshifu, a solid one, but maybe not to depend an entire team fight on. So instead, Peru unite happy with what they got and instead going to play it a little bit safer. Kamai, on the other hand, can't be really aggressive because they do have a Regieleki in their face. They are going to split push as well and don't want to give Peru Unite a chance to get any back caps, and so they can keep this 98-57 score lead.
Kamai, as much as they've been very much in the W column regarding KOs, Peru Unite not going to be too worried. They're not too far behind on the level situation. They're not too far behind on the point situation. That Regieleki, of course, will help as everyone is kind of reset here, although the bottom path is sure to kick up a rough...
Hold on. So did I just have a really bad case of deja vu, or did they just say the same thing twice?
98-57 score lead.
Kamai, as much as they've been very much in the W column regarding KOs, Peru Unite not going to be too worried. They're not too far behind on the level situation. They're not too far behind on the point situation. That Regieleki, of course, W column regarding KOs.
Okay,
not going to be too
bro,
worried.
did I...
They're not too far behind on the level situation. They're not too far behind on the point situation. That Regieleki, of course, will help as everyone is kind of
I was so confused. I'm like, wait, did I just blank out for a second? Brother said the same thing.
Bright Future Meteor Storm. Always a tongue twister, isn't it? That's just going to help secure those Altaria.
I was so confused for a second. I'm just like, I think I'm going crazy.
Nice stuff so far. Adesu utilizing that Unite move a little bit early in that fight, but it does favor them. Yeah, we have Toast and Gatlu combining for some really nice plays. Nemo's in that backline. Of course, this damage done by the Urshifu will ignore the shields of this Crustle. However, they're getting a lot of HP back anyways, and they're able to outlast and take down Peru Unite despite that true damage build.
And there's more on the way. It's a 5-stack on this bottom path for Kamai Esports. They're trying to get this 12-down Gecko Kami. They might have to get out of there now with Peru Unite all set up. The Rock Tomb just to add a little bit of slow, a little bit of hindrance, and Kamai call off the assault. But the damage is done, Zoinks, 163 to 57.
Yeah, I mean, just an impressive impressive shout out to KO's Vaporeon and this Aqua Ring healing. Even with that goal zone debuffed by Miraidon's Hadron Engine, the Vaporeon still able to get a lot of utilization in that situation. So that Hydro Pump, Aqua Ring, we don't see it too often. I feel like more often we're seeing that flip turn in Muddy Water, but right now it's being used to great effect. Per Unite feel like a more relevant force on the map so far. And they do have the Mewtwo and Vaporeon Unite moves to work with if they really want to try to push this fight aggressively.
Yes, if Relic is using it in ranked, then you can expect not to see it that often in competitive. That's what I've learned in my career on this year championship series. I was thinking the Heavy Slam was a little bit early. They had that cover Peru Unite, a second Regieleki in pocket down with the power nap. Here goes a Nemo, mean looks, charge beam. Big Unite move from the Vaporeon to eat up a lot of that damage, but K is taken out anyway. Here goes the Unite move from the Urshifu, whiffs on the final hit.
Oh my
with a
God.
2 KO streak. Here comes a Daisu to pick up a KO of their own. And they should have this one all sorted out. The teleports, the dinks and the jabs from Zinus.
Bro, the Mimikyu is disgusting.
Out they go after D-Mega Evolving, is that the right term?
Not only
they've
that,
got this one covered.
not just the Mimikyu.
Impressive stuff from Kamai. I mean, yeah, you do lose
But
one Pokemon, they split up effectively. And
the mean look, specifically on the Urshifu, is shutting down this Pokemon so damn
but
hard.
all of those auto attacks doing splash damage can be really tough in some of these team fights. Tempo,
Like, if you're not full healing that mean look immediately,
we expected Per Unite actually trying to mount an offense on the bottom side.
you're just stuck.
Big block. Hadron Engine down though. And Kia was not around for long. That is a tanky Pokemon to be taken down in such quick order. And Dragon Force to the bottom of the map. Not that this Mimikyu is going to care. Toast makes it.
It's so impressive. I mean, right now, with this play rough build, I think normally we see a bit of a damage fall off into the late game, where we kind of prefer to see the Shadow Claw sometimes for some of these team fights where play rough's got a little bit of early game presence. That is not the case. Toast is almost level 14 and still has a minute until the final stretch.
The champ with the steal on top path. That looked like Peru for all the world. Now going for a big push. It's 3v1 on Narami. That should be the 15 down, at least for Kea. Mean look, looking to dunk this 50. Oh, is going to get their big pushback. Oh, they can't get it because of the charge beam. And it's going to be Decimation Nation here.
That is just demoralizing, man. Not only did they lose the objective in a 3 versus 1 because Machamp stole it, they tried to play aggressive on the tier 1. They all died. They didn't
One of the
score.
best carries in the entire game. Other attackers have risen up and kind of fought for that role.
Like, I knew Peru were not
but this Miraidon is still so
having a
phenomenal.
great season so far, but when I see it, like, when I see them play like firsthand, like, this is looking rough, man.
Success from this legendary electric type.
In this salsa of game 1, Peru Unite have really lacked any rhythm, disrupted by the lockstep. Kamai Esports going after Drake. This charge beam again. They can't escape it. The hindrances, the disruptions mean that charge beam does more and more damage. And bad news, Peru. It's 2 minutes already. In goes the Toast Unite move. That's going to take out Urshifu. My apologies, the Urshifu Unite move. Mimikyu still got theirs. And they're still going, finally utilizing it. Locking down Tempo and the Mega Gyros. 3 KO streak for Toast. Absolutely ruckus from Kamai Esports, wiping Peru. Outside of this, Snorlax is just Draken left.
Amazing coordination from this team. A Shadow Sneak lands onto that Gyarados, and they wait until the mean look traps them in place to land that full combo. At this point, Draken just respawning and getting back to the fight as quickly as possible, because currently Per Unite's hopes only rely on defending these goal zones. Mewtwo in a scary spot, but double teleport is going to help with that one.
Yeah, really nice. Looking at the scores, Kamai don't have to push. They want to push. They want to build up this lead as a just in case, or maybe they're just feeling it. They've been in the groove. Infinite Cyburn comes down and Nemo is on pad, and Toast is caught out in a big way in the slow zone, but that's going to be a big score. Hundo Burger opening up the lead to 3-3-6 to 119. Kamai, I'd honestly go for an active disengage here if I was them. It's a good thing I'm not them though, Zoinks, because they are them. They continue to find KOs, losing health bars now, dragging it to the backline, right into the welcoming arms of Gatlu. Big X Scissor, this Crustle cannot be stopped.
Yeah, Gek and Odesu, just the perfect combo.
That was actually
play
closer
there.
than I thought.
Multiple enemy Pokemon got so low by Zinus' ADC
Gecko
Mewtwo
Kami
by hand, but just barely kept at a KO
actually
range by the
might have
Crustle
saved the
running
game right
interference.
there.
Enemy Pokemon
right into the welcoming
So, like,
arms.
Mewtwo was actually like getting a good amount of damage off. It was getting really close here. But then because Crustle landed the X Scissor, that gives enough time for these guys to regen HP.
to find KOs, losing health bars now, dragging into the back
and
line,
then like continue
right
the
to
fight.
welcoming arms of
If they had
Gatlo.
died here,
Big
there's a
X
chance
scissor.
that they
This
could have
Crustle
lost the game.
cannot be stopped.
Yeah,
It still would have been very.
just the perfect combo play. Running interference master of any in-person tournament is already all smiles and laughing as they are about to go up 1-0 in this.
Oh, but I don't tell you, man. Like Peru Unite, they're.
That's going to take the hindrances, the disruptions.
I'm pretty sure it's the same roster from last year, like when they won the championship. So it's not like a team synergy is like.
That charge beam does more and more damage.
Really,
and
the
bad
issue.
news, Peru. It's 2 minutes already. In beam again. They can't escape. In this salsa of game one, Peru Unite have really lacked any rhythm, disrupted by the lockstep.
This right here.
Esports going after Drake. This
Like getting caught out here is obviously just really bad because you died right before Kyogre. Not to mention, it's one of those things when the defenders are overextending and isn't there. Like when you look at this situation right now, both defenders are together. Like you got Bracken and the other dude over here. And yes, you're the like you're trying to get positioning on Kyogre, want to get vision. I understand that. But even so, you can't wing this. Like you can't be face checking bushes. Like whether you're face checking any of these bushes, whatever, doesn't matter. You cannot be walking around by yourself when the rest of the team, 1, 2, 3, or however you want to order them number-wise, when they're not there. So, like, yes, even if you get vision for your team, if you're walking into 5 people as a defender, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get caught out. And, of course,
legendary electric
when it's happened right before the last objective,
really
it just allows the enemy team
disrupted by the lockstep.
make a proactive play
going after Drake. This
because they have the numbers advanced.
Again, they can't. Move, keep it. The hindrances, the disruptions mean that charge.
And of course, like Gyarados comes in, he shows up. I don't even know what he's doing.
Disrupted by the lockstep. Kamai Esports going after Drake. This charge beam again.
After seeing Snorlax just die, not even 2 seconds before they waterfall in, but they're waterfalling into the center without any vision whatsoever. They get mean looked and then they're stuck. They're forced to Unite move.
Bad news, Peru. It's 2
There's my champ Unite move.
minutes already. In goes the toast.
They blow up their
Shifu.
Shifu. This guy's by himself.
Mimikyu
just gets melted and then everyone, literally it's just the domino effect of one domino falls and everyone else just falls with them.
Finally utilizing it, locking down Temple and the Mega Gyarados, 3 KO streak for Toast, absolutely ruckus.
I honestly don't know what happened there. That was
wiping Peru outside of this. Snorlax is just Drake and left.
Amazing coordination from this team. A Shadow Sneak lands onto that Gyarados, and they wait until the mean look traps them in. Peru Unite's a band Talonflame, Mimikyu, and something I want to see. I want to push Toast to the limit and see their entire pool, honestly, because it feels like we just have those 2 Pokemon. And wow, Peru Unite is going to opt for the Leafeon. It feels like this is a Scyther world and Leafeon's just kind of living in it at the moment. So I am kind of shocked to see Leafeon be the pickup. However, I mean, they won a world championship with the Pokemon on the roster, right? Leafeon and the Scyther world and Leafeon's just kind of living it.
I will say, this is very, very, very confident.
See their entire pool, honestly, because
picking Leafeon into this team is kind of crazy, if you ask me. Like, I'm not saying Leafeon is a bad Pokemon, but like when you look at the team composition Komai has already drafted, picked Leafeon, it's like Leafeon is an early game jungle, or if you choose to play with it, then obviously okay later. It thrives in the early game, the mid game as well. Granted that you're doing well in the early, or decent in the early game. Late game, it's not that it can't do well. It's just more so it's more difficult to 100 to 0 those priority targets. But like when you look at the side of Komai, it's like,
feels like we just have
those. Are you really going to be?
Peru Unite is going to opt for the Leafeon. It feels like this is a
focus without getting punished relatively hard. Like literally, last place, not really. Psyduck, yeah. not a priority target, but obviously if you got to, then Talonflame can literally just either press, fly, Brave Bird, or freaking Unite movement out of champ. Can literally cancel out your Unite move, right, depending on the situation. Like, you trade Unite moves, cancel out. It also just KO you before it even gets that. Darkrai, a lot of Darkrai players nowadays are going Dark Pulse and Shadow Claw. So
Scyther world and Leafeon's just kind of living it at the moment, so I am kind of shocked to see Leafeon.
I actually think the Leafeon pick
However,
is
I mean,
weird.
they won a world championship with their Pokemon on the roster, right? Leafeon and the Crustle. So we are building up a little bit of history in that situation. Well, Kamai Esport having a pretty solid draft as well.
I mean, Scyther is unavailable, and if we are describing Leafeon as Scyther from home, then it might work into the playstyle of Peru better. I'm not convinced by the draft overall, I have to say. I'm trusting that Peru is going to put up a better showing because they're a very adaptable team on the macro front as much as on micro. I think that they can serve
on you have to see purple team Komai on the orange team.
So moving up into the north part then, we got Tempo and Kia. They'll be facing off against Narami and Gatlu. Of course, Gatlu had a really strong game, I think, on this Machamp last time out, but up against this Lucario, it's a very, very different story. So enigmatic in the early game, can do all sorts of damage, and especially once they get access to that Unite move, they're so good at zone oppression. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, things get out of hand real quick. Watching top-level players play Mega Lucario as well is so fun. I mean, those close combat resets with the eject button. We like to see all the shenanigans of Tempo. I mean, a chief of shenanigans around here sometimes. So excited to see that one run down. Kamai Esports, though, got a lot of new weapons in their arsenal as well. This Psyduck, such a devastating Pokemon in the metagame right now. The Unite move getting those buffs makes it ridiculously powerful in team fights, not to mention just the overall utility of Psyduck. He's honestly second to none.
Toast was half in, half out there on whether to go for Tempo, and Tempo was almost taken out yet again, eating the majority of the damage output from Kamai. It's going to be Gatlu who falls first, followed by Toast, and I think Narami is going to follow in quick succession too. They're going to go around the back of this goal zone. They're going to get scores off though. There's the 19, there's the 14. I think Kia are going to be the only one who's not going to be able to score. Never mind. Shut up, Mr. Commentator. Peru got this.
Yeah, Kia's going to put in 21. That's not too bad.
Oh no, Machop.
KO onto this Machop. So this 3-player rotation actually working out quite well for Peru Unite, and it's even staggered and still working out. You know, if you push off that Fletchender, you're going to have a little bit of time to work with, and it's actually Anemo able to fully rotate back towards their own side of the map, pick up a lot more EXP, get very close to that Evolution level 8 Unite move, and be ready to go for Regidrago.
I think as expected, Kia running Trick Hooper to further help enable that Lucario. Toast with their first KO against Zinus, who was caught in enemy territory. Draken watching over the pad just fine. Kamai should be able to take the Regidrago, indeed they do, with a fly as opposed to a Brave Bird.
That is kind of Toast's MO. We do see, I would say, an even distribution between the two Talonflames, but it feels like when it's Toast playing it, they do seem to favor that moveset. It's got variety all the time, though. Talonflame, such a strong. I love seeing the OG make a bit of a comeback. You know, release speedster Pokemon having relevancy here in 2026. I love to see it.
Well, it's the theme of this tournament in a way. 30th anniversary of Pokemon. We're seeing Lucario relevant again. We're seeing Talonflame relevant again. Crustle having a standout tournament, having a standout season. Let's be real. Kind of misplays with the Rock Tomb there, but it's just fine. They've got another one stored and loaded. Scoring for fun, 101 to 30.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce back after Peru Unite unable to get that Regidrago. I was talking about how when Nemo was searching for that level 8, they became just shy when the actual fight for that objective actually occurred. So, going to come a little bit short of that one. Regieleki, on the other hand, won't even require a Unite move as Leafeon shreds the enemy objective down.
Yeah, Kamai is kind of back against the wall here. They're stymied for EXP, both Blastoise. Well, Blastoise now just come online. Still no sign of the Machamp as of yet, but that Regice will go some way to helping them here. Now for a goal zone attack. It's just the Hooper. Lovely Psychic from Narami. No chance to get out of this. Never mind, they got berries for days, but here's that Flame Sweep sweep, misses everybody. Water is wet.
Yeah, and it did hit a wall to Doomsnax's credit in the final play. They tried to push away that hoop, but I think it would still be a tough goal zone attack, of seeing as Tempo had respawned in, Anemo was hovering around in that area. In the end, maybe Koma is happy it was an escape route of Unite.
It's an eject button in disguise. It's always been this way.
In a really loud and apparent disguise, yes. Yeah, exactly.
More relic impressions on the way, I'm sure of that. We're heading towards the halfway point, and the Sai gives way to a knockout. Peru Unite again with this really strong rotate onto the top path. Pays dividends this time around with a T1 zone crack, and here is that Aura Cannon into the Mega Lucario that punches for days. Fly cannot find a KO. Too healthy are the health bars. Pushed back here, side strike into the Fly, invulnerable, beautiful timing. Finds a KO onto the Hooper and catches someone with the flame sweep. You've seen it, folks, for realsies this time. Submission into Fly, beautiful timing that punches for days. Fly cannot find a KO. Too healthy are the health bars. Pushed back here, side strike into the Fly, invulnerable, beautiful timing. Finds a KO onto the Hooper and catches someone with the flame sweep. You've seen it, folks, for realsies.
They tried so hard to dive this pad, but like keep in mind, only person that has Unite, like okay, if you're including the Mega Lucario, it already like it's in its Unite move. Only one that has Unite move besides them is
Side strike into the Fly, invulnerable, beautiful timing. Finds a KO onto the Hooper and catches someone with the flame sweep. You've seen it, folks, for realsies this time. Submission into Fly. How about that for some team play, Kamai?
And you can see like the Leafeon without the Unite move is just like, oh my.
In that attack, and I think we're really scared about losing that entire goal zone. But great response. They split up the enemy team. They wait out that Mega Lucario. Not the entire timer, but just making sure that it had no backup anymore before they actually get the takedown with the Machamp, the Blastoise, and the Talonflame. So nice play by Komai's topside focus.
I make peace with leaning fully into the obvious pun. Toast absolutely flying, level 12, leading the lobby. That team fight has actually helped reel Kamai back over the entirety of the board level-wise. Level 11s for the Machamp.
Why? I don't know.
On the dark right. Here goes the Surf. That is... That's a purple player.
A lot of people playing comp have been playing
Machamp again. No chance. But did they buy time? They did buy enough time for Peru to take the Regieleki. Aura Cannon through 1, 2, 3. It's Crustal taking down the Talonflame. Hydro Typhoon. They fought through it. Incredible plays. Regieleki taking down the zone before any more of Peru could score. 173 to 82. Still a close game though.
Yeah, no, it is extremely close. I mean, Peru Unite winning that last team fight just with decisiveness. Extremely quick decisions. Kind of put Komai into an awkward spot. They were able to isolate the Talonflame, KO them before they can use the Unite move. Same thing with the Machamp. You force Gatlu out of that fight before it feels worth it to use your Unite move back in. Narami does get the pull, but that is a sleeping Mega Lucario. We do have the power-up punch to give him some space. Gonna be a tough spot to be in now, though.
Finally taken down, but it did feel like a little too long, didn't it? Missed there on from, well, not from the Fly, from the Flame Sweep. Toast is going to realign here with the rest of his squad going after Reg Ice. There goes the Mewtwo-Y, and there goes the, sorry, my goodness, it's the Machamp, and the Machamp is now gone. KOs either side, one apiece, and it's going to be a Nemo on the Leafeon, snatching out the Reg Ice from underneath the beak, I guess, of Toast on the Talonflame.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff so far. I do like a Desu running interference a little bit on this attacker Darkrai. Shit Ninja Doll, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really a... I was gonna say it. A nightmarish combo, unfortunately. It's a scary combo. It's all kinds of bad things. But when you're running that Dark Pulse Shadow Claw build, you already have so many moments of invulnerability. You're just adding more in that situation when you have the shit Ninja Doll. Basically,
it's funny that you say that because like
you'll have everything back up.
It's not like Machamp has changed in any way. I think it got like a buff like a couple of patches ago. Nothing crazy, but like it did get buffed. Specifically, it's cross chop stacks.
We will have one
if I
final
remember correctly.
on this bottom path, but it seems like not
but
many are interested. Caught in the tall
to
grass.
me, Machamp is is like a mean pick.
Good vision here from Gecko Kami, going to be stopped momentarily from rejoining with the team via that rock tomb. Now,
quite frankly, I don't think it's really worth picking.
Meander their way down south, but I'm not entirely
I
convinced.
think there are better options, but
more used as bait.
People like to play with Chip a lot now.
Okay, Gatlu tries for a bit of a cheeky
I don't know what to
submission,
change
but doesn't want to
specifically.
commit to fighting into that tall grass. I understand if you enter into that with a Crustle, it'd be really hard to fight your way out of. Gatlu is at level 13 and does finally get their Unite move back online. So they are ready for this fight. Currently, Komai handling all of the space around the central area, but keep your eye on Animo's Leafeon. 50 points and a full flank setup. Not to mention they got a Hoopa who's got a Unite move to bring him back into the fray whenever they need.
Yeah, Animo will be looking for that back cap unless they are called off by the Hooper Unbound. Dark Void looking for any target, doesn't find any target. Kamai sticking central, Psychic into the surf. Are they going to unleash the Hydro Typhoon? They miss with a submission. Here comes the Fly looking to isolate Draken. Draken gets out of there. Here goes the Emerald two-step into the Flame Sweep, misses everybody. Trouble for Gatlu, who runs away with 10% of a health bar. And Nemo's the first to fall. Big pick from Adesu. Hydro Typhoon. Lucario taking down the Psyduck. 1-for-1. Kamai still with their major damage dealers. Still with Toast in the fray. All the while, Kyogre's health bar slowly diminishing. There's a Rubble Rouser. Big X's are onto Toast. Final hit. Goes to Machamp. Gatlu returns and takes the milk with him.
That is ridiculous. I had no belief in this Machamp whatsoever to get that secure. Incredible work from Gatlu, and now it's just a race off to these goal zones. Hoop has got 50 in pocket.
I just want to point out that Leafeon was the first one dead. They traded kills for the Psyduck, and I like even before the game even started, I said to you guys that like against this team comp in particular, like even if Leafeon does well in the early and mid game, it's gonna be so difficult for them to do, or like it's gonna be so difficult for them to be like reliable, potent, like and meaningful member of the team
to bring him back into the fray whenever they need.
Yeah, Renemo will
with
be
what they're
looking for that
stacked
cap
against.
unless they are called off by the Hooper Unbound.
Honestly, at first I
Dark
thought they were
Void
AFK,
looking
but then they
for
started
any
moving.
target, doesn't find any target. Kamai sticking central, Psychic into the surf. Are they going to unleash the Hydro Typhoon? They miss with a submission. Here comes the Fly looking to isolate Draken. Draken gets out of there.
Leafeon does land part of their Unite move, but then
Step into the Flame Sweep, misses everybody. Trouble for Gatlu, who runs away with 10% of a health bar. And Nemo's the first to fall. Big pick from Adesu. Hydro
literally just
Typhoon.
get melted.
Lucario taking down the Psyduck. 1-for-1. Kamai still with their major damage dealers. Still with Toast in the fray. All the while, Kyogre's health bar slowly diminishing. There's a Rubble Rouser. Big X's are onto Toast. Final hit. Goes to Machamp. Gatlu returns and takes the milk with him.
That is ridiculous. I had no belief in this Machamp whatsoever to get that secure. Incredible work from Gatlu, and now it's just a race off to these goal zones. Hoop has got 50 in pocket, but just no HP to work with, and Narami's going to take them down on the doorstep. Komai putting in points all over the place right now. What a steal. Draken had two of them isolated with the Crustle. Tempo was there with the Mega Lucario, but it doesn't matter. Incredible Machamp Unite move into the fray.
And listen to the noise, Zoinks.
I don't know, man.
Listen to the noise. Peru, Latam.
I don't want to be that guy, but like I already knew Peru had been struggling this season, and then like when I watch their matches now, or like you know at least this series, it kind of reinforces the idea like something. Whether it's like a draft, like first of all, I'm also gonna say I think their drafting this wasn't great, but obviously playing with comfort picks is not a bad thing. Like if you're comfortable with certain things and you want to stick with it, like that is a strategy as well. But make sure that like you're executing a strategy or you're playing well enough to the point that you're not making any mistakes. But it might be time to consider like either they need to start working on some new strats or drafting different things. Maybe even a roster swap. I don't want like obviously they are the world champions, and I do believe that this is the roster that they use worlds. But you need to adapt, all right? That's the short form. You need to adapt. Like things that you used in the previous year it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna work several months later when you're playing on new patches with new Pokemon, new items. Like, we just got a new item in Pokemon Unite, and unlike Goal Hacker, for example, like Goal Hacker was a terrible item. Like, now you have sorry, technically it was a battle item, but now we have a new held item, which is what Punch Bell item, which is actually pretty good. So it's like things change, like players change, the game change, and they living in the past with all the old stuff they used to win worlds. And like I'm not saying that as a fact. Like, things you use in the past, I'm not saying they can't work now. It's just that the meta changes, players change, whether it be skill wise, strat wise, team composition wise, all that stuff.
It's a passionate region. It's a region that I love. But oh, how sweet it would be if, oh, should I dare say it, Zoinks? Could I dare say it?
I don't know. I feel like I'm casting with an EU caster right now, so you may as well.
20 seconds left. Let's call this one to the end. It's Emerald two-step onto Toast, who has had a mighty fine game indeed. They will be KO'd.
I've not used it myself, but I had a feeling that would be pretty...
BH3, they came, they thought that they were going to sweep the group. Nuh-uh. Kamaii, however, have just gone to the world champs and said, how about a 2-0 to take home? Kamaii,
oh wait, if I go guard, should I always jungle?
Wow, all right. And this squad returns.
Not necessarily. You can go attackers in lane. Like, when people play competitively, as an example, when people play this game competitively, like, they play attackers in lane. The thing is just, when you play something like a Ralts, you have to always keep in mind that there's always that high chance that you're going to have a very rough lane phase. Preferably, at the very least, if you're able to get like the first jungle clear just so you can get to level 5, then obviously that. You always have to go jungle? Not necessarily.
To the stage, like you mentioned, a couple of players under the same banner, but with a whole lot of familiar faces. An EU squad starting off strong in day number 1.
I am delighted. I am thrilled. It was a big question, wasn't it? If BH3 is topping EU, if BH3 is impressive as
cowboy things, and I'm joined by the one and only Doobsnax. In groups.
And
that was actually really solid.
Great throw. We're going to need the clip and ship
under, but it seems being completely undefeated.
BH3, the stage currently.
Our draft is here. We've got Mewtwo, and we have Mega Lucario banned out on the side of Los Duros. We have that Darkrai, which a lot of teams are playing very effectively lately. I understand how it's a target ban. Charizard Y, no surprise right there. We saw BH3 play it earlier, so clearly they are comfortable on that Pokemon. Final ban is going to be the Mimikyu, and of course we do have our map rotation here at EUIC. All of our games are going to start Kyogre. However, after our first game, you are able to select a different map. The team that lost gets the choice of either your draft side preference or your map preference. Could be Rayquaza, Groudon, or Kyogre. First pick, Blastoise.
Great Pokemon. And honestly, gargantuan encounter rate, more so than Mega Charizard Y, which gonna need the stats team to verify that one, because if it's true, I don't know what we're doing here in EU. Slowbro and Mew taken quickly by Los Duros.
I think what we're seeing on the bans is actually only its ban rate, if I'm looking at that correctly. And then, you know, Miraidon, this one, I think it happens a lot in these tournaments where a Pokemon gets picked up partway through the day, and all of a sudden every team goes, oh yeah, we can't not have something like this on our team. Miraidon has been such a difference maker. Over to the side of Los Duros, we just saw some interesting games out of Komai with Machamp. We're going to see if they want to lock that in, and they do. Oscatar locking that in.
Along with Crustle, which Crustle's been having just a great showing in the hands of a variety of players here. Aresu
Often the
is
Dragonite. I think that's the first time I'm
Dragonite,
seeing
which
it
is a
in
bit of
this
a surprise
tournament.
to me as Kranix locks down Umbreon, and I'm sure we'll see a bit of a rotation here of these different characters as Luizine locks Talonflame to close the door on this draft.
I like Dragonite.
I always like
a
seeing new
lot,
things in
and I
tournaments,
think
but like the one thing, don't get me wrong, I understand people play like certain things because they're objectively strong. Like, just as an example, like when people spam Blastoise and Vaporeon in competitive, I understand why. It's because objectively they're strong Pokemon. They're good, fit a lot of team comps, all that stuff. But it gets a little boring when you see the same things over and over and over. So like when you see something like uncommon, like a Dragonite in this case, for example, like win or lose, like I still think makes the game or like a little bit more exciting. I kind of wish that when it comes to new Pokemon being released, as an example, so obviously the newest Pokemon in the game right now is Sirfetch'd. I kind of wish when it came to Pokemon Unite competitive, they lowered the amount of time between release and the eligibility for it to be competitive. Like, I feel like people just need to be able to adapt quicker, so that way it's considered fair to use Pokemon, but I don't know. Like also, just as an example, not this tournament, the previous tournament, like, which is essentially like the regional league. I would wish to see that like something like Meowth is able to be used earlier rather than waiting like several weeks. It can be used.
the really nice thing about this Pokemon is it's very viable by itself. Just hanging out, ripping through objectives, securing with Hyper Beam. It kind of reminds me of almost a Garchomp in that way, except it has way better secure, right? I don't know if we're going to be seeing an Outrage version of this. That would obviously be a different situation, a different strategy for the Dragonite. But I think most often competitively, you're going to be seeing that Dragon Dance Hyper Beam Dragonite.
We're taking a look here at BH3. Nerves can't get to them now. They need to step up, and they need to deliver on what they know they can. We've said it, you and I, time and time again about this team in the EU region, and it feels like they aren't filling their own shoes, their own expectations for themselves. Los Duro, Oscatar, a very solid player here on not only just a solid player in general, but on this Machamp, going to be looking to make a difference.
Yeah, we're going to see how that feels. You know, we talked about this in our league, I guess it was a couple weeks ago now at this point, where I was wondering whether or not this Machamp was the real deal or not. And in some of the top teams, you see how unbelievably impactful this thing is. Of course, using submission, making yourself unstoppable, setting up huge plays. Can they do it here to BH3? Well, we are going to find out in just a moment. We've got BH3, your purple team, Los Duros, your orange team, as we're heading in to game number 1 of this best of 3.
Oscatar right there hanging out with Rops, and they're going to scrap. Kranix going to be playing a damaged Blastoise here. Of course, alongside Sazero, going to put the brakes, just absolutely beat the brakes off Los Duros and limit Oscatar as the best they can.
Yeah, they're going to try to slow them down. A lot of the experience has gone the way of BH3. Nice secures there, however, for the side of Los Duros. Resu now coming to the top path, and you see Lucian just waiting for their moment there with the Talonflame, deciding whether or not they want to fight, and they are going to try to chase this down.
Resu exposing themselves real quick. Luizine, if they had just Rops or even Oscatar in the mix, I think they get a knockout there, which could have been just a great start and a quick evolution into Machoke. But fortunately for Resu, Los Duros not on the same page in that one.
Yeah, Resu obviously, needs its level 8 right here. Talon looking for a moment, but not able to find it. They're going to move forward onto Rops right here, looking for another KO. Talon not able to move in effectively yet, takes down Kranix and has to eject button to peel away.
I mean, just the fact that they were able to get a knockout back the other way, you have to feel for Los Duros saying, like we got something out of it. But Resu getting back-to-back knockouts and already level 6 is a great sign for BH3. as
Do I pick?
Megu and Resu just going
Considering I
straight
never
for the
even
central
heard of
area,
Los
and
Duros
Losing is going to
before
be
this match, I'll
Yeah,
pick BH3.
nice scald right
Despite
there,
the fact that they
obviously.
lost.
That is going to make it a lot harder for this Dragonair to pick up some of these KOs. However, the Pollen Puff keeps them healthy. Rob's in trouble, goes down here, and we have no more support for Los Duros. They're going to try to get this experience, but Resu extremely aggressive with Dragonair.
And now they're going to be able to get this Escavalier very easily. And Los Duros, I mean, this Talonflame is, quite frankly, just behind at this point.
Very happy, of course, that they were able to get that, hit their level 7. You can make a lot of huge fights now. And they don't yet have a Dragonite on the side of BH3, so huge fly, catches both. No way, in some trouble right here, getting pushed back. We now see Slowbro moving in. Massive fly once again.
Oh, big fly, though.
Screeching back in the Talonflame. Great fly. Resu just losing sight of where the Talonflame was, and it was just too late. Luizine crash landing into the Thea Sky Ruins and getting back-to-back knockouts. That's exactly what they needed. Nice little submission there. Kranix can't keep the scores from going in, as Oscatar now is also trying to evolve, and Luizine about to hit level 9 and get their Unite move.
Wow, we've got a Surf Pump Blastoise, or excuse me, a Spin Pump Blastoise.
Yep.
You don't see it as often now that Surf and Hydro Pump just seem to be the way to play this thing. Obviously, we have Los Duros trying to get stacks in the top path. Bottom path, BH3 with a much easier job securing, and they do. Now we're going to see if Reggie Alecki can go to the side of Los Duros, and it does.
Yeah, Talonflame, you know, using that fly for a critical secure, definitely did not want Kranix leaving with that. Now, deceptively, the Spin Pump moveset, pretty decent at securing as well, so you got to watch out for that.
And we're going to see if they're able to push this in. Resu making their way to the top path. It looks like they are going to be able to stop this. Talonflame for Los Duros heading back to find all of the experience they can on their side of the map. Machamp as well, only level 8. A Machoke. Levels looking pretty good for BH3. Multiple Unite moves available. And Talon sitting here almost at level 10, seeing if it can make a sneaky score, and it looks like it will. No one from BH3 staying in the top path.
Dragonite with the rotation, they do have their Unite move, which allows them to kind of globetrot a little bit, right? Take to the skies and land themselves almost like a more empowered fly the Dragonite has with that Unite move. As they're working through, Yutao and Megu coming in for the support. Rops is trying to suss this out. Big Scald on the Miraidon. Luizine hanging back as Machamp is online downstairs. And it's a Mew getting a quick knockout.
Mew gets a knockout. Nice fly, but
Ooh,
this
nice
is right
button.
there. Big eject button from Miraidon. However, it's a huge resource that they were able to get away from that Miraidon. Next time they try to move in, it will not be so lucky if they run into it pretty soon here. In the bottom path, however, Machamp just stacking up.
I mean, Los Duros, although started a little shaky, all of a sudden, Luizine gets back-to-back knockouts, and they are scorching into this game, my guy. Los Duros up on the scoreboard, up in the levels, or at least just a hair ahead on the levels as well. So BH3 is really marching on Razor's edge.
Yeah, this is tough for BH3, and they've had a tough run in this tournament so far. Obviously, you're expecting them to take this game, but given how close the Volticons match was and how well Los Duros is playing, might not be as simple as it sounded originally. Here we go. Regice hits the map. Big time Talonflame Unite.
Flame sweep right under Resu, bullying them all the way out. Miraidon goes down. Solar Beam's going to give cover through the light screen. And a Rock 2. Resu was trapped. Regice is getting low. Dragon Dance is. We got to lock up the Hyper Beam. But no, they're going to just use it to bully. No way is getting reset. Foul play. Megu back on a Regice. Danny is there, ready to go. E-ball secure is too late, and the Dragonite takes it down. Oscatar, can't run away, and Megu's on the scene.
Got to give it to Megu. Picking up the Talonflame KO really led them to, you know, having a situation where they could secure and win that fight. Talon is back right now, landing the fly on multiple opponents, but not able to continue pushing just yet. When you land a fly on an enemy Pokemon, you get a huge cooldown reduction as well. So you'll often see if a Talonflame does hit that fly, they'll kind of stay within the area to possibly hit another and pick up some huge wins. Nice catch onto the Miraidon using a Unite move to secure the KO.
Oscatar going straight back at him. Megu and Sazero going to try and hold it down. Danny is in the backside here. Going to Solar Beam through. Talonflame fly. bunch of folks on the pad, and unfortunately not the best break you could have gotten, but the urgency was there. They just wanted it gone.
Yeah, it could be charge a unite, it could be stack and attack weight, it could just be some quick math. We just need to score, you know, as we're trying to score here on this tier 2. They do get 25, but we have the Miraidon pushing them around. No way Jay will be going down to the Umbreon, and Machamp goes down to Miraidon there. The scores could be worth it though, Doomsnacks.
Woo! Danny just resetting there, getting back to base as Rops is going to be holding down this pad that I'm assuming we're going to get to here in a moment. Solar Beam is there. Spin Pumping is actually on the retreat, believe it or not. Raisu takes some damage. Megu does as well. Rock Tomb Trap, Fly Crash lands. They do deal some damage, but they're able to get over the wall. Hydro Typhoon is going to turn this action the other way. BH3 goes for it. We're Rubble Rousing. No way Jay wants to get into it. Another Fly, half HP gone for Kranix. They're on Razor's Edge. They need to get knocked out. Miraidon getting the Crusler. Electro Ball hits Dragonite. Louisiane can't cash in the Fly, and all of a sudden, BH3 is right back on that goal zone.
They are back on that goal zone, but you do have to recognize this Blastoise used the Unite move pretty late. Now, Blastoise has a very low cooldown, and I didn't see the items before, and so maybe this is an amp Blastoise, which means they could get it back. But if it is not, it could be tricky. They might not have this Unite for this next huge objective that's spawning here in just 15 seconds. Los Duros now slightly behind on the scoreboard. It's 216-196. Very close game. Anyone can peel off with almost any amount of points and even this thing up or put BH3 ahead. Scald finds Megu. Do they decide to go in? Talonflame trying to take advantage of that Rock Tomb, but they're not able to make it happen. And Machamp runs out of there like a weirdo. I swear he looks like a weirdo.
He's running like a weirdo, like a real weirdo. Solar Beam is there. Megu in the Rock Tomb again. Spin Pump coverage is going to slow things down.
And here we go. Megu trying to find their moment, peels them back slightly, but oh, we got a fight right here. Oscatar catches the Dragonite into an X-Scissor Unite move.
Oh,
Oscatar there is in the mix. We're spinning to win in the middle. E-Ball comes through. Machamp is in the back. Reposition. Crash Land. Fly gets the knockout. Murano. Flame sweep straight into the wall. Of course it is. Eldegoss gets the Machamp down. No way Jay's trying to hang in the pocket. So low is Kranix. Straight for the rip is the rest of Los Duros. Machamp is going to be back in 10 seconds. Kyogre is about at half. No way Jay, a sliver of HP. They're going to have to box out Kranix. Again, good secure there. Talonflame's going to have to take this Sky and try and get the secure. The damage is there. It's secured by Mew. And Los Duros is putting the screws in on BH3, who's finding themselves in just nothing but trouble. Megu is in the slow beam. Rops is still hanging out. And we have everybody on the Duros standing right now. And they now have the lead.
216-242. Los Duros is up. They pick up a KO and start marching towards this tier 2 goal zone. They are already ahead. If they make a huge mistake and give up a buff, there is something BH3 can do, but they want these scores right now. Machamp moves in. A KO does go down. Talon goes down as well. We have a possible Dragonite. They can make a play with only 30 seconds left. However, two huge scores go in.
I mean, Rob's getting their points in before the burger went in from the Mew is just critical. That is devastating. What was just an absolute sliver of hope is vanished in a heartbeat. Los Duros also shocking BH3, taking a page out of Volticon's book. What's happening in EU?
BH3 coming into this tournament undefeated in their region and can't seem to get it together against these squads. Los Duros taking a game win right now. I think they're thinking, did we have it? Was it enough? And they're about to find out that yes, they do.
Absolute amazing excitement, and BH3 in shambles right now.
Yeah.
This is where you have to be a mental warrior. You have to pull yourself from the brink. BH3, we can't understate this. Undefeated in the EU league.
I didn't know that they were undefeated going into this, but like, imagine going into the tournament and you've won every single match
playing from your couch
of the season so far.
On that stage
then you go into like
no
literally
difference, with just absolute nerves.
One of the more important tournaments of the entire year,
and it goes to
and then
show
you're just getting
that
giga
some
clapped by everyone.
teams are buffed by that, and some teams are flat out nerfed.
That's what you call like a feels bad.
You know, you're not
groups, of course, once we
like it through game in them to win. What they need to do is use that confidence and build themselves back up, because if they don't do it for themselves, nobody else will, and you have to think it's going to be a big blow to the psyche if Los Duros 2-0s them.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is tough for BH3, and you wouldn't expect this is the position that you would be in, but now is the moment where you have to find whatever it is inside of you, get rid of this doubt, get rid of this spiral that you are clearly in, get your head back in this game one step at a time, take one game off Los Duros, move forward, take another, you know, just keep marching forward. They are going to need to. They look, I have to be honest, just looking at them on stage, they look defeated already.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, right? Teams that aren't in the league signing up for EUIC, I don't want to. They're playing with house money,
like
right?
60
They're
seconds,
having
right?
an
Like,
experience.
I'm still
you
here.
can see just how
60
much
seconds,
more
I'll be right
loose
back.
Los Duros is just naturally than the pressure that BH3 is not only putting on themselves because of their league record, but also because they're supposed to be winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we were looking at these matchups, everybody would be putting the checkbox on BH3.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is when you're going to lose, you know, all your channel points on Twitch. People are expecting that BH3 is going to win this thing, but Los Duros feeling good, smiles on their
They're
faces
not top
right
of the
now,
region, but they're very fun to watch.
we are just looking at an absolutely dejected BH3 heading into game number 2. Of course, they're capable. Of course, they're good enough to do this, but I don't know if they've already lost the mental game completely.
You know, you can't. If you want to be the best team, if you want to be a world champion, you can't.
Of course.
And the fact that we're talking about it leads me to believe that there's still more work for BH3 to do. But right now, it starts with this game here between BH3 and Los Duros. Los Duros up a game, and we are going
like for me on a personal level, when I watch Pokemon Unite
the Groudon
competitive,
map, we have Charizard.
I don't care. I don't necessarily care what people play personally.
BH3,
I just want to see the best
and
team.
Mega Lucario, again, that targeted
Like if I see two good teams facing off against each other, and like it's an actual like close game, that's all I can really ask for.
They were moving through
the worst types of games, or at least for me on a personal level, the games that I hate the most are like, it doesn't matter who's playing. But if it's a one-sided game, I just don't care for them.
Pokemon still in the mix.
Quite
Mega
frankly.
Gyarados,
Like if I want to see one-sided Goomba Fest, Stomp Fest,
BH3's on the button. We'll see where they go.
I'd play solo
Let's see
team.
how they want to play this.
Because when I play it, like your typical solo team game, it's either I'm winning or I'm losing.
It was a big problem, and now this is something that Los Duros is not going to have moving into game number 2. We're going to see what they want to take here. Blastoise is an option, obviously. Blastoise incredibly good and something that they could steal away from their opponents. Next couple of picks here, BH3 hovering this Slowbro. It's a great pick for Megu, but Megu does have a lot of incredible looks, and without knowing what exactly is going to be diving in against BH3, they might not be grabbing the Bro just yet. Instead, we go with Blissey, Kranix on Garchomp, a Pokemon who recently got some very solid buffs.
Yeah, I'm a fan of not taking the Slowbro there. You can kind of figure that Los Duros is pretty much locked into where they're going to be.
Totally.
So, you know, just pick it later. Get yourself a little bit more of a premium option here. Los Duros with the reactionary picks back-to-back. Zacian and Alolan Raichu are queued up, but they haven't been locked in yet. Oscatar does take the Sword Dog. And Danny with the Alolan Raichu, a Pokemon that has also been incredibly swingy.
Yeah, Utah now grabbing a Pokemon we rarely see, and you can tell that by its encounter rate. 5% here on the Urshifu. Final pick is the Mamoswine, an incredible Pokemon, and now we are going to be looking for the final pick on the side of Los Duros. They bring in Blaziken. You and I were talking about this one earlier. I love Blaziken right now. I think Alolan Raichu has its moments, and we're going to see if this team is able to capitalize on those. And then we're going to find out if BH3 made the right call with the newly buffed Garchomp, if it's, you know, competition ready. The scariest one for me, or the one that I would be most concerned with if I'm on the side of BH3 of our own picks, would be the Urshifu. I am not sold on this Pokemon currently. However, you see any of these top teams, they can make anything work. You know, we saw Cramorant win Worlds, you know? So you can make it work. I just have not seen a ton of value out of this. One thing for sure, if we are looking at Wicked Blow or Shifu, they have some great rip on their side with that Garchomp.
Great rip with the Garchomp, great secure. However, Los Duros with a solid draft. I mean, they're insulating themselves as well with some great secure tools of their own right. I'm thinking that big Zacian Unite move. I'm thinking, of course, of Blaziken in the overheat. Those are options. So, like, hey, if Garchomp's ripping, do all the hard work, and we can come in with a big secure too.
Yeah.
So you're taking a look at themselves in a position to press the right buttons and win themselves a game.
Well, let's find out if they can do it here in game number 2. We've got BH3 Esport, your purple team. Los Duros, your orange team. Los Duros up 1 game. The story of BH3 heading into this tournament was how unbelievably good they were. Undefeated in their region. They've already lost
I think both
once
movesets
today,
are good.
and now they're down a game.
Zacian up here. Great early game Pokemon as Rops is babysitting. Chansey going for a stack. As Sazero runs to the middle, the little pebbles fall on top of Chansey's head, and Oscatar wants to get the K opener. Check that box, they got it.
Yeah, tough one there for BH3. I mean, you obviously are looking for these stacks, right? It's extremely important, but you're paying for it in a big way. Moving forward right here, nice secures by Kranix, though. Kranix all over this. Got a ton of experience on their side because of those secures, even with Chansey getting KO'd there. No way, in some trouble. And yes, it is the E-ball from Rezu, able to pick up that KO. Mew has been a difference maker on every squad we've seen it with today.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that Chansey is going for the stacks. You don't typically see a Blissey stacking this day and age. So maybe BH3 has something up their sleeve here. As Los Duros with a heavy rotation, 3 players try to trap Kranix, but instead just get some points in, as Rops is going to get their points in as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong here with just getting some points. Nice big kick right there, pulling them back. Kranix in some trouble. Can they defend on this goal zone? Ooh, the Metal Claw does not pick up the KO.
Oscatar going deep here. Urshifu has been banned once, picked twice, won none.
All right.
Blissey.
It's fun when you have numbers all over the place.
Numbers!
All different numbers.
Blissey just runs it down twice.
Please get our public apology on screen whenever you're ready.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Obviously, is going to rotate to
to
support their.
but
Like, my God, bro,
Utah right now looking to see what they can take away from Los Duros. It is the Wicked Blower Shifu, so it has insane secure, and it can do some real damage in these fights.
Utah is going to try and make it out of dodge. Sazero is going to be there for the support.
Wow.
Danny hasn't evolved yet. Everybody's collapsing into the central area. Good reposition on Rops. Rops has the eject button. E-ball isn't enough. Boosted auto isn't enough, but that Blissey is.
Wow, I mean, beautiful stuff there. BH3, I mean, it's crazy that they made it out of that. It felt like there was no way they could. Squirtle on the other side, still Squirtle, by the way, needs to evolve for the side of Los Duros. And now getting caught there with the Ice Fang, having to run from that engagement. We do have level 5 on our Alolan Raichu right now, so we're able to see what moveset it is. I'm not sure if it was Stored Power or Electro Ball. We're going to find out. Its items looked like Electro Ball, but we shall see.
Rops, Megu over the wall, another solid Ice Fang. X-Scissor is going to buy some time, but is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Resu with another E-ball knockout.
You know, this is nice for this Blissey. It really wants these stacks if you are going the soft boiled build, which it has. Massive 1-2 punch there. Here comes the Mamo. Megu not able to stop them here. Danny having to peel back with the stored power, able to do some damage and spread that curse item to the enemy team. Now Blaziken in some trouble. Big time overheat finally goes down. All the while, Los Duros secures the bottom objective.
Resu, unsurprising why they took this Mew. They're doing a great job with some knockouts early in this one, providing some great cover with the team. Kranix is going to be able to rip that Regirock for free. Oscatar rolling up top as another level 8, and Garchomp online and level 9 before Oscatar. Bit surprising based on how the early stages of the game went. Zacian trying to get out of there. Utah's going there for the cover, and that's a quick knockout.
Zacian should not be trying to 1v1 a Garchomp. I will say that. Especially when they don't even have Unite move. Like, even if you do, it's not an ideal matchup for you.
Blissey just yet, but we do have the Unite move on our Shifu as well as our Garchomp.
Like, that was just extremely
Blastoise is online, fortunately, for Los Duros, keeping the score line close behind on levels. Kranix sussed out with the Focus Blast. Oscatar moving forward. They're close to level 9. They'd love to hit their Evo soon. They do. Moving forward here is the rest of Los Duros. Screening out is Rops. Kranix looks for Dragon Rush, finds a bunch of targets, pops their Unite move. Bliss Assistance gets the knockout on Oscatar. Rops has popped up, and it's the Blissey that gets credit for the KO streak of 2, despite Kranix doing all the heavy lifting. Get the triple KO for Sazero.
A triple KO on a Blissey. You know things are going chaotically right or wrong in some way right here, but what a fight from them. Obviously setting up sort of the, you know, homing Bliss assistance through the Garchomp Unite move. Great catch with the Dragon Claw combination right into that Unite, followed by the Blissey bowling ball. Incredible stuff there, and yeah, somehow Blissey walks away with a triple KO.
And level 10, the same as the Garchomp because of that effort. We have the Mamoswine hiding out Megu. Ice Fang reposition. Bang. No way. Jay is going to surf through. Pin Megu against the wall. Here comes Louisine. Neuro, we're going to rampage through him. Trapped in the multiple walls. Hydro Typhoon. Eject buttons over. Utah is trying to go for a flank. Sussed out. Big Solar Beam hits 4. Mew goes into the mist, and they're going to be on the chase. They're going to give it up and just go straight for Rops because that's an easy knockout.
Yeah, and here we go. We just have Los Duros trying to get some of this experience here. They are behind BH3. The fights are going very well for them so far. Their strategy working pretty perfectly. Taking away the Mew seems to be a key factor in this match. We are not seeing the same level of influence from the Alolan Raichu, even slightly.
Yeah, I mean, even the Garchomp big difference maker, right? Just putting the Blissey in its pocket. Megu tries to get onto the pad. They are surfed away. Solar Beam is there. Kranix goes straight into the back line, and another big Garchomp Unite on the top of a bunch of bodies. Louisine tries to square this thing up. Tons of damage is being put in, but it's Los Duros falling. Megu gets another Ice Fang move here as Garchomp knocks out the Blaziken. Rops is trying to X-Scissor. They're trying to do what they can, but the whole team is scrubbed clean.
Wow, and look at this. 377, 113, a 49-point over in that tier 2 at the 330 mark. BH3 is coming alive right here. They are not letting this tournament slip away from them.
Completely different look from this team, and I'm glad that they found themselves their confidence. They have to still close this game out, though. 3 minutes left. You can't completely give it up. BH3 is going to turtle up on this gold zone as Los Duros is ripping the Regirock. Big Dragon Rush in, pins them against the wall. Good opportunity, and it's secured by BH3 in that big wicked blow. And now surfed into the wall. No Way Jay is trying to pin down BH3, but it is just not enough.
Just a phenomenally early overheat from Los Duros allows Utah to simply one-punch that thing and get the secure. Really well played by BH3, and unfortunately, you know, Los Duros just jumping the gun in a massive way as we are getting ready for this objective here at Groudon. Looks great for BH3. They are way ahead. The fights are going well. The Bliss assistance into the guard
over here,
is
man.
absolutely devastating.
If you're wondering why I have a blanket, it's freezing over here. Literally, there's a snowstorm going on outside as we.
This is a
I'm, like,
really
freezing
tough
my
one
ass
for
off.
Los
I had the
Duros,
heater on,
and they only
like
have
when
a
I have the
couple
heater on,
options,
it
which
gets
are
really toasty, and then I
catch one
start
of
falling
the
asleep.
very high
It's, like,
level
super
enemies on the other side, or
I have to stay
rip
cold,
it.
but stay warm enough.
Regieleki getting
To the
worked
point where
on.
I'm not shivering.
15 seconds until Groudon. Rops is getting vision. That might have been an opportunity for a trap. Regieleki is sent walking. 5 seconds till the boss monster.
Yeah, the question is, how do they want to play this? They are going to have an objective walking towards their home goal zone. Don't want to let that in, but BH3 might not decide to push forward with it.
No.
The solar beams absolutely ripping through them here. We have the objective continuing to move. Solar beam misses right there, and no one's really starting Groudon yet. We have Garchomp trying to find a fight, but actually having a backup. Kranix in a little bit of trouble right here, as we have Mamoswine moving with a huge Ice Fang. Raichu is gone.
No Way Jay tries to serve. Hydro Typhoon does kick up Utah for just a moment, but Megu and Utah are in the right position here. Regieleki walks all the way to home base. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you caught it in the bottom part of your screen, but Oscatar went in and fired off their Unite move and missed Sazero. They didn't even get anywhere or anyone relevant. And you have to think this one is pretty well locked up for BH3.
Yeah, this does not look good here for Los Duros. They are looking to Groudon. Massive Unite move combination. Not much you could do there. Zacian also going down. They can chip at Groudon here. They don't need it, though. They can move right towards Los Duros. And unfortunately, with this score line and with BH3 not giving them an inch, I don't see anything Los Duros can do in this moment. It looks like we're going to be heading to a Game 3. They've just absolutely put the chokehold on Los Duros.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the difference maker, and you called it out, Reisu on this Mew. The Mew is like an X factor between these two teams, it seems like. Now, to your other point, I don't really think Utah on this bear was the difference maker at all. So if that's the case, choose something a little stronger.
Well, I mean, you know, what I got to give it to them is they executed it perfectly. And all those moments where it could have been an overheat secure, they played patiently enough to let this, you know, a Wicked Blow or Shifu be the one to pick up those final hits on many objectives, many KOs. So I don't know, BH3, this looks a lot more like the team we expected to see head into this tournament.
Yeah, without a doubt, and a heck of a bounce back game for them, and one that they so desperately needed here in London. You can almost see like the wave of relief just kind of wash over the team.
Final ban, they're considering,
I'm
what's going on. Los Duros.
Do it with Mr. Slime,
Yep.
Mr. Crime, Mr. Mime. Iduck enter these
On the side. Or like our early game 1 stuff from Los Duros, which I think they're happy with. Final pick now for BH3. Let's see what they want to go with.
Oscatar doing a great job submission into the fly crash lands that Luisine was putting together. And we do.
That's okay. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I already have mixed feelings about Inteleon. I just want to speedrun the drafting, just not take up too much time. But like, I already have mixed feelings about attackers and even Inteleon. Like, yeah, I know Miraidon, Mewtwo Y, Inteleon are like the general exception attackers that are bad in the game now. Like, picking Inteleon and Talonflame and Blastoise, even Miraidon, because it's a fairly even matchup.
Have an Inteleon out of Reisu. And we know that this Inteleon can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Those snipe shots, some players are playing Liquidation, which is extremely good, but sometimes into these really tanky Pokemon like Blastoise and Mr. Mime, Liquidation just doesn't have the damage output. And on top of that, with Talonflame on the other side, able to, as we say, take to the skies, you know, fly off of the map, all of that liquidation damage goes away. It just kind of disappears into the ether. So you've got to assume we are looking at a snipe shot Inteleon. That thing gets online, gets a high level early. Those snipe shots are taking more than half your HP bar.
Utah is going to have the opportunity to take over the game very quickly here. Danny is going to have to be on the lookout for that Scyther.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just a golden matchup here for Utah. And if they can just expose the Miraidon because of being able to just engage into the backline, it's going to make things incredibly difficult for Los Duros. Because the reason the Talonflame and Machamp had so much success was Danny's Mew.
Here we go. Game number 3. Los Duros, your purple team. BH3 Esport, your orange team. BH3 showing signs of life in game number 2, coming back from a very difficult loss in game 1. The undefeated squad out of EU, well, not anymore after earlier today, had high expectations coming into our tournament, and now they're being invaded by a Mr. Crime.
Mr. Crime indeed, trying to make a little action here for themselves as Utah moves forward level 4, and honestly just kind of looking for the body there, just putting damage on Rops. The Scavalier is going to rush out there, can't quite skewer their target. Utah's going to hit level 5 and a rotation quickly coming. Luisine is ready to go. Megu catches out Luisine. They have to dart back to the pad as Oscatar is there too, sitting at a measly level 3.
Yeah, Rob's in some trouble right now, being chased down by that double hit, and it looks like Talonflame is going to see if they can cut off Scyther if they are moving to the bottom path. Mr. Mime now moving back to our top path, looking for some experience here. Things not going super well for Los Duros to start this game.
No, they're not. Resu's hanging out. They've got the great secure in that Drizzile. Straight on top of them is Utah just really smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, I mean, looking for it right here. Oscatar moving back to try to defend right there. Feels like a very foolish decision. I understand you want to stop the score. Mime is far away, but the moment that you turn back, you are giving up the KO. And they are just getting the brakes beat off them in the top path. We now have Rops in the central area of their own team because Utah and Megu are moving through.
Good adjustment, at least by Los Duros, sending Louisine into the opposite central area, so they're not like completely missing a farm rotation. But really, Los Duros is behind, not only on the scoreboard, but these levels are starting to get out of control too. So how they're going to adjust is going to be important. Oscatar all the way to the backside, putting 21 in is solid. Megu at least picking up those points. Crash landing on top of the fly. Tons of damage on Megu. The walls are down. The pressure's on. Meanwhile, Scyther going to grab the Reggie Drago. The rotation is there, and now it's trouble.
Wow!
Fly lands and gets two. Louisine on this Talonflame is changing the game again, dude. Kranix is now in trouble.
Oh my god, that's crazy,
This is like game
brother.
one, man. It felt like BH3 was ahead, and all of a sudden Louisine hits Talonflame, takes to the skies, and brings down a nightmare with the fly.
I mean, incredible stuff there from Los Duros. Fully coming back into this game in just one simple fight. Oscatar now level 7, getting caught in the mean look and caught with the X Scissor, but they're looking for a KO here on Sazero. They might be able to make it happen. Talonflame to the sky. Wish lands in time.
Yeah, I mean, it of course fly hits, but the Wish is going to top off that HP from Sazero. You know, playing this Umbreon more as a support, like healing support type Pokemon. As look at Los Duros hanging out on the pad, getting some of their HP back. Good X-Scissor by Megu. Louisine goes up. There it is. Charge Beam in the flow. Thunder in the flow. Kranix is repositioned with submission, and now they're knocked out. Utah into the back line. They get Danny. Back to the fly, they're back down again. Louisine caught in the mean look. They used their flame sweep just to get a hair of shield. Snipe shot hits them, and now they have to retreat.
Yeah, they have to peel back right now. Great fight from BH3. As soon as Utah got there, it was all over. Louisine caught in the mean look. Registeel getting very low. Nice secure by BH3.
Oh my lord!
As they landed.
Man, Raspberry
That's
Jams with these
dude.
finger
Oh,
guns
let me
don't
see that
get
again.
Low,
That
nice
was
secure by BH3. Peel back right now. Great fight from BH3. As soon as Utah got there, it was all over. Louisine caught in the mean look. Registeel getting very low. Nice secure.
Oh my god, bro. That was disgusting.
Picked them off as they landed.
Oh, man, Raspberry Jams, but these finger guns don't. Holy smokes, dude. Perfect timing by Resu.
Raspberry Jams with these finger guns don't. I love that.
We did it.
You did it. I mean, that's incredible. I'm just pointing out how much I enjoyed it as we have this Blaziken in some trouble right here. Machamp Unite move. What an eject. They took one target and then ejected after the other was gone. Beautiful.
I mean, these teams are battling right now. And I'd like to point out that that was a flame sweep with no walls still hitting a wall somehow.
They all find
inevitable.
Walls. They all find walls. As we have Rezu looking for some KOs right here. Big time Inteleon Unite move just keeps them away from this point. They're going to be able to get this Reggie Alecki here. Some good fights from Los Duros, but without question, BH3 finding their mark. That snipe shot now being online is huge.
Huge is an understatement. You're already seeing the difference that Resu is making with the snipe shots. Now we're spin pumping again. I mean, these teams about that action, boss. They want the damage.
Kranix right now hiding in the tall grass right here, seeing what they can steal, and they are able to make it happen. Danny, level 9 on this Miraidon, but look at the levels on the side of BH3. 12 for the Scyther, 12 for Inteleon.
Boy.
Massive, massive Crustal Unite move. And here comes Utah once again looking for the KOs. Talonflame sweeps, but it's not enough. That's a double. Can Utah get another one? They're being chased out, but they could come right back in with that double hit. And the Wish, they're looking for another KO.
Okay.
Huge, huge Hydro Typhoon.
Can the Machamp get the knockout on Kranix? Can Oscatar deliver, please? They're looking for it. No, not enough in the tank. And Blaziken still reigns supreme.
Beautiful stuff there from BH3, and they are in control of this match. Having a little bit of a stumble early on, you know, after they kind of dominated the beginning, they had this early, a bit before the 5-minute mark stumble, but now ever since then, level-wise, things are getting out of control. Fight-wise, things are going incredible for BH3. And Utah on their way to level 14 at the 4-minute mark.
I mean, for me, it just comes down to that amazing snipe shot by Reisu. As soon as Luisine landed from the fly, getting popped was just honestly just an absolute momentum shifter in my mind.
Oh my
Oscar
God.
takes tons of damage. Charge beam though.
Bro, look at
landed
this.
from the fly, getting popped was just
Like, it takes the spring over the
honestly
wall.
just
Gets mean look.
absolute
He's trapped.
momentum.
That snipe shot took off literally 80% of this
shifter in
guy's
my
health.
mind. Oscar takes tons of damage. Charge beam though right on Utah, and that's a gargantuan time, and it's showtime from Mr. Mime. Mr. Slime is trying to commit the crime here in the middle, but they're caught in the mean look. Sazro's getting separated. Flame sweep goes straight into a wall. Can you believe it at home, folks? I certainly can. Megu goes down, and Danny is finally starting to find their window of opportunity.
Oh my God,
as a
again with that
wall.
Inteleon.
Can you believe it at home, folks? I certainly can. Megu goes
Bro,
down.
look at Talonflame, bro. This guy's just trying to flap along, trying to live his life and just get sniped
to
again.
Find their window of opportunity as another snipe shot finds Luisine.
Wow, these snipe shots just cannot miss, and Los Duros
Gotta
absolutely
aimbot.
needs them to. We have a Machamp Unite move. Doesn't look like they're going to find enough value with it. Just can't take down this Blaziken. Now having to try to peel away from this. We have a quick pause on stage as one of the players might be having an issue with one of their devices. But, you know, I'll tell you it's not as Rezu.
Dude, kids
I mean, Rezu might be like, hey, do I have, like, hacks on? I'm 360 no-scoping a lot of what's going on here. It just unbelievable plays from BH3. They are absolutely dominating this game right now.
Yep.
So we're going to see what the issue was. As soon as we can get that resolved, we're going to head back into our game. But wow, I mean, this might be a nice moment if you are Los Duros to take a breath, because the last few fights have not gone your way. Experience-wise, things are bad. But silver lining, they caught that Scyther in a big way in that last fight. And if they can start their final fight of the game like that, they've got a shot.
I agree completely. There's a real opportunity window for Los Duros and how their team is composed. And I think what's the most important critical factor that finally feels like it got online was Danny's Charge Beam Miraidon. And when I say online, I don't mean like leveled up enough. I just mean the spacing there is where it needs to be. The damage is what it needs to be. The opportunities are being met, and this is how they won game one. You know, think of the Mew Solar Beam doing tons of damage, and then you have Luisine Oscatar kind of cleaning up the rest of the business here. Now we've got 3 players that can do that. You have the spin pump, No Way Jay, right? They can do tons of damage. Luisine can do tons of damage. You know, you have all the shutdown tools that Kranix brings with these submissions. And on top of that, if you have this charge beam lacing in damage on repeat, you have a real opportunity here.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And we're going to see what happens when we can get, hopefully, this player back into the game so we can figure out the end of this incredible best of 3. BH3 does feel like they are back often. All of a sudden, you've still got
bring. However, hit that damage with it and get the
rock wall.
Might have gone too
match.
Oh, this is one thing I did not miss about live broadcast. The pauses,
they
bro.
were fighting, and I know the Mime used the Unite move. That much I'm 100% sure on.
Is it here?
Yeah, it looks like we're taking a look at it right now. Scyther jumps in. There's the confusion, or there's the wall, the barrier. The Unite move. That much I'm 100% sure on.
Is it here?
Yeah, it looks like.
Oh, what? Okay, like, I feel like I'm like losing my mind when I'm watching this podcast or like this VOD. I feel like I'm hearing things I shouldn't be hearing.
But yeah, there was a big moment where they were fighting, and I know the Mime used the Unite move. That much I'm 100% sure on.
Is it here?
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, like I hear someone's voice. Like I don't even know who that is. Like all I heard is like or some shit like that.
We're taking a look at it right now. Scyther jumps in. There's the confusion, or there's the wall, the barrier, the charge.
Like I hear someone talking very subtly.
Submission
Who is this?
and the Mime unites.
Do I have a stream on it open in the background? I don't. I genuinely think I'm like.
So, big plays there from Los Duros, and they're going to need that. They're going to need that once again if they're going to be able to beat BH3, because BH3 is winning this right now. It is currently, I mean, they're running away with it. Level-wise, they're just brutally ahead, and it's going to be a tough fight, but not an impossible one, just a really tough one. And BH3 is going to need to keep a cool head, you know, get their mind off all of the difficult matches they have had today.
It'll be the first time.
Execute
It'll be the last time.
Execute what is right in front of them. EU.
They're the biggest thing in the lobby right now. However, behind that is a Blaziken and of course Resus and Teleon, which has just been lights out. How can you, Los Duros transition from a Scyther catch into taking down two other formidable opponents on the other side?
I think that's the problem, right? I mean, the big problem they have ahead of themselves, and it's what happened in that fight too that you and I were just looking at.
So I don't know what happened, but long story short, when I'm looking at the preview for this, I think they just finished the match off broadcast because, like, it's at 5:44 right now. And then I think a new team, like the next series is playing. Oh, no. Sorry. No. It took like 15 minutes for them to rectify this pause.
Doesn't get anything for free without being checked. Rop's moving to the middle. Mr. Mime is going to be part of that winning equation that we discussed if they want to upset BH3 in Game 3.
Wow, Rezu's a level 14 in Teleon. I mean, this is just so scary. The first snipe shot does not find it. I think it's the first one that's missed all game. Doesn't find its mark, hits the Blastoise right there, caught in the mean look. Another one lands onto the Blastoise, looking for the third, barely missing right there. Blastoise,
oh my lord!
Is gonna have to peel away. The snipe shot finally doesn't hit.
I mean,
yo, this Inteleon's aimbotting, bro.
That first one is they were just
and doing a Blaziken killed the Blastoise.
Is right there. Blastoise knocked out. No way Jay dispatched of, which means BH3 is in the driver's seat.
That was a focus blast, I think, into the bush they assumed they were basing in, and they were correct. The snipe shots looking for their marks right here, missing Oscatar. Megu got some information, however, that snipe shot not able to land. They're looking to make something happen here. Caught in this mean look. The overheat is out, but the overheat only catches Blastoise. Blastoise once again.
Yo, Blastoise is struggling to get in there, man. Jesus.
No way Jay has to base again, and now all of a sudden Los Duros are running out of time. It's like the sixth man off the bench for BH3. They have to fight outmanned.
Yeah, BH3 ahead right here by quite a bit. Los Duros has to find their moment, but they are just pushed back all the way towards their central area here. We have Talonflame possibly looking for a score, but it is not enough. No. It will not tie up this game. They will still be behind. However, it might force BH3 into an odd fight. They're looking for it here. Utah peeling away. We have the Talonflame moving, getting caught slightly. Another snipe shot hits.
Right on top of Mega, we have the Fly. We have the Hydro Typhoon. We have the Rubble Rouse. Tons of damage. No way Jay is there. Megu goes for the eject X scissor, can't find it. We're gonna fly, but now we have to retreat. They're primed up for a mean look. Snipe shot is not gonna land. It's not even gonna be fired off as Racer's just looking for their next target. The chase is on Mr. Mime. They're so low, they go straight to the showtime, forcing out the Scyther Unite. It is gonna convert into a knockout here, but into the middle is where we go. To the skies again as a fly. Big Sazero Unite to grab the shield. Groudon is getting ripped. It's on the Razor's Edge. It's going to get knocked out and taken by Los Duros.
Whoa.
They have 20 seconds to go score, and they need a ton of points. Louise needs to immediately go, but we're getting counter scores back the other way. 353 to 161. We need more 50s. The Blastoise is hanging out. Megu is babysitting. They have to spin to win, but you got to get out of it. You got to try and score. They are sussed out. They are done. The 50.
Whoa.
Oh, it goes at 20.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
What? Wait. Okay.
Oh, no.
What? Who's got it?
Please.
Whoa!
Okay.
Wow.
BH3 eking it out, and that, my friend, I said it in the final moments, that is walking Razor's Edge.
Wow, wow, what?
That was a lot closer than I thought it'd be. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Showtime, forcing out the Scyther Unite. It is going to convert into a knockout here, but into the middle is where we go. To the skies again as a fly. Big Sazero Unite to grab the shield. Groudon is getting ripped. It's on the Razor's Edge. It's going to get knocked out and taken by Los Duros.
Whoa.
They have 20 seconds to go score, and they need a ton of points. Louisi needs to immediately go, but we're getting counter scores back the other way. 353 to 161. We need more 50s. The Blastoise is hanging out. Megu is babysitting. They have to spin to win, but you got to get out of it. You got to try and score. They are sussed out. They are done. The 50.
Whoa.
Oh, it goes at 20.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
What? Wait, okay.
Oh, no.
What? Who's got it?
Please.
Whoa!
Okay.
Wow!
BH3 eking it out, and that, my friend, I said it in the final moments, that is walking Razor's Edge.
Wow, wow, what a final moment, what a final score, so close for Los Duros. I mean, when the Blastoise 100 went in, I thought, I have no idea who's ahead right now.
I mean, it was 120 because Talonflame got their points in as well.
Yep.
I mean, phenomenal counter score. What a show by Los Duros.
I mean, so impressed with Los Duros here. BH3, they needed this. They are, getting back in this tournament. But you can see they don't even feel good about this win. This was so incredibly close. They were ahead that entire time, but they let the objective get.
Well, everyone, I mean, for example, yeah. Yeah, I think
Spraggles, Deuce next. Back over to you.
Finding out that that was Resu's first time on stage was absolutely banana land.
Agreed.
Because, like Zoinks,
As we're taking a look, Root Dig is walking out of their group so far undefeated, 3-0. Citadel Gaming is 2-1. CACM 1-1.
Okay, let me see here. So at this point in the tournament, Root Dig are play everyone once. Root Dig are pretty much guaranteed. I think they are guaranteed to qualify for day. Citadel will have a chance. I think Root Dig at this point is the only team that qualifies. At this point, Planet JJ automatically out. Pass the Baguette out. It depends, because the thing is, I don't know who faced each other is the problem. I can't guarantee. Wait, how does that make any sense? How is it that the other three teams played 3 matches, but you played 2? How does that work out? Not at all. I know nothing. Okay, that's not right. Can't be right. Okay, so clear that's not updated. If everyone already played 3 matches, that means EG had to have played a 3rd match, and that's not updated. So assuming they won, that means they qualify for day 2, and then Fuzzy would qualify as well. That would mean the Aftermath and Pass the Baguette are out. Okay, so Komai and Peru qualify. Volticons. Even if they lost. No, okay, so unless they have to play Los Duros. That could be a tiebreaker.
That almost makes no sense. Evil Geniuses is either 3-0 or 2-1.
Yeah, see, okay, so it's not updates. Even Doob Snacks is like...
Here, let's take a look at Group B.
We've got Evil Geniuses 2-0, 2Z Esports 2-1. Aftermath, that almost makes no sense. Evil Geniuses is either 3-0 or 2-1. So let's get that sorted. There's no way that makes sense. Aftermath Esports 1-2. Pasta Baguette, unfortunately, 0-3 as we go to Group C.
I feel like Pasta Baguette. It could be something you yell when you lose, like, ah, Pasta Baguette, as we take a look at Group 3. C, unfortunately, 0-3 in their group.
Bounce, Peps, and Extinction still need to square.
Peps and Extinction. So, Peps qualify no matter what. Extinction. If Team Peps and Extinction have to, I don't know how I don't know how they do tiebreakers in this, because like hypothetically, if Team Peps win, that would mean Extinction go 1 and 2. Then you have 3 different teams 1 and 2. I don't know how that would work.
Off here.
And we've got our final group here.
And Los Caducados and Engage
both 2
qualify.
to do a about this big, maybe.
Rude Dignitas versus who the heck is Nova League? Is that E or like a M team?
Yes, we
Oh,
are.
it's a tan team.
Yes, we are. Right, enough of that bit. Let's talk about the band, shall we? Blastoise gone, Mewtwo Y gone, Charizard Y gone, Darkrai.
Any predictions at this stage?
Off the board.
It's hard for me to have a prediction only because
final band, Nova Legion with a bit of a free hit.
it's not like you see everyone play on broadcast.
They've got this like chromatic.
And there are a lot of
the
teams that have already qualified for day 2 at this point. Like I haven't even seen them play once.
Stand. They know that they're the favorites going into this game. So for Nova Legion, have a bit of fun and try and create one of the biggest upsets of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you take down the top team in the group, there's always just question marks about what could happen when it comes down to tiebreakers. So, oh, interesting. I kind of like Nova Legion's strategy here. Picking away the Hoopa, of course, from Dignitas, but also picking up the Slowbro. If you're not going to grab something like the Mega Gyarados in that pick position, having kind of an answer to a likely Mega Gyarados on the other side actually feels like a solid option. I'd prefer the Mega Gyarados, but if you're not going to, I like the Slowbro here.
Well, look, Megas are completely dependent on that timer, of course. They do have to refuel effectively before going Mega again. And so the more disruptions, the more pauses that you can put on that, well, not on the timer, but on the player's ability to utilize the timer, the better. And I love that Nova Legion is really leaning into that. And Froy, of course, a player that we are very well accustomed to, rocking that Inteleon, looking to stay away from the majority of the action. In terms of close combat, close quarters, Rude Dignitas saying, get back over here. Tune on the Talonflame, and Nova Legion with a bit of frontline bite as the Cerulege is locked in with Bell.
Okay, so yeah, it feels like these Latin America teams love this Pokemon.
They do, don't
Brazil, Latam North, so far great representation of this Pokemon on these rosters at this tournament. So we'll see how well this Cerulege can contend. A lot of fire versus fire in that Toon versus Bell matchup. One to watch, certainly. But I think Yum called it out. Freud, the player to watch on Nova Legion, building a new roster, traveling all the way out here to EU to battle for that first World Champion spot of the season. In the back of this Inteleon, a Pokemon that has done so well leading up to this event. And then at this event, it feels like...
Of course, there is a team... vulnerable, I guess. If they do lose, they will be intending not to. As we head into game number 1 of potentially 3, Root Dig, your purple team, Nova Legion in the orange.
All right, well, if anybody like me was curious on why that Psyduck is getting first pick priority, I beg you to watch Inder play this Pokemon. Rocking the light bulb as well, a little bit more of a rarity these days. However, Inder very content to play the field, play for vision, play for spacing, and get that passive experience gain. Stormex with quite a bit of damage up front early, but that's just one of the benefits of early game Psyduck. You get access to that headache gauge essentially immediately, and it's a great repulsor effect onto any enemy Pokemon trying to make a dive.
Yeah, the last thing that you want to be doing as Nova Legion is showing any sort of fear. You got to fight fire with fire, since Root Dig are going to be looking to really account for themselves and take on the responsibility of really punishing any mistake that Nova Legion makes. So having a lot of these early evolutions, having great lane threats is a fantastic start here, as Cerulege and Bell are up on top path. Never mind.
Kind of chilling. Yeah, the Hoopa portal is actually going to send them down to the bot path. However, we do have Toon on the Fletchender rotating towards the top side. He can join that fight. A little bit late, going to go for the Wild Pokemon EXP instead of chasing down Stormex. Kind of curious. I thought we might try to chase down the Buzzwole and get an early evolution onto the Gyarados, but instead, just playing for that Wild Pokemon EXP because Zealot has almost filled, and there it is. The effort gauge is completely full.
Going straight to work already. Safety in numbers, say Nova Legion, who, for the first time actually on stream today, we're seeing the Hyperspace Portal Hooper as opposed to the Trick Hooper. Does offer a different rotational style to what many other teams will be working with, of course looking to feed their ADCs with Trick. I'm excited to see what Nova Legion can do with it. Not scored anything yet, but they have only restricted Dig to 32 within the first 2 minutes.
True. And if everybody saw that lower third a moment ago, I mean, Zoink's predictions enjoyers rejoice. Vaporeon still has a chance as Mega Charizard Y dodging encounter rates in 3 games in a row now, which is quite surprising. Inder in that enemy central area does not have any buffs rotating around them, so you know they weren't able to secure the red buff or blue buff, but still that presence being shown and buying a little bit of time. Froy headed back towards that goal zone, that invisibility kind of nice, so Electro Ball could not target, and Gold gonna get the KO. Both Otter and Zugrug gonna fall. Toon looking to play cleanup.
Oh, these are devastatingly low health bars. Not that Bell was ever concerned about that. Ding dong, and we've got 30, what's that, 53 points on the board, 82 a zone crack. Nova Legion takes the lead. Oh, look at him
extremely low on
In his head.
Suffer. And personal with these enemy teams. Gold, they got berries to heal off of their slow bro. They'll be just fine. Regidrago will eventually fall, so Nova Legion not only break that bottom tier goal zone and get prepped for a Regieleki on the bottom side of the map, they also secure the Regidrago buff. A ton of favor towards their team. Root Dignitas, on the other hand, only going to supply Zugrug a chance to steal the Regieleki, with everybody else going top.
Oh, it's an early telekinesis, not that Bell was ever concerned. This player having an excellent...
On the other hand, only going to supply Zugrug a chance.
But I'm telling you, every time I see... I always see Zugrug diving like 1v3, 1v4 for that random effect.
With everybody
He's always
else
going for the
top.
Hail Mary play.
It's an early telekinesis, not that Bell was ever concerned. This player having an excellent first half of the game up on top path. It will be Root Dig picking up the Registeel. We'll see whether they look to prioritize defense on this T2 pad now. A really well-timed T1 crack for Nova Legion. The Buzzwole will fall, and it is going to be Root Dig going for this T1 on top path. Waves upon waves of assault. That's a 40 dunk, and Otter TPing back to base, as is Inder. They're going to leave this pad for another day.
What the headache. Listen, you gotta be easy on the side. He has a headache. You cannot be mean to that Pokemon. It will interrupt anything as scoring animation, recall animation. The timing of that Pokemon, tough to tell sometimes, but Inder will make it back in time to repel the Regieleki. This is interesting though. Bell does have a red buff taken from the enemy central area, and Stormex one from their own, ready to try to push towards this tier 1 where only Zealot's defending, but now Toon has shown up, trying to time that Phantom Force, and they nail it.
There's a Revenant Rend. It takes out a decent chunk of Zealot's health pool. We've got Stormex, got the safety, of course, of the hyperspace highway. Fly looking to get a driveway into the Stormex health pool that is the Buzzwole. Slam it to the ground, make a tree out of you, good sir. Psychic, there's the Fly from Toon to dispel the Swole bug away from threatening any more of their teammates. Now going after Yuri on the Hooper, who heads away via the... he goes away. That's the point. Froy's here. Everything's fine.
Incredible trust in their teammates too, from Stormex and Froy. I mean, that situation's so tough as a Buzzwole, but they understood, hey, Froy's going to hit this snipe shot. We have a chance to exchange at least one of these KOs. So they really rely in their attacker player, and they make it happen. Problem is, Nova Legion has been losing ground in the macro just time over time. They've been losing a couple of knockouts on the top side, taking some of their own, but the back cap scoring from Otters Mew in the bottom side has started to add up.
I was questioning whether Nova Legion would feel bold enough to try and contest top path. They have chosen to go for Regieleki for a second time. Look at the damage onto Froy. Huge flank from the Mew. Toon looking for a snipe. The Solar Beam doesn't quite get it. Once again, Bell on hand to ensure the Regieleki goes into the hands of Nova Legion. Toon is going to catch one here. And now do Nova Legion go for the big push? We've got Mew, we've got Sider, we've got Mamoswine in the defense. This should be fine. Meanwhile, Gary up top going to counter score. 194 to 82 will be a little bit bigger. Revenant Rend, big beam. Psyduck falls. 2-3-1 to 82 now. What can Nova Legion do from here? Or are they going to go for the full commit? Oh, Flame Sweep catches 3 or 4, but 2 KO streak from the Serral Edge. Big knock up. Here comes the Dragon Current thrown about by the Buzzwole, buying so much time and leverage for the rest of his team to try and disengage. Slowbro through the hyperspace highway. Yuri scampers away. Good effort, Nova Legion, but not good enough.
That is unfortunately one of the biggest challenges of defeating Root Dignitas, is you can win so many fights and yet you have to fight, it feels like another raid boss after immediately taking down one. Great repel on that tier 2 goal zone by Root Dignitas. There was a lot of resources used creatively and well by Nova Legion, but they're just kind of outvalued by Root Dignitas, making sure that that Buzzwole into Serral Edge combo was only caught by a Psyduck, and then immediately following with a Mamoswine after that. Just great use of these tanks and supports to eat up a lot of major resources. So even while Nova Legion's putting together really flashy plays, it's Root Dignitas playing the econ game.
Once again, Stormex finding Zealot down to 50% health. Really lovely coverage from Zugrug. We got ourselves the telekinesis. Zugrug is going to fall in all of this. It'll be Yuri picking up the KO credit. Solar Beam from the flank, though, manages to catch Stormex. Another telekinesis up for Froy. Decent health dealt, but not enough. It's going to be Mew with this 2 KO streak. And Nova Legion, they don't have a T1 to fall back on, so they've had to retreat, concede further ground, and reassess. There's still a Drago on the field. There's Regieleki dropping in just a couple seconds or so.
Yeah, and again, you're able to take down the raid boss, which is Zugrug's Mamoswine, and then I present you Otter's Mew as your reward. And it is an unfortunate turn of events, but so far, Root Dignitas has just been doing a great job of just shutting down Nova Legion's play. While they're putting together some great combos and finding some success, so far Root Dignitas has been one step ahead. That could change here, though. Nova Legion with a priority on map placement, defending this area.
That could have been so much worse.
As much room to work. If you could start a team fight around Kyogre with Inteleon in position, you were in such a good spot.
You could see the idea. They were looking to try and bait in that Mamoswine, and they did. But Zugrug's a little too wily for that. Big punches going
Why
down.
is Slowbro ulting the Mamoswine? Oh my god, bro.
Does go to Root Dig as the Inteleon's gone, and Stormex on the
That's
Buzzwole
gross.
too. Root
That
Dig
is so
with
gross.
so much rip potential. Nova Legion didn't know what to do with themselves. It is
You can't do that, brother. You can't surrender on broadcast. What's the matter with you people? Warn them.
FF here. Root Dig take control of the series.
That's a clean one. Yeah, well, I don't know how that'll
No,
go.
the instant surrender. The instant... My god, bro.
Go in total. I do think the writing was on
What was
the
Indra's
wall.
previous?
Nova Legion going to be
God.
taken down by Root Dignitas in truly a brilliant
Nouns. Because he was playing E.
showcase of talent in that final team fight. A few great moments, like you mentioned. They try to catch out Zugrug. Again, tough target to catch out. A lot of utility to keep themselves up and running. A lot of shields to work with. A lot of defensive Unite move mechanics to rely on. And they pull it off. Zealot on this Mega Gyarados making the first moments of the game very exciting. But all of a sudden, this Stormex Froy combination was something to keep.
His particular record is 4 Icy wins in a row now.
4 international champions in a row.
Not including the World Championships, of course.
Yeah, that's the World Championship.
It's the World Championship.
They have a whole different logo.
It's a completely different logo. let's look at this. We've got Charizard Y, we've got Blastoise. It feels like they are the dynamic duo on the ban table today. Psyduck joins them. Root Dignitas, I don't think they need to be, again, too tricky with their bans. Maybe looking at a Mega Mewtwo Y, maybe looking at a Mega Gyarados to prevent Nova Legion from getting them. Nova Legion actually taking it out of both teams' hands. That does raise my curiosity as to what they're going to kick off their picks with.
I'd be picking the Mega Lucario in that situation. If you're going to ban, I mean, normally we're seeing the inverse, right? It's oftentimes a Mega Lucario ban, followed up by a Mega Gyarados selection. Now, they've also banned away the Psyduck, which is a Pokemon that Ender first picked in our previous draft. So, a lot of focus on heavy targeted bans with Mega Charizard Y just being a metagame target, we'll call it. Nova Legion, lock in the Darkrai. That is an early Darkrai pick. A Pokemon that does get slotted in as a counter option pretty often. That's real early.
Yeah, I think the Zugrug pretty cognizant with that Crustle pick. I think that's going to really disrupt what Stormex is planning to cook up. Of course, the Mega Lucario wasn't going to stay out of the picks for too long. Zealot will be moving on to that from the Mega Gyarados. Gold, I thought there was a lot of really great Slowbro plays from him, utilizing those choke points with Surf in the central area really effectively. Alcremie back on the board, so this is going to be Yuri swapping out the Hooper that has been banned with Alcremie. Otter going on to the Decidueye from Mew, and Inder on his classic, the Eldegoss.
Yeah, of course. At this point, Psyduck ban, Hoopa ban, we're running into a more focused Ender, I think, at this point in the metagame, when we only have a few options left on the table. In this position, we did see Froy with the Inteleon last time around, but it looks like going for something a bit more tanky. Often going to want to play off that Alcremie in this situation, so we will have the Armarouge locked in. An awesome anti-dive Pokemon in a lot of varieties. It normally excels a little bit more when there's a lot of special attackers on the opposite side, able to proc that weak armor passive that Armarouge has and just dish out a bit more damage on their own front. Where on the other side, Root Dignitas is going all physical. Mega Lucario, Decidueye, Crustle, and Machamp, all going to be standard attack damage dealers. That's a lot of impact damage coming from the side of Root Dig.
Do we think this forces Froy into Fire Spin potentially, or do you think that they might?
Oh yeah, no, I think you're absolutely locking in Fire Spin. As much as I love Armor Cannon, and I truly love Armor Cannon, I've said it on broadcast before, but the best plus move upgrade in the game. When all of a sudden your auto attacks are like double the size, it's so fun. However, yeah, if you have a Mega Lucario and a Machamp running at you again and again, I would love to click the Fire Spin button. So that's where I imagine Froy's going to go with this build, and they got a lot of forward offensive pressure in the form of Stormex and Bell. The only situation is, though, that's a lot of burst damage they're focusing on. Darkrai and Leafeon relying on that quite a bit. Armarouge may be a little bit more passive damage, but it might be tough to actually weave in these knockouts in major ways, especially with an Eldegoss on the other side from Ender, healing up the squad for Root Dig.
Sustain doesn't feel like it's part of Nova Legion's vocabulary. The only
all or nothing a bit, eh?
I mean, right, you build the cake maybe once or twice, and that's your lot, really. Root Dig is going to rely... funnily enough, we were talking about, as we get into game number 2, Nova Legion now in purple, Root Dig in orange. We were talking about that early game influence, or lack thereof, for Nova Legion. They have to ace this early game now, otherwise late on they are struggling.
Yeah, Decidueye and Machamp are going to get up to pretty ridiculous numbers pretty quickly, I think. So yeah, you are right. Relying on this Darkrai and even this Leafeon in the early game are going to be major impactful moments.
That's something you see too often, but
maybe on an invasion with this
Slim has been playing this pretty
Leafeon on the upper side. That might be a bit much actually, but right now, Leafeon, I forgot who was in the central area for half a second. Leafeon actually going to clear their central area so quickly that they're going to head over to the Machop on the other side.
Yeah, here we go. Nova Legion going for an invasion of their own on the little Machop. That instantly draws the ire of Root Dignitas. The K opener.
The Leafeon invades solo kill on the Machop.
On this Leafeon, so they'll be happy with that one. Little bit of EXP into the personal bucket there. 1 minute in, no scores on the doors.
It is truly so funny just to see how many roles this Machamp has filled now.
It's
impressive,
right?
I mean, we had Curios, the attacker player, playing it earlier. We've had a lot of top bad players. And now we have a central Central Area Machamp. So really a Pokemon that has become a triple flex in our metagame, and that's why Submission already having a big impact. And Froy cut off by that Rock Tomb, and Root Dignitas on the board.
It is such a rough look for gold. I don't think you could be closer to the Slowbro evolution if he had tried, and that would have made a world of difference, I imagine, on defense. Instead, Root Dignitas gonna pour salt into the wounds, get a couple more scores in there. Why don't you? Level 6 for Toon on Machoke.
Yeah, I'm curious now. The Central Area Pokemon have respawned, but Toon's been pretty patient in this bottom path. I'm curious, you could give it up to Otter if you want to get to that Unite move a little bit quicker, and Toon can just kind of switch spots now and play the path. But currently, the Leafeon wise to that tricks as well, as Bell knows that those wild Pokemon have spawned in, and is going to go to take a little bit of it if they can.
Let's see, Bell, can they find the Chaos? It's so close and yet so far! Eventually, the numbers will mean that even in the best case scenario of taking out Inda, it would have been a trade either way. Lovely use of the back door there for Storm X to pick up 22 points onto the board. That doesn't hurt early doors, certainly, as Armarouge is taking down this bottom path, which Root Dignitas. This is Root Dignitas territory down here. Nova Legion is being scared back into their own speed zone.
Yeah, this one has been claimed. I think almost entirely. That goal's going to be left at 2. Both the Machamp and the
happening a
Decidueye
lot
wanting to
this
stack their attack weight. So they're
like
going to have a bit of a
everything just turns
contest.
black.
So who can get that final score. And okay, I mean, I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again.
I hear like crackling sound. I don't know what's going on with the like past tense, because obviously it's happened, but like I don't know what's been going on with this broadcast today. They've been having so many production issues. I'm actually surprised that this. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, they've had production issues in the past, but like for an event of this magnitude, like an event that's like this important, you would think that they would have
at 2.
done a better job.
Both the Machamp and the Decidueye wanting to stack their attack weight. So they're going to have a bit of a contest. So who can get that final score. And okay, I mean, I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong
Even
again.
right now, I hear like a
not
crackling.
Be equipping
I don't know if that's my
fire
speaker
spin,
or if that's just.
We'll be playing that
hard
armor
butt.
cannon. So we'll answer that question a bit before that we were having. Will they have enough passive damage for these speedsters, the Leafeon and the Darkrai, to bounce on? Well, a little bit aided by this armor cannon range damage.
I think if things haven't gone so well in the first 3 minutes, maybe it's time to throw the rulebook out the window and try something a little bit different. Certainly another decent look here for Nova Legion on the top path, picking up that Reggie Rock. Going to score decently on this top path. Oh, do they go for the 3 over dunk? I don't think they do. Or do they? Emerald 2-step. Oh, there's the big old barrage blow from Machamp, who escapes the Dark Void. Going for the 14. They slip it in by the slimmest of margins. Storm X through the void. Where does he pop up? It's like a whack-a-mole, isn't it? They're just waiting. Root Dignitas. Finally, the cross chop finds its mark.
Yeah, I don't know if either of them knew who was Predator and who was Prey in a situation like that. Darkrai was like, great, they're still within my sights. And Eldegoss and Machamp understanding with that Pollen Pluff healing, we're probably going to be in a good place, sharing that damage as well, of course. So now we have Crustle cleaning things up here on the bottom side. This tank duel, always fun to watch. Zugrug, a well-known defender player in the North America region for so long now, which doesn't mean a lot of players do have eyes on where that player will be rotating to pretty often. And oh my word, look at that burst damage.
That's not a good look, and that's a 38-point overdunk. Mighty stuff from Root Dignitas. They might have been the first team to lose a zone, but it really doesn't feel like they're out of particular control. Regieleki surrounded. This is going to the orange team, make no doubts about that.
Yeah, there is a lot of scoring, or counter-scoring that it is, from Nova Legion, with all 5 members of Root Dignitas coming into this bottom side towards the Tier 2. Things are a little bit opened up now.
There's a knock-knock laying down the damage onto Gold, who's been desperately behind the level curve. There's the Aura Cannon into the close combat. Pushed away, though, by Bell, who does pay for it. They're knocked out. Still defending this zone incredibly well. 2 KO streak now for the Mega Luca, who goes down to the Darkrai. Spirit Shackle straight through the center. Finds its mark. The Darkrai's gone now. Froy on the backline with this Armor Cannon. The Regieleki has hit. The T2 has been destroyed. And Nova Legion is crumbling under this Root Dig oppression.
All right, well, we do have Freud picking up 2, but yeah, that's about as clear of a Root Dignitas win as I think you can have in a team fight around that tier 2. They push all the way to that second one and find a way to break it. So we will have Nova Legion showing this presence toward the top side. However, only Darkrai's Rip, while it is pretty formidable, a little bit less so with this build, might be tricky. And another barrage blow, specifically towards the El Kremi. Machamp, not a fan of cake.
Oh, indeed, ice cream, which, bless, they were trying, Yuri. They were trying. That is a second top path Reggie now. The Nova Legion have been able to put into their pockets. They are 120 or so behind in terms of points. We've got Bell still picking up KOs with these momentary invades before attempting to try and outreach the grab of this Machamp. I think they found them, but again, they've been able to find a little bit of breathing room, let's say. Knock Knock, you might as well use it now, I guess, into the Darkrai. Delaying the inevitable, though. Storm-X, bye-bye.
Yeah, a tough look there. Zella catches one side of the map, and Machamp the other. And yes, we got that 3 minutes and 30-second time. A lot of Unite moves. Zella triggering themselves into the Mega Evolution state already. Toon with a big setup, but El Kremi, a nice response to the Mega Lucario Unite move.
Yeah, the slow beam does the business. There's that Armarouge picking up a KO onto the Eldegoss. Root Dignitas forced to think twice. And I love the proactivity from Nova Legion here. Right, 2 of them are down. Let's just flip a coin on the Regieleki. Let's bet on ourselves. And they're doing well. Toon's gone. They surround the Regieleki. For the first time this game, Nova Legion has it, forcing out the Rubble Rouser from Zugrug. This is a big send from Nova Legion. Zugrug with the X-Scissor. Gold moving forward. Regieleki's already hit the zone. In goes a couple of points. Armarouge taking down Zugrug. Here goes some more points. 45. That's a 45-point overdunk, I think, in the end there as well. They've taken the lead. They're looking for more. But Otter on this back line finds Bell. ADC is gone. 30 seconds left. Plenty of time to try and recover here. Nova Legion, oh, the barrage blow is disgusting. Toon Slim doing what he does best.
Yeah, it's a KO streak of 3. We might even get to make this one 4. Freud caught in their tracks, and Otter gonna deny the 4-piece for Toon, but hey, that's teamwork, you know? Sharing is caring between these two. Great work from these carries, and again, I feel like that is the stylistic story between these two teams. Nova Legion getting inches, Root Dignitas slapping their wrist with the miles of advantage they find.
I know Nova Legion is desperately trying to look for Unite moves back. They've got Emerald 2-step, they've got Slow Beam, but they are not in place to stop a Root Dig Rip. They've got Toon on top path. They're going to be denied. Emerald 2-step was used in there, I think, to take out Toon Slim, actually. 1v1.
How did Machamp get 1v1 by Leafeon? That's crazy.
Here goes the Aura Cannon. Slowbro gone. Knock Knock comes through. Storm-X is right deep in enemy territory. Looking for a KO onto the Desi. Groudon almost gone. It's Bell, I think, who takes it. No, it's the Armarouge. The Armarouge has taken it, but it's 3v2. It is pretty low numbers for these two teams across the board. Inda rushing back, I think, to the tier 2. Still with a full health bar here. Machamp's on the way. Toon's on the scene. But Nova Legion's got the lead, Zoinks.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary spot. Just a few points separate these teams, and obviously the Groudon buff, a huge advantage for Nova Legion to work with. Root Dignitas having 3, about to be 5 members spawned up and ready to go, but no Groudon buffs to work with. Gold does not hold one now either. Ender takes so much damage with the Beam and the Dark Pulse in combo. Big Unite moves in combo, but no KO to follow. Otter takes one though.
Nova Legion, big investment. You come over to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local regions, I see. But Nova Legion, unseeded, has got some words to say to you, Root Dignitas. How about this? But wait, Inda with a huge turnaround. Armarouge heading up to the top path. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Otter just putting in so much work on this decision-wise so far. Groudon buff on a Pokemon that scales attack this well is so phenomenal. Otter's going to need more than one Pokemon on this goal zone, though, to get this score in. And not only that, this goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zugrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2. They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge for Storm-X, but there goes 30. Unbelievable! 76 points! Might just have swung it back to Root Dignitas.
I cannot believe a closing moment like that.
No way!
And there it is, Root Dignitas.
They're going to
this well is so phenomenal. Otter is going to need
Path, it's not over yet.
Yeah, Otter just putting in so much work on this Decidueye.
Our certainly the team that won your local region's IC, but Nova Legion, unseeded, has got some words to say to you, Root Dignitas. How about this? But wait, Inder with a huge region's IC, but Nova Legion, unseeded, over to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local region's.
No.
Nova Legion, big investment. You come over to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local region's IC. But Nova Legion, unseeded, has got some words to say to you, Root Dignitas. How about this? But wait, Inder with a huge turnaround. Armor Rouge heading up to the top path. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Otter just putting in so much work on this Decidueye so far. Groudon buff on a Pokemon that scales attack this well is so phenomenal. Otter is going to need more than one Pokemon on this goal zone, though, to get this score in. And not only that, this goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zalgrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2. They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge Restorax, but there goes 30. Unbelievable! 76 points! Might just have swung it back to Root Dignitas.
I cannot.
I mean, like,
huge advantage for Nova Legion.
it's not only that. Like, this part right here, just like.
No KO to follow. Otter takes one though.
Nova Legion, big investment. You come over to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local region's IC. But Nova Legion, unseeded, has been to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local region's IC. But Nova Legion, unseeded, has got some words to say to you, Root Dignitas. How about this? But wait, Inder with a huge.
This well is so phenomenal. Otter is going to need more than one Pokemon on this goal zone, though, to get this score in. And not only that, this goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zalgrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2. They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge Restorax, but there goes.
Leafeon, like, there's so many things that could have been different. Leafeon diving the way they did, literal, like.
Pokemon on this goal zone, though, to get this score in. And not only that, this goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zalgrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2.
They thought they could melt the Decidueye, but also keep in mind, even if they killed Decidueye there and they take the buff back, they would have just transferred to someone else. So it really wouldn't have made much of a difference. Like, it still would have been the same. The problem is like, they didn't need to do that. There's literally 10 seconds left in the game. All they need to do is defend the tier 2.
They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down.
This goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zalgrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2. They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge Restorax, but there goes 30. Unbelievable! 76 points! Might just have swung it back to Root Dignitas.
I cannot believe.
Unbelievable! 76 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge Restorax, but there goes.
Yeah, but this was the only one. Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. Like, even if they score the 100, they're still winning. They just need to hold the tier 2. The problem is, like.
Here goes the Hundo Burger in.
Not only do they score regardless.
Oh my word! T1 and T2. They've
so
decided
because the
to
Leafeon dies.
The back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer.
And Armor Rouge, they pick up more points.
It's huge Restorax, but there goes.
What was the point difference?
They moment.
For what, 76? Yeah, because Armor Rouge died, like, not only did Leafeon die trying to melt the Decidueye in the 1v But because Arm Rouge died, that allowed Lucario to score 76 points because they picked up more points. And then they lost off that.
No way! And Zealots, and they are able to do so much damage.
They've been here before. What they wanted to do right there was put questions in the heads, doubts in the heads of Nova Legion. They had to leave someone back on home base, just in case. In which case...
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way.
Bro, the audio is so good.
It is getting picked a ton in this tournament. Over to the side of Engage here for the next couple of picks. We're looking at a possible support pick, and we are getting the Garchomp.
Which we had a great Garchomp game earlier from Kranix. It looked incredibly solid. And Volto, no exception here. I was thinking if that Mega Gyarados makes it through, I think Volto almost assuredly locks that up. But grabbing Garchomp for themselves, back the other way, Birdie-Lo grabbing the Rapidash, rounding it out with, of course, Mamoswine.
Yeah, and here we go. Final pick over to Engage. We're going to see what they want to bring here. I mean, it's a scary composition from Los Caducados. I have to say, I'm excited to see Galarian Rapidash. I feel like we don't see it enough. It recently got some buffs, so let's see. And Absol, a Pokemon we rarely see anymore in the competitive scene. It feels like after a series of nerfs and after it was unbelievably good in the Speedster meta, it has fallen off quite a bit. As you can see, its encounter rate only 4%, so almost never played, at least in our tournament here.
Almost leading me to believe that maybe Engage is the only team locking it down here and bringing it to the Thea Sky Ruins when they deem it necessary. Now, that was a Gutter Absol pick, and usually when we say the Gutter pick, it's just obviously because it's last, but also you have the full context of information when you're making that selection, and they still went with the Absol. What do you think they saw on the other side here of Los Caducados that says, yep, Absol is the selection?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I mean, I think some of the big things that you'll find is you just notice that this Pokemon isn't countered particularly hard. Like, we see this with things like Scyther more often. We see this with things like Leafeon more often, where you go, okay, I either want this Pokemon super early and I expect my opponents to counter it, or I want this Pokemon super late. And now we get note that the draft is being remade, so maybe that Absol was not the pick.
Yeah,
I mean, given how low its encounter rate is, it wouldn't shock me if the Absol was a mistake in that moment. You know, they were trying to lock something else in, so we will find out.
I'm taking a look here. Mega Gyarados has, of course, had a decent weekend from when you and I have watched it in our games.
Yes.
It is making it past that.
Keeping up. Every once in a while, it's mostly advantageous to be the first seed players. You know, I'm just being flirty with the camera. Peru wins this entire thing, you're going to get more teams from LATAM because they secure their spot, and then it would be the 2 and 3 out of Latin America that are going to be heading to Worlds, right? So more LATAM teams going. Tuzi would be a really cool one. Like if Tuzi makes a deep run, makes DeGrance wins this thing, that would be amazing. Another way LATAM gets a spot, right? So there are just so many squads that we could see, and I'm sure you want to talk about this a little too. It's been a while since we've seen EU really crush it in one of these international competitions.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, to kind of wrap up your point in LATAM, Peru, your current world champions, are at the top of the pack, but not the top team in that LATAM regional league. And right now, they're not even winning their group. And they are our current world champions. And there is a situation or a scenario where they don't make it to Worlds to defend their title, which just feels crazy because these five players have been playing together for so long. But let's talk about EU. I would love to see a hometown hero run here as well. I mean, an EU team winning EUIC, one is just, you know, poetic and chef's kiss, but two, to be able to put your region on your back and claw another invite into the EU region to send more representation for Worlds. It's kind of, you know, you're getting everybody patting you on the back for doing that, you know, as you go back into these regional leagues here in week 3 in a couple weeks.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's so much hype behind an in-region victor. However, for a lot of these, we haven't had that in quite some time, just given that Luminosity seems to win every single game they went to, right, when they were around. So they won LAIC, EUIC. They went back home to North America, won that. What is our Britishism?
But can you eat it? Battered Wally.
I want a genuine apology. What do you want us to do with that?
This is insane.
What do you want us to do? And genuinely, could anyone get zoinks? Could anyone look at this and have any idea how you want us to handle this?
Mess.
What do you want from
Who
me?
do we blame for this?
Britishism, but can you bring it back up?
Yeah, but can
bring
you
it
eat
back
it?
up?
Battered Wally.
Are you asking if I can eat that fish? What is this? Okay. Food.
Could not be.
Major orange team. This is a best of 3 to figure out who will be the #1 team out of this group. Can you eat it? Who knows what that meant?
Naiad going in with the invade early. They're going to be unsuccessful, and they're going to take a ton of damage as they eject button over the wall, and the chase is on. Pull. That's a chicken.
Yeah, nice job from Naiad here, able to grab that berry and able to make it out. Of course, running that EXP share, right? You don't really lose much value if you're not able to get the secure. And they're right back in there. A pickle, a gherkin is known as a pickle. So it's a pickled pickle. Get out of here.
Everything about this
walking
is
off
miserable.
this show. Get zoinks.
I can't even imagine. I'm livid. The K opener goes to Mimikyu. What do I'm stunned.
Here we go. Birdie Low right now. Huge score attempt in this bottom path. Mimikyu is able to score, put in 18 here. We have 2 members of Engage fighting in the top path against this lone Magikarp right now. And take a look at this. Jose, level 6 already on Mimikyu.
Yeah, both of these teams 3-3 in the regional leagues currently. 3 matches won, 3 matches lost. And this is kind of a nice little rubber match between these 2 teams. As we know, Los Caricados did win the last time they squared off in an official UCS capacity.
Gosh, I got to say, I mean, we talked about Absol, but I'm really excited to see Rapidash here as well. I just feel like I wanted to see more of it in UCS, so I am excited to see it right here. Big time play rough. They're moving forward right now, looking for this KO. Rapidash going for the pickup, but no, it is going to be the Mimikyu sealing the deal right there. Naiad looking for a possible KO, but no, once again, the play rough. And this is when play.
That was actually so rough, so look right here.
I'm really excited to see Rapidash here as well. I just feel like I wanted to see more of it in
So they went for the invade, then they got collapsed on.
UCS, so I am.
And the worst part is, Mimikyu play rough the Eldegoss, and the Eldegoss ejected immediately right beside the Absol.
Excited to see it right here.
So now it's like, okay, not only are you still taking damage, but you allow yourself to... You basically sandbag your teammate, because now that Mimikyu that you're trying to avoid is right beside you and your teammate that was not even that
play rough. They're moving
close.
forward right now, looking for this
They
KO.
popped their full heal.
Rapidash going for the pickup, but no, it is going to be the Mimikyu
They start running.
sealing the deal right.
But then they, I'm pretty sure they auto snapped and they pathed in the opposite way they were trying to
Naiad
go.
looking for a possible KO, but no, once again, the play rough. And this is when play rough really shines. I'm a bit of a play rough hater, but if you get a huge lead, this thing is brutal.
We have, I believe that's Smart Strike, right? Is that what we're doing with Birdie Low on this Rapidash?
Right now we have Dazzling Gleam, and I don't think they've hit their second move yet. I could be wrong, though. I might have missed
Dazzling, I guess I should have phrased my question properly. Just now.
What is a pickled gherkin?
Smart Strike typically follows Dazzling Gleam.
Oftentimes, but we did just get a buff to agility, so some people play Crazy Horse. But yes, oftentimes you're going to see Smart Strike. It has a lot of very annoying utility. Wow, what a move there from Volto, but they are going to have to peel back.
Heavy slam, and that's more of just to get out of dodge here as Relly is looking for a next level engagement. Volto coaches all the birds there as Relly just has to peel back again and settle for a lone bundle.
And here we go, grabbing this Snorlax right here. They could get the fight, but no, the waterfall misses. That's a level 9 Mimikyu, by the way. Absolutely crushing it right now, out-leveling the Absol on the other side. If they can get a good fight, they should be able to KO multiple members of Engage right here. But it looks like this might just go to Los Caducados without much of a scrap.
Yeah, meanwhile, you have the crossover babysitting Absol and Mewtwo winding in the bottom path to see if it can steal this. Oh, it does!
Wow.
They just take the Registeel downstairs. You hate to see it if you're engaged.
Yeah, of course, but what a nice moment right here. We've got our horse bouncing around on the top path. They're trying to get this Regieleki in so they can score some points. We'll see if they're able to make that happen or not. That looks like Smart Strike to me. So yeah, it looks like we've got Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam there on that Rapidash as they're gonna head towards the center.
Good little, good work. It's just kind of the three of those players were just kind of collectively stressing Aslan, the Snorlax, so they couldn't defend the pad, and ended up getting a pretty decent +27 over. Earthquake engage, little stun on Aslan, and we do have the Mega Mewtwo Y online, so they're gonna A-press him down. Tons of shots, and bang, that's a big time Unite move to trap Greg, and Greg gets eviscerated by the horse.
Yeah, and we saw the power of that Smart Strike right into your Unite move, right? You've got the stun, the reposition, then you trap them in that triangle Unite, and there's just not a lot they can do right there. Crostal with a big time Unite move, Jirari on this goal zone, as we still have those Caducados pushing.
Good score on the backside here to lead the goal zone at 7. We have the Absol Unite there. Jirari's taking a ton of damage. And nice Ice Fang right there for Volto, who can't Dragon Rush as the Mamoswine Naiad uses their Unite move to be able to pounce back through. Heavy Slam kind of frozen in the air there for just a heartbeat as Birdie Low keeps the pressure on. Now, the rest of Los Caducados peeling back and settling things out with a nice lead.
Yeah, good lead for them, good start. I mean, Gyarados deciding to move back in. I'm surprised they didn't try to do this earlier. Now it feels like a really tough time to move in here. Absol possibly looking for this fight. Hitting right there with the Psycho Cut, but not able to start full engage. And Mimikyu moves in with a huge play rough.
Great knockout there as everybody was focused on the buff. Cotton Cloud Crash and the Garchomp moving forward on the chase down, but it's really this Rapidash that is just scampering all over the map and giving Engage fits. Naiad with another good Earthquake Ice Fang attempt, which leads to a Mimikyu knockout.
Look, I like Absol as much as the next person. The problem is like when you play Absol and then you fail the early game, it doesn't scale into the late game.
Of the insane play rough damage,
like the exception being is if like you're able to 100 to 0 something that is considered a priority target.
Looking towards this goal zone. Reggie Rock possibly being taken by.
Well, like the team as a whole is just losing across the map.
Rally stepping up. They do have their Unite move. They can pop it, and they do to avoid the Absol Unite, and they want the Absol. They're going to spin up on Aslan. Really quick, the Psycho Cut does hit them. Tons of damage on the Mega Gyarados. They're able to take double berries, and now they're going to stand on this goal zone to try and defend it just a little bit longer as the top tier 2 goal zone was closed by Los Caducados while all the attention was on this Mega Gyarados.
325-107 as Los Caducados are in complete control. A decent fight for Engage at the bottom path, but of course it was a 4 versus 1. Right now, Caducados just really gets to dictate how the rest of this match goes unless Engage can find a huge moment for themselves. But right now, Los Caducados just spending time in Engage's central area here. Another huge Crustal Unite.
Big stun, Rock Tomb is down, Jirari's on the retreat. We're popping that Rapidash Unite move as well. The Prism is down. We're fighting in the Bermuda Triangle here, and it spells nothing but danger, but it's danger for Los Caducados.
Yeah, Los Caducados actually giving up some KOs right there, which is not great because they didn't get a lot of value for it, right? They tried to get some experience, not really scoring. 325, still 107. So Engage actually got, you know, the better of that fight without question. I love Los Caducados wanting to keep the pressure on, but you do start to give up huge chunks of experience to the other side that allows them to catch up in level, and all of a sudden a match that you were winning pretty soundly has gotten very close.
Naya taking just some forward positioning in a bush as they're going for some home goal zone scores, and they've got almost complete information here to be able to do so. We're gonna have a big time back cap action. Heavy slam on Girari, block and pin on the wall. Volto's gonna step up. Are they gonna go for a knockout? No, looks like they're going for a rip. Rapidash jumps in, jumps back out. We've got 15 seconds until boss monster.
Wow, I mean, 15 seconds right here. Yes, they'll get this Regieleki, but even if this walks and they get a full dunk, I mean, it's 4:15, 1:07. They're looking for a fight right now. Girari getting some good information. They know where Aslan is. They know mostly where the members of Engage are coming from right now. Relly pushing the Gyarados, or excuse me, pushing the Garchomp back. Volto actually possibly heading home, but no, they get the Pollen Puff. Now it is really up to Engage to see how they want to engage in this final fight at Kyogre. They are behind by so much. They have to be the ones to make a play. Los Caducados could sit on their thumbs for 2 minutes. It needs to be Engage who makes a fight here.
Kyogre not even getting chipped here. Naya working their way to the middle. They do have good information. Heavy slam block back the other way. This is their opportunity. Relly taking a ton of damage. They do pop their Unite move with half HP. Girari gets obviously pinned down. We have the Infinite Cyburn coming out. The stun. Huge X-Scissor after the Rubble Rouse on the backside, and Birdie Low is trying to find a target. Absol's down. Girari still standing despite being engaged on by 3 people, and so is this Mega Gyarados. Greg is getting the break speed off them. They're so low as the Mega Mewtwo. As the Cotton Cloud crash from the Eldegoss. Is it good enough to get a knockout? 2 players down on either side. Engage, though, they're the ones that need this Kyogre. They're the ones that need to do something. We still have Birdie Low standing with this Rapidash. Can they rapidly get in there and stop this Kyogre from getting taken? They're going to grab a berry and they're going to suss their way in. No Unite moves on either side. Kyogre is getting worked down. It doesn't look like Los Caducados is going to go in. Heavy slams a bit early.
Oh my god.
They're all the way in. Hiyori low on HP. They died. Kyogre is getting worked down. It doesn't look like Los Caducados is going to go in.
What did he even get it with?
Get in there and stop this Kyogre from getting taken.
I see them Shadow Sneak. They tag what, the Garchomp?
No Unite moves on either side. Kyogre is getting worked down. It doesn't look.
Yeah, they tagged the Garchomp.
Like Los Caducados is going to go in. Heavy slams a bit early.
What?
It's taken by the Mimikyu. Working their
That is
all
crazy.
the way in. Hiyori low on HP. They get knocked out. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing, says Birdie Low. KO streak of 2.
Wow, I mean, Engage, obviously they didn't have the secure they wanted around, but they waited long enough for Mimikyu to get back into the fight, hit a Shadow Sneak, and now, I mean, imagine they were already losing by a considerable amount. Gets even worse for them. Tough first game for Engage, as Los Caducados felt like they were, I mean, not only winning, but having fun doing it. It just felt like they were kind of stomping Engage there.
Yes, I mean, just great control. You know, we had a really good heavy slam block by Aslan.
Not so much focused on any way to support your team through healing or shields or anything like that. However, it's been extremely powerful, especially if you get an early lead. Some of this feels like almost a win more situation, you know? Some teams like to lean into that where they go, look, we're not going to try to reset in any of these fights. We're going to try to Earthquake in. I want to Ice Fang their carry, and then I just want to win the fight after that.
Yeah, right. You know, healing is more for that prolonged approach, you know, kind of buy some time, go re-engage, and really it's just going to be a tidal wave is what they're going for, what Los Caducados is going for. And
we head into game number 2 here. Engage your purple team, Los Caducados, your orange team. Los Caducados having an absolute stomp of a game 1. They just did an incredible job into Engage. We'll see if Engage can switch it up here in game 2. We do have the Mamoswine making their way to the central area, trying to out-secure this Talonflame, which they do on 1 piece of experience, so already a pretty successful invade.
yeah, I mean, Pul is trying to put the pressure on with them. Fun fact, the 6 bans in this game are the exact top 6 bans at EUIC 2026. Congratulations. Check that box, achievement unlocked.
I think that is a nice achievement, and I will agree that's a fun fact.
It's way better than the pickle-related quiz question we got.
Yeah, you can't spring a pickle quiz on us without even telling us that there's going to be a pickle. We didn't have time to study.
Birdie Low gets knocked out by Aslan, allowing the Crustler to evolve. Volto going to be playing a kind of an aggro Mega Mewtwo X? Sometimes we see it more in like a tank role almost, you know, with that big pull it has. But, you know, Volto going to be stepping to the front line looking to fight.
Jirari hits their level 5 here, and we've seen them make huge plays throughout this season in the regional
There
league.
it is.
So there it is. Beautiful. Now we know there's a waterfall over there. As we see Jose heading back to the central area here, looking to get some of this experience. Obviously, they can share this a bit. You'll get a little less experience over to your Scyther, but a little to a Pokemon that needs it just to tick over and evolve there, like that Mamoswine. Now it is a Pillow-Swine currently.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Mega Mewtwo X, the way it looks, fan or not a fan?
You know, I feel like everyone completely dropped it, but I don't know if that's fair. You know, it's always hard to tell when something gets nerfed. However, it definitely feels much worse than it was just a few short weeks ago, as we have a fight here in the top path. Los Caducados taking a big KO, and now Gyarados can stack.
All right, same question, but now on looks meaning appearance. How do you think? How do you think it looks?
Weirdo.
It does look mega bizarre, right?
Yeah, it's a weird. I don't know what it's up to.
Okay, eject button, Ice Fang reset, does get a knockout. Taken to the skies is the talent lane. Fiori looking for an opportunity to just grab a berry and play some defense. Birdie-Lo tried to score. Good X scissor by Aslan. As Birdie-Lo wants to hit this level 7 and be back into the action. Great Woodhammer reposition. And those are the players we're looking for out of Girarwi here, as Jose quickly closed the door on the Crustle after the amazing setup by the tree.
Interesting play here from Engage. They are running the Decorate version of this Alchemy, which, you know, it definitely has some interesting utility. It provides a shield, and at the same time, you're able to use kind of this double Dazzling Gleam. Many teams would be playing Recover and Sweet Scent right here, but this is a, you know, a totally viable build. We just don't see it much in competitive.
Yeah, I think it's based off of like the natural healing that Recover provides, and of course, Sweet Scent is so strong.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see how effective it is in some of these big fights. Obviously, being able to give a Decorate shield to a Mewtwo and then have it move forward with an extra Gleam does feel quite strong. So we'll see if it works in some of these bigger fights. However, Los Caducados feeling great right now, 17 to 230.
Yeah, I mean, and that's with a tier 1 goal zone still standing, right? So, I mean, this is an easy one to score. Straight to the back lines. Jose pops their Unite move. Dazzling Gleam on Jose, going to send them taking a different path into this goal zone to close it with another big over. They're up by over 200 points at this point in time, and we have not even hit the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, Los Caducados is just crushing it in these 2 games. I mean, at least the start of game number 2 here in game 1. They looked incredible. They're now trying to steal this red buff from the side of Engage. We're going to see if Girari's going to go back in and just put some pressure on it. But of course, there are a ton of you know, points of interest on the map, lots of experience that they could possibly find, and they want to see how much of it they can take away from Engage and keep them behind in this match.
It's amazing how much closing out tier 1 goal zones early feels like your side of the map like has shrunk rapidly.
Yes.
And you can already see Los Caducados are spending most of their time on the left-hand side of kind of like the partition that sits in the middle of the map there. Nice little triangle put down, Infinite Cyber back the other way. Birdie-Lo does go down. Girarwi is trying to pin the Mewtwo back on the wall. They're successful for a moment. Fly over, eject button. Naya goes down, flame sweep into a wall, obviously. Jose just waiting for time here as they're going to try and get a prime target in the back line. Hiyori is going to step up. Bang, Scyther Unite straight to the back line. We are going full cake mode. That is a whole cake, and that's on an island right there. And that's going to be enough for Engage to hang out around this basement Regieleki.
Great fight from Engage. We have the Gyarados moving in, but it is in trouble, moving into a ton of members here of Engage. It does go down. However, the Mamoswine is here. We have the Galarian Rapidash. They're seeing what they can do into this fight, trying to stop Crustle. Finally, it goes down. Talon, however, is back, and Mewtwo picks up the KO.
Mewtwo on no HP, and Birdie-Lo pokes their little horn out, and they are buckled quickly. And not only that, the Mewtwo is going to make it out. Greg is getting chased.
Poor Greg.
Yeah, poor Greg. Just Nayat overshooting the pursuit there. Regieleki is at 50% as the top Reggie is easily taken by Engage.
Much better fight from Engage, right? I mean, that looked a lot better. Kado's now taking this bottom. Reggie, Alecki, they're going to be able to get this. They're going to be able to get Reggie Drago. Obviously, they are up right now, but signs of life from Engage in that last fight. They were able to catch multiple members of Los Cado, even up the levels considerably, and, I mean, that's a good look for a possible team fight later if you can fight like you just did right there, protect your team from Scyther in a big way.
Nice little X-Scissor there. Naiad steps back in. Scyther United is back out. Another Infinite Cyburn. Huge stun. Flame sweep. Finds its wall, but finds targets in between. The cake again is built. KO streak of 2 for Hiyori. Reggie Alecki is on the doorstep, and it's going to get taken care of. Los Caducados actually got the Reggie Rock. I said Engage on accident. It was ripped by Jose, and now they're putting points in the top path here while everybody was distracted by.
I mean, points are looking great for Los Caducados, but these fights are going much better for Engage right now. We have the Crustal moving in, big time side strike. They go down to the Alchemy right there as Trevenant moves in trying to grab this Crustal. Crustal has been an absolute difference maker in these fights, but you have to get up to the Alchemy and those Unite moves. They've had 2 extremely clutch Unites in some of these big fights. We're going to see how that looks as the match goes on. Right now, I mean, this Galarian Rapidash extremely low level, only level 11 here, which is the same as the supporter on the side of Engage.
Yeah, like you said, tons of points, but it's not really materializing in any sort of team fight victories as we have 35 seconds until our Groudon hits the map. Rally gonna easily get to 13 here, no questions asked. Jose as well, so they are behind a little bit. That Rapidash is a problem, but they still have some tools to use.
Their big problem, of course, is going to be the scoreboard here, and they're going to have to make a decision on it soon. We have Trevenant looking to start a fight right here. They bring Crustal on in, massive catch right into the Ice Fang. It is gone.
And who else but Jirawi to facilitate that? Now, the exchange of the defenders is what occurred there. They're both going to be back in time, but we'll see how that changes the texture of how we want to approach this fight.
Of course, and I think the big issue for Engage is time is not on their side, right? Every time Los Caducados can slow down their final fight, that is better and better for Caducados and worse for Engage. As Engage is looking for a possible moment right here, they don't exactly know where everyone from Caducados is. They kind of can suss out that someone's in that tall grass, and Naiad moves out, possibly looking to grab Crustal, but no, everyone just peels back in this moment. They had one good catch on Crustal, but they don't need to be the ones to fight. Engage has to make the play.
No, and they have the speed to flank here, does Los Caducados, as we're trying to rock to and just trap someone. Jirawi at the backside, pushes Volta all the way to the wall, big time Engage. They are gone before they can even move. Fly to the sky, Mega Gyarados is in the back line, and look how far Alchemy has been separated from the team. They go full cake, but nobody's around. Jose collapses on top of them, and Pool is shredded like the chicken it is. The Solar Beam comes back through tons of damage, but who else but Jirawi, and who else but Naiad to reposition Aslan, as we're getting a back half of 62 points to go in and stress this lead even further. Rally looking for their next target. They say it's Aslan. Infinite Cyburn is down. Aslan is on the razor's edge of getting knocked out, and they are gone. KO streak of 2. Right into the middle is the rest of Los Caducados as Hiyori is trying to find their way in, but there is no value left on the map.
Yeah, Engage, there's not much they can do. Hiyori almost got Jirawi, but what a beautiful play from them using an eject button and a leech life. Birdie Low goes down right here. 30 seconds left. We have once again Alchemy getting pushed towards the Groudon. It goes down, and there just really is no time on the clock for Engage. They're too far behind on the scoreboard. They cannot rip Groudon. Unfortunately, they were just completely stalled out of this fight. Even with 15 seconds, peeling to all the goal zones. We have more points from Los Caducados as they put it on an absolute clinic in these 2 games. Dominant performance from top to bottom.
Listen, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but every time Jirawi doesn't pick tree, not saying they're playing bad, I'm just saying this tree is awesome.
Yeah, their tree is so unbelievably good.
I mean, like Jirawi and Naiad, like literally sign, seal, deliver the victory for the Los Caducados.
100%.
Terrific catch for that. Creamy that's coming out.
Okay. I need to take a nap, guys. As much as I want to watch, I need to take a nap. My brain is fried right now. I'll take a few hour nap, and I'm gonna come back. I'm not gonna waste any more time. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging out. My brain is a little tuned out right now. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna for a few hours. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna watch all of it straight. and I'll go. All right, you guys have a good one.